Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku was Momo's overpowered butler? Part 1. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Midoriya's point of view asterisk. This week has been crazy, to say the least. Even with 4 arms, I couldn't keep track of all the strange, sad, scary, and happy moments this week. Let us review. This past week, I learned that my mother contracted a fatal disease that can be cured with an expensive procedure, so that one goes into the sad moments category. After wandering around for 5 minutes looking for a job to pay for the operation, I was attacked and nearly killed by a slime villain. Then All Might saved me. Soon after, my dreams were crushed when I was told that as a quirkless teenager, I couldn't be a hero. Bakugo, or Kachan as I call him, was immediately attacked by the same slime villain. I instinctively rushed in to save him. The heroes who did not even try to help Kachan called me an idiot. Then, as if on cue, All Might returns to save us both and apprehend the slime villain. Of course, the world doesn't give me a break because I was chastised by the same heroes, whereas Kachan was praised, primarily because he had a quirk and I didn't. But then, as I was almost home, All Might appeared. After telling me more about what he had said before and praising me for running face first into danger knowing I might die, he described it as the true essence of being a hero. Tears welled up in the corners of my eyes as All Might informed me that I had the potential to be the successor to his quirk, One for All. I was ecstatic, excited, and happy that I could finally realize my dream of becoming an actual hero. Then I remembered my mother's illness. After I told him about it, he took out his pocketbook and wrote me a 500,000 yen check. I was astounded and shocked by his sudden generosity. At first, I refused the money because I did not want to take a large sum of money from the symbol of hope. He insisted that I accept the money, claiming it was a payment for becoming his successor. I still refused. He sighed, slightly frustrated, and then suggested that if I was so adamant about not taking the money, I should repay him in full. Thinking back, I should have taken the money when All Might offered it first, but I accepted it anyway and ended up with an unnecessary debt. After I took the check, All Might instructed me to give it to my mother and then meet him at the beach during daybreak. Nodding, I took the check and dashed home. I handed the check to my sick mother, who was lying in bed. When she saw the amount, she burst into tears. That's when I realized I had enough money to cure my mother's illness while also learning under All Might to obtain his quirk and succeed him as the symbol of peace. When all of that hit home, I couldn't help but sob uncontrollably. When the emotions subsided, tomorrow arrived, and I was ready to begin my training with All Might. He told me that the UA entrance exams were coming up in about 10 months and that we needed to start training right away. Long story short, it was hell. It began with me being assigned the task of cleaning up the entire beach, which had been turned into a dump, and when I was unable to drag a single washing machine, All Might insulted me. After the first day, All Might provided me with a workout and food schedule to follow at home. Though my mother was being treated for her illness in the hospital, I was responsible for the food, but I got pretty good at cooking over time, if I do say so myself. Now, the training has hit a few snags, with me deviating from the regime that was designed specifically for me, and any slight deviation would ruin everything. As All Might put it, he chastised me for deviating and claimed that it was designed specifically for me and my body, despite the fact that I told him that my lack of a quirk required me to work harder than anyone else. Soon after that snag, 10 months had passed and the beach had been completely cleaned up. All Might was clearly impressed, and rushed to catch my exhausted body. After a few words of praise, All Might prepared to give me his quirk One for All, which included eating his hair. As much as I wanted to take my time eating All Might's DNA, he was quick to remind me that the entrance exam was in a few hours. I quickly swallowed the hair and grabbed my belongings before sprinting to the testing area. That pretty much wraps up my week. Now all that remains is to pass the entrance exams. Absolutely nothing can stop me. I tripped over my own foot and fell fast to the ground. Until I was caught a few inches off the ground. "Are you okay?" a voice asked. I looked up and saw a girl. Not just a girl with long brown hair. "Are you okay?" she asked, holding her hand out. "Why yeah, I'm fine, could you let me down?" I asked, stuttering almost every word. I've always struggled with talking to girls, and I've been trying to break that habit, but it hasn't been easy. Okay, she said, touching both of her fingers. Release. I fell face first onto the pavement. Anyway, good luck with the exams, the girl said as she entered the testing hall. After recovering from my close encounter with the second kind, I entered the testing hall. Just to walk into Kachan. Needless to say, he was angry and perplexed as to why I was there. Before I could answer any of his questions, the written portion began. It was simple enough, and I believe I passed, but the practical portion worried me the most. We were tasked with removing robots, each with a different point value ranging from 0 to 3. Following that explanation, we were thrown into battle. Needless to say, I panicked. Everyone else was fighting the robots like it was second nature, which makes sense given that they had their quirks since birth, whereas I only got mine a few hours ago. While I was desperately searching for anything, a giant robot appeared and loomed over the brown-haired girl from earlier. I was terrified of what the robot would do to her, afraid that it would kill her, so I sprang into action, using the power All Might bestowed upon me to save her. I directed the power to my legs to jump a long distance, then to my right arm, delivering a shattering right hook to the robot. All I could think about was landing safely, until I realized that the blowback from using my power had broken my arm and legs. So I was making my final prayers and confessions before entering the pearly gates. That's what I thought, until... slap. The same girl slapped me, causing me to float for a second, negating my falling velocity. As I collided with the ground, she said, "Our release." She sighed with relief, grateful that I was okay. Then she began throwing up. While I was grateful she saved me, I still had no points, so I crawled towards the robot she was riding in the hopes of gaining one. The sound of my fears echoed throughout the area. "Time's up," Present Mike exclaimed. That sound was like a hammer smashing my heart. My only chance was ruined. I couldn't stop crying as Recovery Girl healed my broken limbs. She, of course, scowled at me in all might, accusing us of being reckless and failing to properly train me to use One for All. However, that didn't help me get into UA. I received the results a few days later, while my mother was still recovering from the procedures in her room, so I was able to monitor them from home. It was a video recording of All Might. He was unable to respond to my comments and questions because they were pre-recorded. He began by telling me that I had 0 points in the practical, which crushed my spirits. But then he said, if that were the only part of it. After drawing my attention to the screen, it displayed the girl he saved, offering her points to him. It was a touching moment that helped All Might transition into the second half of the practical exam. He explains how the UA can reject someone who has saved someone's life. So he brought up the exam's secret part, hero points, which are awarded for performing heroic acts during the exam. In a shocking outcome for me, I earned 60 points and was accepted into the UA. And that is how my journey into UA began. Midoriya's point of view asterisk. All young Midoriya, congratulations on passing the entrance exams, All Might exclaimed with a big smile. Well, thanks to you, I passed, I said with a big smile. Now don't sell yourself short, it was your quick thinking and will to throw yourself into danger to sway others that made you pass. The Mighty replied, but that's not what I'm here for. Replied the Mighty One. Oh, so what are you here for? I inquired as he placed a piece of paper on the table. Your job, he simply stated. I'm sorry, what? I inquired. Remember, I gave you the 500,000 yen to pay for your mother's operation. I was more than willing to give it to you out of goodwill, but it didn't sit right with you taking it for free, so I said you would pay me back the entirety of the 500,000 yen. It was All Might. Now I was nice and got you a job with an old friend of mine, hence the paper. He went on. I picked up the paper and read the address on it. Oh, and there is one more thing. All Might said. What is it? I asked. Do you happen to own a suit? Yaoyorozu's point of view. I exited the station and made my way home. I just received word that my parents have hired a servant, despite the fact that I have made it clear that I dislike servants. It's not that they're bad, it's just that I don't want anyone doing things for me. Does that make me a bad person? Mother, father, I'm home, I exclaimed as my mother peered out of the kitchen. Mother said, oh dear, come in, meet your new servant. Let us get this over with. I entered the kitchen to find a boy my age with a mess of black and green hair, a bunch of freckles in the same formation on both sides, and a bright pink blush. Here is your newest servant, please introduce yourself, dear. Mother gestured. Hello. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and it's an honor to serve you, he said, looking down the entire time. He was obviously shy and seemed uneasy in this situation. So he will be in charge of cleaning your room and assisting you with anything you may require. That is all, Mother explained as she and my father exited the kitchen, leaving me and Midoriya. Sorry, he mumbled his words. As I walked out of the kitchen, I said, my room is this way, follow me. He followed close behind, like a lost puppy. It was a little cute, if I must say. We got to my room, and I opened the door. It's not much, but here we are, I said, directing him into my room. He was visibly startled for some reason. It wasn't much like I said. This isn't much, he inquired, looking around. This place is huge, he exclaimed, filled with awe and amazement. After recovering from his amazement, he went on to clean whatever wasn't cleaned. So why are you a servant? Aren't you in high school? I had to ask. Yeah, I go to UA, he said, as I stared at him, wide-eyed. What class are you in? I inquired. Oh, you go too. I'm in class 1A. His response was. He's in the same class as me. As for why, I'm saddled with a debt, he explained, turning a light pink. To who? My parents, I inquired. However, that may have lacked tact. No. To All Might, he replied. I inquired, believing he was a symbol of peace. How does he even have debts? Yeah, my mother contacted a deadly illness, and I needed 500,000 yen to do the operation. He stated as he cleaned the cabinets. A grocery list of bizarre events happened before I even got to All Might, but I don't want to bore you with that. He went on. Well, you saying bizarre got me curious. I replied. He laughed. All right, don't say I didn't warn you. Well, he was correct. It was bizarre. He came into contact with a slime villain, and All Might saved him. The same villain struck twice. After all of that, All Might came in and said that what I did, running face first into death to save my friend, was the true essence of being a hero. He went on. I was still speechless from the events, but he continued his story. Anyway, I told him my story about my mother, and he wrote me a check for 500,000 yen. He would have gave it to me no questions asked, but I didn't want to just accept that large amount of money, so after some back and forth, he said that I could pay him back. He stated after he had cleaned the countertop, he was even nice enough to get me this job after I got accepted into UA. That was his conclusion. Wait, what even is your quirk? I haven't seen you use it, at least not until the last part of it. I went on to ask. Oh, it's a buff-type quirk that can increase my strength, but at the expense of pretty much destroying my body as a result, he replied, scratching the back of his neck. I replied, you're kidding. Trust me, I wish I was. It's useful in combat, but it has its drawbacks. He went on. How can he describe breaking his arms and legs as a drawback? What's your quirk? I haven't seen you in the entrance exam. He requested an answer. Oh, I got in on a recommendation. I have the ability to make anything with the use of my body fats. I replied with a snicker. Wow, you can? He asked, sounding a little excited. Yeah, watch, I said, stretching out my arm, and a small doll appeared out of thin air. Whoa, he exclaimed as I shrugged. Yeah, not a big deal, I said before he cut me off. That's so cool, he exclaimed, his eyes twinkling. What? I asked, unsure how to respond. You can do so much. You can make anything you want, but it relies on your body fat, so you would need to eat a bunch in order to use it effectively. He was whispering. I stared at him, unsure how to respond. Hey, I said, snapping my fingers in front of his face. Huh, he exclaimed in shock. He blushed a light red when he realized what had happened. Oh, sorry, it's an old habit. He said sheepishly. I chuckled. He is a bit of a goofball. It's fine. I'm just curious as to why you've suddenly been talking to yourself, I said as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, it kind of freaks people out when I do that. He said nervously. I can see why. So why did you want to come to UA? You must have a reason aside from how prestigious it is. I requested an explanation. Well, I want to be a hero like All Might, which is funny because he was pretty much the reason I'm in UA. Midoriya replied. Really? I inquired. Yeah, he trained me for 10 months straight to get me in shape, and his training helped me a lot. He replied. Was this all? Sure, training can help anyone get stronger, but did All Might teach him to jump headfirst into danger to save that girl? Probing him was probably a bad idea, so I dropped the topic. They're all done. Anything else you need? He popped up. No, not really, I replied. Okay, give me a yell if you need me, he said as he walked towards the door. Then it came to a stop. Oh, that reminds me, he said, turning to face me. What's your name? He asked. Right, I never told him my name, and it's unlikely that my parents did either. Momo Yaoyorozu, I replied. Okay, Yaoyorozu, feel free to yell if you need anything, he said as he walked out of the room. He appeared nice and polite, he's even a classmate. Maybe it won't be so bad after all. Yaoyorozu's point of view asterisk. It was the second day of my tenure at UA. We completed some sort of training exercise to figure out where we are without quirks. He liked to refer to it as logical ruse. Today, All Might is in charge of the class, and we are conducting some sort of test. Long story short, we're being divided into 5 groups of 4 people, and those groups will be further divided into 2 groups, heroes and villains. The heroes' objectives are to A. Capture the villains, or B. Touch the secret weapon before time runs out. The villains' goals are to A. Capture the heroes, or B. Protect the secret weapon until time runs out. I was paired up with Mineta, who I swear was staring a little too hard, and we were the villains versus Jiro and Kaminari. Midoriya was paired with Uraraka, who will face Bakugo and Iida. Midoriya's round was first, and we were allowed to watch in a monitor room. Of course, we couldn't hear anything, only see what was going on. Midoriya and Uraraka climbed the fire escape and entered the building's 2nd floor. Bakugo appeared as they rounded the corner, winding up a punch that Midoriya dodged and pushed Uraraka out of the way. The spectators made comments, but I was too engrossed in the battle to remember what they said, which was probably praise. We couldn't hear what they were saying, but he appeared very angry. Bakugo attacked again, but Midoriya grabbed him out of the air and flipped him to the ground. They said something to each other, but it only made Bakugo angrier. He lunged at Uraraka and yelled something to her, most likely telling her to run because she had left. While Bakugo lunged, Midoriya dodged, wrapped the capture tape around his ankle, and was caught by Bakugo. However, Midoriya dodged the punch and began running. Midoriya ducked behind a corner and began to think about a plan, most likely weighing his options. Bakugo was busy blasting any door that Midoriya might be hiding behind. I shifted my gaze to the weapons room, where Iida was thinking about what to do before coming up with a plan. We couldn't hear it, but I could tell he was acting like a villain, which was interesting. Uraraka snorted with laughter while performing his villain monologue, which was a bad move, no matter how. As ridiculous as it may sound, you should never blow your cover when you still have the element of surprise. She blew it when Iida noticed her and shifted into his vision. He was bragging about something, and Uraraka was perplexed. She pressed the intercom button to signal Midoriya, most likely telling him where the weapon was. Midoriya nodded and resumed his move, only to be stopped by Bakugo. His grenade-shaped arm brace glowed red for a split second, which looked bad. Midoriya turned to face Bakugo, determined to run. Then he appeared terrified as Bakugo gripped a latch on his brace. He yanked it off as a huge explosion engulfed the area they were in. Come in, Midoriya, All Might said into the microphone, hoping he was okay. To his and my surprise, he was fine. His costume was tattered, and he was shaken up, but he was fine. Thank goodness. Bakugo walked out of the smoke created by his quirk, looking insane and ready to kill. On the other screen, Iida was talking into his headset, most likely hoping to get Bakugo's attention for answers. Uraraka, seizing an opportunity, dashed towards the weapon. Iida turned to face her after hearing her footsteps, only to see her make herself float with a peculiar, intriguing movement. Shocked by the outcome, Iida regained his composure and grabbed the weapon, moving it to the opposite side of the room. Uraraka, after releasing her quirk, rolled into the wall, dazed but not unconscious. Returned to Midoriya and Bakugo. Bakugo was taunting him, while Midoriya and Uraraka were most likely discussing strategy. Sir, isn't this getting out of hand? Kirishima asked. That Bakugo is acting really crazy, he's gonna kill him. Not so, All Might said, looking at the screen, then pulling up the microphone. Bakugo, use that power again and I'll stop this fight, and your team will lose. Bakugo looked up and yelled at the intercom. To employ such a strong attack is inviting destruction to a stronghold you should be protecting. That's a poor strategy whether you're a hero or villain, the penalty will be a massive loss of points. he stated when Bakugo appeared upset and enraged. He then charged at Midoriya with blinding speed, intending to hurt him. Midoriya took one step back, preparing to dodge, and then appeared to lose his footing. Bakugo was approaching at the speed of a bullet, and Midoriya had lost his footing, so he could only prepare to counterattack. He took a swing, only for Bakugo to propel himself over Midoriya and attack him from behind. Everyone looked shocked. "What was that move?" Kirishima inquired. "He doesn't come across as a guy with a strategy, but he's actually quite intelligent," Todoroki said as everyone turned to face him. "What are you talking about?" Kirishima inquired. "He changed his trajectory while in midair with a blast that doubled as a smoke screen." "Very clever," Todoroki replied. "A fade attack like that requires an extreme amount of precision. He had to calculate the physics and demonstrate control over his quirk." I went on. "I'll admit that he has some skill." Kaminari responded. "Bakugo is uber talented. I hate it." After that attack, Bakugo punched Midoriya with the expected right hook, gripping his arm, boosting himself in front of him, and slamming him to the ground. "This is hard to watch. All he has to do is wrap tape around him and not kill him." Ashido exclaimed aloud. Tokoyomi responded. "Bakugo is certainly acting like a villain. I thought Midoriya was pretty amazing at the start of the fight, but he's completely outmatched in terms of combat power, not to mention Bakugo seemed like a natural at all this stuff." Kaminari responded. "I ignored them and put a hand over my mouth. I'm not sure why I was afraid. Was it because I was worried?" Midoriya stood back up, struggling to stand straight. He mentioned something. Bakugo gripped his fist and yelled determinedly. They both ran towards each other, Midoriya's fist bursting with the power he demonstrated during the entrance exam, and Bakugo practicing his quirk. "They're gonna kill each other. Sir," Kirishima yelled. "Everyone might be torn between stopping the fight and letting it continue. Both of you, stop," he yelled as they were a foot apart. Then Midoriya yelled something, telling Uraraka something, as All Might paused and observed. Midoriya swung around and aimed his punch skyward just as Bakugo's quirk collided with his left arm. The punch's shockwave shattered the remaining 4 floors, destroying nearly the entire building. Uraraka grabbed a broken pillar with her quirk and batted the debris back at Iida. However, it was only a distraction. She jumped towards the weapon, becoming weightless while Iida blocked the debris. She clasped her fingers together and returned her gravity to normal, grabbing the weapon and winning the challenge. Bakugo looked at the destruction and yelled something before directing his gaze to Midoriya. After the smoke cleared, we looked at Midoriya's arms. His right side was bright red from his quirk, and his left was charred from Bakugo's blast. Bakugo's face said it all. He was scared, shocked, and distraught. "You did it. The hero team wins," he exclaimed. Midoriya leaned to the side, then collapsed to the floor. Everyone was stunned, including me, as 2 robots on a stretcher transported the injured Midoriya to Recovery Girl. All Might returned with Bakugo, and we were having a debrief. Once they were both inside, All Might began the debriefing process. Regardless of the outcome, the MVP of this match was young Iida, All Might stated, as everyone, including Iida, was taken aback by this. "Shouldn't it be one of the heroes instead since they're the winners?" asks Asui. Valid question. Why didn't I choose one of them? Anyone have a guess? All Might inquired as I raised my hand. "Sir, I can tell you why. I started. Iida embraced this challenge. He was the only one who truly adapted to his assigned role." I added, "I'll explain. Bakugo's judgment was clouded by a personal grudge against Midoriya. As you pointed out earlier, launching a large-scale attack indoors was a foolish move. It could have been disastrous. Similarly, Midoriya's plan was also poorly thought out. Considering the amount of damage he received, he rendered himself helpless, not smart. As for Uraraka, she let her guard down mid-battle and her final attack was too reckless given the hypothetical stakes. If she treated the fake weapon as though it were real, she wouldn't have used such an imprecise move." I analyzed as I looked at Iida. Iida was fully prepared for his opponent's arrival. He had a strategy and never lost sight of his mission to protect the dummy weapon, even if he was foiled in the end. I said as he looked happy, "Technically the hero team won, yes, but they took advantage of the fact that this was training, and they didn't respect the spirit of the trial." I finished. Everyone was silent, including All Might. "Why yes, well you overlooked a few things. Young Iida could have relaxed a little bit in the exercise, but otherwise he nailed it." He gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. "One should always start with the basics and devote themselves wholeheartedly to learning. That's the only true way to become a top hero, I said, as everyone stared at me as if I were gold. All Might continued with the exercises. The next match pitted Todoroki and Shoji as heroes against Ojiro and Hagakure as villains. To call it a match would be a huge understatement. Todoroki froze the entire building, rendering Hagakure's sneak attack and any combat with Ojiro useless. He also made the monitor room very cold. When they finally got the weapon, he melted the entire building. Todoroki made a comment to Ojiro and then left. The third match began, with Shiro wrapping tape around the weapon and Kirishima hardening his arms to defend it. Tokiyami used the power of his dark shadow, while Asui used her frog abilities to win the battle. My match was next, and to be honest, I would have preferred Midoriya to be here, but I can't do much about it. Recovery Girl is certainly doing his best. I used my quirk to make plates for the door. Mineta was acting like a useless pervert. In all honesty, I considered hitting him with one of my plates, but I refrained. His quirk would be useful in this battle, so I just stared at him until he slinked away. Once the plates were up, all that remained was to wait for Jiro and Kaminari. I heard footsteps and the faint sound of electricity. Using my quick thinking, I made a pair of rubber gloves. When I heard his footsteps stop, I put on the rubber gloves and stood on my hands. Electricity flowed through the room, but fortunately I was not affected. Random note, but if this doesn't make sense in terms of physics, then I sincerely apologize. As for Mineta, well, he has seen better days. At least some of the plates weren't fried to perfection, so getting in here won't be easy. Something must have happened to Kaminari, because he did not deliver another electric shock. Time slowly passed, and I won. Round 5 was essentially a 2v1 scenario. Kota's ability allowed him to communicate with animals, but there were no animals around. Sato's quirk allows him to get a boost from sugary foods. Long story short, the heroes won the battle. We all met with All Might, and he praised us for completing this exercise without serious injury, with the exception of Midoriya. He said he'd check on him and then left the building, as if he had an urgent need to be somewhere. Everyone was worried about Midoriya's situation during afternoon classes. Everyone agreed to stay behind and wait for Midoriya to recover. At 3:50, he entered the 1A classroom wearing an arm cast. When the door opened, everyone rushed to greet him. While everyone was concerned, I remained in my seat, confident that he would be fine, and besides, he had dealt with far worse injuries during the entrance exams. That didn't make his decision any less stupid, but he didn't have much of a choice in that situation, so I can't be too mad at him. Midoriya bolted out of the room after everyone had finished their introductions. Probably to track down Bakugo. For whatever reason. Whatever his intentions are, they are not my concern. I grabbed my belongings and returned to my home. Midoriya's point of view asterisk. My arm recovered thanks to Recovery Girl, but my mother had a lot to say about it. At the very least, the Yaoyorozus were kind enough to give me some time off to rest my injured arm. After a few days, we had to choose a class representative. As expected, everyone wanted to be the representative, so Iida suggested holding an election. Even though everyone pointed out the obvious flaw of everyone voting for themselves, they did so anyway. And here are the results. Were unexpected. Why do I have 3 votes? I asked, surprised. Even more surprising was that Yaoyorozu received 2 votes, making her the class deputy, while I received 3, making me the representative. Alright, who voted for him? Kachan demanded, his voice vehement. After numerous comments and a distraught Iida, poor Iida, Yaoyorozu, and I stood in front of the entire class. Granted, I was the one shaking the most. Really? This is not a mistake? I asked, still shaking. She sighed loudly. How did this happen? She inquired. Well, I didn't want this, but the people did. Homeroom had ended, and it was lunchtime. Iida told Uraraka and me that I was a better candidate than him for class rep, and then he told us about his brother Ingenium. Of course, I freaked out and rambled on about him and tidbits about him. He even mentioned that he wanted to be like his brother. I want to be like All Might. I was about to tell him how lucky I was to have hero points on the entrance exam when the alarm went off, indicating a level 3 security breach. As expected, everyone panicked, and there was a mob. I was briefly with Iida and Uraraka before being dragged away from my friends by the mob. As all hope was lost for me, Iida appeared to spin above the mob. I asked, what are you doing? But he didn't hear me. He slammed into a wall and grabbed a pipe to stay steady. Listen up. Everything is fine. He yelled as the mob came to a halt. It's just the media outside. There is absolutely nothing to worry about. Everything is fine. We're UA students. We need to remain calm and prove that we are the best of the best. He yelled as he managed to calm the student mob. The police arrived quickly and escorted the media out of school. Now that this terrorist incident has ended, it's time for another one. My first act as class representative. It's time, class rep, let's begin, Yaoyorozu said, as I quaked in my boot. Okay, so we need to figure out who the other class officers will be, I said, fear seeping through my voice. But first, there's something I want to say, I said as everyone, including Yaoyorozu, turned to face me. I've thought a lot about this, and I believe Iida should be out of class representative. I yelled, as Iida looked up in surprise. He was able to capture everyone's attention and get us in line. So I believe he is the one who should be leading out class from now on. I said when everyone was quiet. Yeah, you know what, if Midoriya vouches for him I'm good. Kirishima replied, plus he was a big help, he totally manned up and took charge right. He went on. The entire class approved of my decision. Except for Aizawa-sensei. He described it as a waste of time. Iida stood up and accepted the job, and everyone agreed. Except Yaoyorozu. Hello, I got 2 more votes than him. She complained quietly. I could not help but snicker. Hey, why are you laughing? She asked, whispering. Oh, no reason. I said, but the smile on my face said otherwise. She avoided making a scene by dropping the subject. Soon, class ended, and I went home to get my suit. I may be a student, but I still needed to repay All Might. I once stood at the Yaoyorozu residence's gate. I rang the doorbell and announced, Ms. Yaoyorozu, I'm here. Mother and father aren't here, but I'll let you in. The voice on the other end belonged to Yaoyorozu. The gate slowly opened. I will never get used to that. When I entered, the gate closed and I took the long path to the mansion. Yaoyorozu's point of view. Hey, Yaoyorozu, Midoriya said, bowing. Enough with the formalities. That was my reply. I apologized, sorry. I might have been too harsh on him. Aside from that, it was his decision. So do you need help with anything? He demanded information. Yes, I have some questions, I said as he looked at me, shaking slightly. Let me start with this. Why did you give Iida the class rep job? I asked. Why? I thought I was pretty clear why. His response was. I mean, why wasn't I given class rep, and he would have been given deputy? I corrected him. Oh, well, like I said before, he calmed down the mob, and he's more punctual and follows code. He responded. I can be punctual. I said, tilting my head. Are you okay? He inquired. I shook my head. I'm fine. Next question. Why did you use your quirk knowing it will break your arms? I asked. Well, it was just the heat of the moment, I guess, haha. He laughed. I glared at him. This isn't a laughing matter. You could have caused permanent damage to your arms, and Recovery Girl could do so much to heal you. I slowly returned to my lecturing tone. As I sighed, he said, sorry. Anyway, last question. Well, it's more of a rehash of what I said during your team's debrief that you were out of commission of, I said, as he looked at me with complete attention. As I said before, your plan was reckless and, for lack of a better term, stupid. I started. While it won you the match, it caused too much damage to not only the building that you were supposed to keep mostly intact, but it could have caused damage to the weapon. If the weapon the villains had was a bomb, then it would have most likely blown up the bomb. I added, but that's not the only thing you didn't do well, you also caused damage to yourself, while it is a POW. Then a power-up, he said as he wrote in his notebook. Did you write that all? I inquired, as he nodded. Yup, it took 2 pages. He said, showing me my entire lecture notes. As he rubbed the back of his head, I said, impressive. Thanks. He replied. Anyway, now that the lesson is over, you may leave. I said, as he looked at me in surprise. That's all? I inquired, as she nodded. Yes, there isn't really much to do, if you stayed. That was my reply. He appeared hesitant, but complied as he exited my home. Perhaps I was too hard on him. Maybe I'm still upset about such a minor issue as me not being class rep. There's no point in thinking about it now. It's in the past, and it appears Midoriya took what I said to heart. He possesses the will, determination, and, most importantly, the kindness required of a top hero. Until then, he needs to improve his quirk. Yaoyorozu's point of view asterisk. We all boarded a bus and traveled to a school-owned facility. Bakugo quickly became enraged by a remark Asui made. His outrage elicited snide remarks from Kaminari, which led to anger has increased. As Uraraka laughed, I said, what a vulgar conversation. She smiled and said, I don't know, I think it's funny. The conversation soon died down, and we arrived at the facility. 13, a pro hero and a faculty member, explained that this facility had several areas where people could become stuck or require assistance. They are ruins, landslides, mountains, conflagration, flood, and downpour zones. She demonstrated the facility, unforeseen simulation joint, or USJ, and everyone's expressions indicated that it sounded a lot like Universal Studios Japan. When we entered, the lights were turned off, and a portal opened up in the fountain. What's happening? Everyone looked at the central plaza, thinking it was part of the simulation, but Aizawa-sensei confirmed my suspicions and fears. They were villains. Aizawa-sensei jumped into action, instructing 13 to protect us, but as soon as he left, another villain appeared behind us, clouded in mist. 13 uncovered one of her fingers to capture the villain, but Bakugo and Kirishima jumped into the fray and attacked him. There was an explosion, most likely due to Bakugo's quirk, but it did not faze the villain. A dark mist was flowing from the villain. I heard a loud booming sound, but the mist held my attention. We were all enveloped in it, followed by darkness. I inquired as light began to filter in and images of rocks appeared closer and closer. Wait, I was falling. Before I could react, I landed face first into the mountain's base. A voice behind me said, ow. That sounded familiar. Jiro, I inquired, as she looked up. Yaoyorozu, another voice inquired. It was Midoriya. We stood up and approached each other, and a sigh of relief escaped my lips. I'm glad to know that at least some of my classmates are okay. There they are, a voice exclaimed. It wasn't like one of our classmates, so it must have been a villain. When we turned around, we realized there were more than one or two, probably 20. Get ready to fight, I said as we stood back to back, covering our blind spots. Don't use it unless you absolutely have to, I whispered to Midoriya, who nodded in agreement. The villains were swarming us. They didn't appear to be powerful, and they were most likely low-level grunts looking for work, but their sheer number made this difficult. This is exhausting. They just keep coming. How many of you F-Kers are there? Jiro inquired, blasting a few with her sonic blast. Don't know, just keep fighting, I said as I slashed one of the villains with a sword I had just created. Midoriya, on the other hand, has it worse. With his volatile quirk, he has been forced to rely solely on hand-to-hand combat. Not that he isn't holding his own. In fact, he's doing exceptionally well given the restriction of not using his quirk. Then, suddenly, we heard a massive surge of electricity to our left. Everyone, including the villains, turned to see what happened. It was in the flood area, and the majority of the villains were floating up unconscious, while Kaminari lay on his back, looking dazed. They stuck him in the water area. They must not know what our quirks were when they separated us. Midoriya offered an observation. Good insight, I said as I saw Asui carrying the dazed Kaminari and Mineta. That further confirms it, with Asui at the water area, but that's not the only thing. I added, this also proves that everyone is still here in USJ. I concluded. Sorry for interrupting this little discussion, but the villains are still here. Jiro exclaimed as she held off 5 of them at once. Yaoyorozu, I have a plan. Midoriya said as he punched a villain, knocking him out. I replied, I'm listening. How much more can you make? He inquired. I said, quite a bit. All right, he said, leaning in to whisper into my ear, make a massive tarp and a few smoke grenades. He scooted away. Can you do that? He asked. Why yeah. Oh, I see what you're going with this. I was saying, Jiro, get over here. I started screaming. Whenever I get a minute, she said, and Midoriya helped lighten her load of villains. Okay, coming, she said as Jiro, Midoriya, and I stood close together, while I made the tarp and pulled it over us. What are they doing? One of the villains inquired. Yeah, what are we doing? Jiro inquired as I began preparing the smoke grenades. You better follow up on Midoriya's plan, I said, cracking his knuckles. Yeah, I do, Midoriya said as the villains conversed amongst themselves. What should we do? One of them asked. Another person responded, They must be up to something. Well, there is 20 of us and 3 of them, we can just rush them. A different participant responded. One of them hasn't used their quirk yet, we can't risk it. A different person responded. Well, surround the blanket. Whatever the quirk is, he can't hit all of us, especially with his friends close to him. A different person proposed. Alright, I made 5 of them. I said. Midoriya said, alright, I'll blow away the tarp with my quirk. I said, use it as a last resort. You heard me. I'm not going to use my whole arm, Midoriya said as his finger surged with energy. I'm just going to use my finger to blow the tarp away, and once that happens, use the smoke grenades and run away. I'll be right behind you, Midoriya said stutteringly. We're running. There are 20 of them left. We can take them, Jiro said, his light completely over her head. He's not going to run. He'll use his quirk to defeat the remaining villains, no matter how much I wanted to say no. We don't have many options. This appears to be the last resort. Jiro couldn't handle 5 villains on her own, and I'm running out of energy, so this is our only option. I nodded in agreement. All right, ready? He asked as I grabbed 2 flashbangs. Jiro grabbed 2, and Midoriya grabbed the final one. 3, 2, 1, now! He yelled, flicking his finger, causing the tarp to fly into the. When we were no longer covered, we threw the grenades at the floor. Jiro and I jumped away from the smoke, yelling, Midoriya now! Detroit! Midoriya yelled, as energy surged through his arm and the smoke was blown away by the deer power in his arm. Smash! He yelled, punching the ground. The mountain shook, and the villains were defeated as a result of the initial impact and shockwaves caused by the punch. We returned to Midoriya after being certain they had been defeated. His arm was red, just like in the battle trials. Sorry, I had to use it, Midoriya explained. It's alright, there wasn't much option. That was my response. I still believe we could have taken them, Jiro said with a huff. But whatever, let's go meet up with the others. We nodded and began moving toward the central plaza. When we arrived at the clearing, we looked around to see if anyone else had made it out of their areas. All we could see were Asui, Kaminari, and Mineta, while Aizawa-senpai was fighting villains and doing well. Wait, who is that? I asked, pointing at a man with hands all over his body. He's not any villain I know of, Midoriya said. Maybe his hands are his quirk. No, I think they're for show, then he would have used them by now. I corrected him. Before Midoriya could respond, Aizawa attacked, but the villain grabbed his elbow. Then something occurred. He froze in place, and we couldn't see what was going on from this distance. Yaoyorozu, make binoculars, Midoriya said. Alright, I said as I finished making 3 pairs of binoculars, one for each of us. After examining Aizawa's elbow, I concluded, his skin decayed. I said. Is that his quirk? Midoriya inquired. It has to be, I can't think of anything else it could be. I told myself. Should we help? Jiro inquired. No, not yet, he may have been caught off guard, but he's still fighting strong. That was my reply. If there was any proof of a jinx in the universe, this was it. Wait, what is that? Jiro inquired, his gaze drawn to the massive villain standing behind Aizawa-sensei. Before I could respond, the villain grabbed his head and began breaking bones. One by one, I could hear his bones crack. It was difficult to watch. I can't keep watching this, Midoriya said, tossing the binoculars aside. I have to help, he yelled, jumping off the mountainside. Midoriya, wait, I yelled, but it was too late. Damn it, Jiro, stay here, I exclaimed. What? She asked. Sorry, but it's for your own good. That was my response. This is stupid, let me help, she exclaimed. Fine, I can't stop you and any more arguing is wasting time, let's go. I told you so. Jiro nodded and followed me down the mountainside. It is time to save Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya's point of view asterisk. Midoriya, wait, Yaoyorozu yelled. I understand that I should not do anything reckless. But what other options do we have? As I approached Aizawa-sensei, I could hear his bones shattering and blood dripping onto the pavement. I have no choice but to help him. My attacks may not be effective against a villain of that size, but if I could just distract him, I might be able to get Aizawa-sensei to Asui and them to transport him to safety. It's all I have. I channeled the power of One for All into my left arm, the only one that was not broken. Detroit smash, I yelled as I delivered my punch to the villain. Wait, Doesn't my hand hurt? It appeared to be perfectly fine. There's no time to wonder why my arm isn't dead, or why the villain isn't affected. He didn't even move. You seem confused. The hand villain said. This villain has shock absorption, it's one of his many quirks. He said as the villain looked at me, let go of Aizawa-sensei, and pulled back for a punch. He also has super strength. He said as he unleashed his punch. While bracing for impact, I felt something wet surround my body. I got you, Ribbit, Asui said, pulling me away before the giant villain could throw a punch. I caught myself and said, thanks, Asu. While I'm happy that you remembered at times like this, we should get out of here, now. She went on. But what Midoriya, a voice exclaimed. Wait. Yaoyorozu, I asked as she approached Sue and me. What is wrong with you? You should have waited for us. She was gruff. Sorry, I acted on impulse again. I said as she sighed. At least you're understanding your quirk, she said as she prepared for battle. As the big villain turned to face us, the hand villain said, more heroes. This'll be fun. As Sue, put me down to fight the brain villain. Be careful guys, the brain guy has multiple quirks, shock absorption and strength, told me. How can that be? Yaoyorozu inquired. I'm not sure, but we still have to fight it. I asked, are you ready? Everyone, including Mineta, nodded. All right, I said, sending one for all through my good arm to prepare for battle. Then the doors blew open. The sound of the doors breaking echoed around the room. It was Almighty. He tore off his jacket and tie, preparing to fight. All the lower villains in the area were plotting to take down All Might. Then, in a split second, he grabbed every single lower-level grunt and picked up Aizawa-sensei. He muttered something to him while he was unconscious, then picked up all 6 of us and carried us to a safe location a few meters away from the villains. Everybody back to the entrance. And take Yamanari and Mr. Aizawa with you, he doesn't have much time, he said, placing them on the ground. You saved us, All Might, I said quietly. The hand villain approached to pick up his hand and reapply it to his face, mumbling something. You've probably noticed how All Might is weakening. All Might you can't. The brain villain took 1F, I smashed him and I didn't break my arm this time, but he wasn't phased at all. I corrected him, he's too strong. Young Midoriya, he yelled, stretching his hand out towards us. I got this, he yelled, striking a pose, most likely to reassure Asui, Mineta, Jiro, and Yaoyorozu. Asui, Mineta, and I chose Aizawa-sensei over Yamanari because we did not want to argue. We moved towards the exit. While All Might was fighting the brain villain, we would be a hindrance if we interrupted now. All Might delivered multiple punches while dodging the brain villain's punches. After dodging behind him, All Might unleashed a suplex, shrouding them in a mushroom cloud of debris. Everyone was commenting on how All Might was on a completely different level than the brain guy. But I'm the only one who knows. How All Might is gradually becoming weaker, losing power. He's saving us at what cost? Everyone is cheering, but they have no idea how dangerous he actually is. When the dust cleared, All Might was grabbed at the sides by the brain villain. The mist villain created portals around the two, allowing the brain villain to make a clean grab. The brain villain was digging his sharp claws into his wound, his weak spot, so he released the brain villain to pry him free. All Might is in trouble. No, I must do something. Asui, I replied as she looked at me. Yeah, what is it, Midoriya? She inquired. Can you carry Mr. Aizawa for me? I asked you to. She looked at me, puzzled. Ribbit, sure, but what are you gonna do? She asked, taking his arms. Almighty, I will not let them kill you. Are you crazy? Mineta yelled as I began sprinting. Yaoyorozu yelled, Midoriya. I ignored her. Now is not the time. There is still so much I want you to teach me, this cannot be how it ends. I'm coming, I yelled, throwing caution to the wind as I jumped towards All Might, hoping to get a grip on him, only for the mist villain to appear in front of me with another portal that led. I'm not sure where. I had too much forward momentum to stop and was sailing into the portal. Get the hell out of my way, Deku. Bakugo yelled as he slammed his fist into the villain, activating his quirk for additional damage. Soon after, a stream of ice began to surround half of the brain villain. Todoroki, one of your poorly trained thugs told me you're here because you think you can kill All Might. He said monotonously. Todoroki's ice weakened the brain villain's grip, allowing All Might to free himself. Then Kirishima jumped in to attack the hand villain, but he dodged. Bakugo commented, "Guess I found your body that time, you smoky bastard. The symbol of peace will not be defeated by delinquents like you." Todoroki made it clear. Tears were forming in my eyes. But now is not the time. "Midoriya," a voice behind me exclaimed. "Why Yaoyorozu?" I said, looking behind me. "What are you doing here?" "I can ask you the same question, what were you thinking?" she inquired, only to be interrupted by Kirishima. "You can grill him all you want later, but get ready to fight," he exclaimed, hardening his hands. She drew a sword from her arm and said, "All right," as she assumed a battle stance. "Kurogiri, how can you let this brat get the best of you? You got us into a real jam here," he responded with disdain. "You got careless, you dumb villain, it wasn't hard to figure you out." Bakugo got going. "Only certain parts of you turned into that smoking warp gate. You used that mist to hide your actual body as a kind of distraction, thinking that made you safe," he went on. "That's why we missed." He came to an end. He said, "You live up to your school's reputation. But if you didn't have a body, you wouldn't be wearing this neck armor, right? You're not immune to physical attacks if they're well aimed." Bakugo went on. The mist villain attempted to flee, only to be met with Bakugo's quirk. "Don't move. If you try anything funny, I'll blow your asterisk up right now. They'll be cleaning you up for weeks," he offered a threat. Kirishima commented, "Whoa, that doesn't sound very heroic. They escaped uninjured and captured my two strongest men. Kids these days really are amazing. They make the League of Villains look like amateurs. We can't have that," Hand Villain said. Nomu, as Brain Villain broke out of the ice at the cost of his own leg. But his body began to regrow. "How? What is this? I thought you said his power was shock absorption," he replied. "I did not say that was his only quirk," Hand Villain explained. "He also has super regeneration. All Might gripped his wound and prepared. Nomu has been modified to take you on even at 100% of your power. He's basically a highly punching bag that hits back," he said as Nomu and we entered battle stance. "First, we need to clear our escape route," the Hand Villain said. "Get him, Nomu." As that thing, Nomu, charged towards Bakugo. "He's fast," All Might exclaimed, as Nomu delivered a punch. The shockwave alone sent us back what felt like 100 feet. "What force?" I said as I looked at the cloud of smoke. "Kachan," I yelled, then looked beside me. "Kachan. Whoa, that's awesome, you dodged him," I praised. He grunted and said, "Shut up." "No I didn't, you damn nerd." "Then how did you get over here?" Kirishima inquired. We all focused our attention on the hole in the wall, and All Might took the blow. "These are kids, and you still didn't hold back," he demanded, enraged. I didn't have much choice, he was threatening my companion. "Besides, these kids are no angels," he replied as he turned toward me. "That plain-looking one, he tried to kill me with a maxed-out punch. What kind of hero does something like that?" he went on. Yaoyorozu opened her mouth to rebut, but she didn't get the chance. "You think you can get away with being as violent as you want, if you say it's for the sake of others? Well, you know what, All Might? That irritates me. Why do people get to decide that some violent acts are heroic while others are villainous? Casting judgment as to what's good and what's evil, you think you're the symbol of peace. Ha, you're just another government-sponsored instrument of violence, and violence always brings more violence. I'll make sure the world. You're nothing but a lunatic. Criminals like you always try to make your actions sound normal. But admit it, you're only doing this because you like it. Isn't that right?" the mighty demanded. He did not move, but I could tell he was taken off guard. Todoroki stated, "We've got them outnumbered." And Kachan discovered the mist guy's weakness. I responded, bracing myself. "These dudes may appear tough, but with All Might's help, we can take them down," Kirishima said, hardening his arms. "Let's do this." "Don't attack," All Might said, extending his arm in front of us. "Get out of here. You would have been in trouble if it weren't for me, remember? You need our help," Todoroki replied. As Todoroki looked at him, All Might said, "I thank you for your assistance, but this is different. It'll be fine. Just sit back and watch a pro at work," All Might said, extending a balled-up fist towards us. "But you're too hurt, you're bleeding, and you're all almost out of tea," I said, but then stopped myself. Fortunately, no one caught that. Except for Yaoyorozu. I'm hoping she didn't. All Might extended a thumbs up, indicating that everything was fine. "All Might," I said softly. Nomu, Kurogiri, kill him, and I'll deal with the children, the hand villain said. All Might gripped his fist and stood tall, saying, let's clear this level and go home. Nomu charged at All Might, while the hand villain charged at us. Kirishima commented, heads up, looks like we're fighting after all. All Might then charged, stopping the hand villain dead in his tracks, while Nomu fled to fight him off. They collided punches, and the shock wave pushed the hand villain away. Soon, they were trading blows, and the speed of their punches pushed us away. He said your quirk was shock absorption, not nullification, so there's a limit to how much you can take, right? He asked, his punches becoming faster and more focused. So you were made to fight me, big guy. If you can really withstand me fighting at 100% of my power, then I'll have to go beyond that and force you to surrender. All Might bellowed, his punches becoming more powerful and faster. He's giving his all, even though he is injured. Those are not random punches. They've all been targeted. Is more than 100% of his power. Nomu was knocked back as All Might pursued him. A real hero will always find a way for justice to be served. He yelled as he knocked Nomu in the air, caught him, and slammed him back to the ground. Now for a lesson, he said as he returned to the ground with Nomu. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. He said as he drew back a punch, tapping into the full power of One for All. Go beyond, plus ultra, he yelled as he punched Nomu square in the chest, launching him like a miniature rocket breaking through the roof of the USJ. The force of the punch shook the entire USJ, and Nomu was nowhere to be found. That was like the finishing move in a video game. He beat the shock absorption right out of him. I've never seen that kind of brute strength. Kirishima smiled. Imagine having power like that. He must have been punching that monster so fast he couldn't regenerate, Bakugo said, as everyone gasped in surprise. But my attention was drawn to the cloud of smoke that was All Might. Man, I've gotten weaker. Back in my heyday, only 5 hits would have been enough to knock that guy out. But today, it took more than 300 mighty blows, he said with his trademark smile. Steam erupted from his body. He was running out of time. You've been bested villains, surrender. We all want to get this over with quickly. All Might ordered as nothing happened, the hand villain muttering to himself and scratching his chin nervously. As expected, there is no reason for us to fight now. He will handle it. Come on Midoriya, we should regroup with the others guys, the last thing we want is to be taken hostage or get in his way. Kirishima agreed. No, something is not right. They have no idea he's bluffing. The villains must have noticed too, especially since the other grunts were waking up. The hand villain then rushed towards All Might. He is out of time and lacks the energy to defeat him. I have to help. I charged towards the hand villain. When One for All surged through my legs, it broke them, but if I just land a punch, my legs are the least of my concerns. The mist villain then opened a portal, revealing a hand that was all too familiar. It was the same hand that had deformed Aizawa-sensei's elbow, and it was right in front of my face. I was going too fast and had lost all feeling in my legs, so I couldn't get out of the way. What do I do? What should I do? Midoriya, a voice yelled as blood spurted from his hand. Why Yaoyorozu? I asked, landing face down on the floor. She came over during the confusion, grabbed my clothes, and dragged me away from the battle. Kurogiri, after them, the hand villain yelled. A loud bang echoed throughout USJ as blood poured from his arms and knees. Huh? I asked, looking towards the sound, the entrance to USJ. Iida returned with reinforcements. All of the villains who were unconscious awoke and began fighting the professionals, who were quickly defeated. Hand villain and mist villain were fleeing, but 13 used her black hole quirk to try to suck them in. However, it wasn't enough, as the pair fled to who knows where. I breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it was all over. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu muttered as something wet hit my face. Why you idiot, she yelled as all of the emotions she had kept inside her during this entire time were released at once. Fear, frustration, and all other emotions were expressed through tears. The professionals who came over to check on us brought over the robots on a stretcher, which I assume was for me. Yaoyorozu did her best to place me on the stretcher with minimal pain as I was carried away. I assume the heroes went to great lengths to keep All Might hidden from everyone, at least I hope they did. I awoke in the nurse's office, with All Might next to me on another bed. While we were laying down, a police detective entered the room. All Might referred to him as his best friend in the police force, and he is aware of both his weakened state and One for All. We were allowed to leave shortly after they discussed what had happened. I exited the nurse's office and turned left. Then someone placed a hand on my left shoulder. A voice behind me said, "Wait. Shouldn't you be heading home, Yaoyorozu? I'm sure your parents are worried," I said, smiling. "How?" she asked. "How can you move on from that whole fiasco with a smile? You broke both your legs and your arm again," she asked. I let out a breath. "It's not that I'm happy, I was scared and I still am," I replied as I faced her. Back before I came here, before I discovered my quirk, even before I started preschool, I dreamed of becoming a hero. When I was a little kid I thought being a hero was the coolest thing. I continued. I said that I want people to see my smile and feel safe, and be the kind of hero everyone looks up to. She remained silent, unsure what to say, so I glanced at my watch. It was 4:15. "Anyway, you should be heading home. I'll drop by tomorrow, okay?" I asked as I left. I heard her take a step, but she said nothing. I soon returned home, because tomorrow was a new day. Yaoyorozu's point of view asterisk. It has been a full day since the incident at USJ. Aizawa-sensei just confirmed that the UA Sports Festival will continue as planned. Everyone expressed their concerns. Not that I blame them, given what we just went through, but it is critical for scouts too. Please scout us. It is also to demonstrate to the world that the situation is under control and that everything is fine. After that, we were instructed to train and hone our quirks. He was primarily aiming that advice at Midoriya. Class soon ended, and it was time for lunch. I was standing in line, with Uraraka behind me. "So, how are you feeling?" she inquired. "What do you mean?" I inquired. "Well, you were right there 5 feet from the villains at USJ, don't you feel shaken up?" She was curious. I was. Then something happened, I said, looking forward. "What ha, Yaoyorozu?" a voice to my side said. "Midoriya," I inquired. "Deku, I thought you were with All Might," Uraraka inquired. "I was, but I had something to do first," he said, pulling out a satchel. "I made you lunch." I was stunned, and I had no idea how to respond. It only took Uraraka's laughter for me to feel embarrassed. "That's adorable," she exclaimed. "Was it my parents?" I inquired, as she pondered to herself. "Yes," he replied. I could tell he was lying, but it would be awkward not to accept it. And the lunch here wasn't particularly good. I sighed and took the satchel, saying, "Sorry for leaving you, Uraraka." She immediately stopped laughing. "Oh, don't worry about it," she said, waving me off. "Go enjoy your meal." I stepped out of line. "Well, that's all I wanted to do, so I'm gonna leave, bye," he said as he walked quickly away. That kid is such a goofball. I sat with some Class 1A students who were discussing the upcoming sports festival. I, on the other hand, was curious about the lunch. "What's wrong?" Jiro asked the person sitting in front of me. "Oh, sorry I didn't notice you," I said. I stuttered as she laughed, not realizing how rude that sounded. "Don't worry about it. Now what's wrong? You've been staring at that bag for about 30 seconds now." That was her query. I said, "Oh, nothing. Nothing at all." She stared at me blankly for about 3 seconds before the realization dawned on her face. "I don't like where this is headed," she said. "Ah, I see. Yeah. What?" I asked. Nothing. Just curious about what's going on with you and that kid." She turned to me. "What do you mean? Which kid?" I inquired, despite the fact that I am well aware of her thoughts. "You understand. He's about yay tall, has messy green hair, and is a complete dork," she explained. "I have no idea what you're talking about," I replied as I unbuckled the satchel's latch. "So why did he give you that lunch and then speed away?" she inquired as I froze in my tracks. "So he was being nice, big deal, and he did business with All Might, whatever that is." "It is none of my concern," I said as I undid the second latch. The smell of warm food blew into my nose, and my hunger ravaged my brain, telling me to eat it. "Okay, if you say so," she said, smirking as she ate her meal. "Relax, he was being a nice guy, and it's probably not all that great." I ate a spoonful of rice. "Okay, this is really freaking good. Like, it's super good, but how?" I scarfed it down like a starving wolf, until I noticed Jiro staring at me, concerned. Do you mind? I asked, as she laughed. Sorry, she said, returning to her own food. Lunch was finally over, and Jiro's constant grin was making things stressful. I don't like him. He's nice, but he's my servant and a classmate. Classes ended, and everything went smoothly. So I packed my notes and went home. Yaoyorozu. A voice yelled behind me. It was Midoriya. Yes, I asked. Are you going home? He asked. Yeah, I asked, and then it hit me. Oh, you want to walk with me? I asked. He turned a bright pink and said, well, if you want to. He asked, is he still nervous around girls? So, we're going the same way, right? I assume you are going to work. I asked as he nodded. Well, let's go, I said, turning around to return home. He followed behind me in the same way he did when I led him to my room. Look, people are going to pin you as a stalker at this rate, come closer. I said. When I said that, he approached, blushing more as he got closer. Okay, question, I asked as he looked at me, why are you so shy around girls? I asked. Gee, that's, I do not know, I just am, he yelled, defensively. I rolled my eyes, well, we're here. I pressed the buzzer. As the gates opened, Mother said, oh Momo, and young Midoriya, come in. We went inside to see my parents dressed in business attire. Dear, we'll be at a business meeting, we'll return around 8 o'clock, please behave yourselves, Mother said as they left. So, is there anything I need to do? He asked. Before you do, I'd like to say something, I said, capturing his full attention. Gee, thanks for the food, I said, turning away to hide my blush. So you liked it? I thought I cooked it for too long, he said, sporting possibly the brightest smile I've ever seen him wear. And no, it was perfect, I said, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, can I make you more? He offered. As he walked into the kitchen, I said, I would appreciate that. So, Midoriya, I yelled, hoping to catch his attention. Yes, he yelled back. What did All Might need from you? I inquired, as the sounds of utensils and pans ceased. What do you mean? He asked. Uraraka mentioned you were with All Might, remember? I asked. Oh, he was just getting me ready for the sports festival, you know how he is, Midoriya explained as he continued cooking. He didn't stutter, so he must have been speaking the truth. One more thing. Were you lying when you said my parents texted you to make me lunch? I asked. He paused again. No. Why do you believe that? He asked. When you lie, you pause after answering. It's not difficult to figure you out. I said. It was a faint sound, but I heard something. Midoriya, I replied. Okay, fine, I made you lunch because of how you felt yesterday, he explained. I remained silent as he continued his thoughts. The way you spoke was so. I don't like you, and I don't blame you, so I thought making you food would help. He said. Why is he so nice? Before I could finish thinking about it, he brought out food. He sat across from me and said, I made you my favorite, katsudon. He watched me, not to be creepy, but most likely to get my opinion. I put a piece of pork in my mouth. I exclaimed instinctively. Is it good? He asked, his eyes as if he were a 4-year-old showing his mother an art piece he had created at school. I said, yes, it's delicious. I couldn't help but laugh as I pumped his fists in the air, filled with pride. Okay, calm down, I said it was delicious, not 5 stars. I said, attempting to soothe his ego. Oh, is this a challenge? He asked. If you will make me more food then yes. I told you so. It's amazing how he can go from being the shyest guy in front of a girl to a confident fighter in competition. After I accepted his challenge, he dashed into the kitchen. And I can appreciate a good meal. After a few tries, I was feeling full. Okay, I'll give that one 5 stars, I said, cheering. Yeah, he yelled. After washing the bowls in the kitchen, he went into the dining room to do his homework. We had already completed Cemento's homework, as well as all of the other homework. Question, do you have a gym here? He asked. I looked up with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, I'm sorry, I should not have a shoe. I simply stated, it's in the back. Oh, thank you. He spoke as he walked through the back door. I chuckled to myself. It seems that habits do not die hard. I guess I should train as well. It wouldn't be good if he got ahead of me the day before the sports festival. When I entered the gym, I was surprised to see something I had never seen before. Midoriya had his shirt off. We froze for 3 seconds as my eyes instinctively scanned his entire body. How come he is so muscular? Why Yaoyorozu? He yelled, scrambling for his shirt. How is his back so muscular? Sorry, I didn't expect you to come. He yelled, fumbling to put on his shirt. Sorry for not saying anything, I just didn't want you to get some extra training and gain an advantage over me. I said as I walked past him into the locker room. Oh, and by the way, your shirt is on backwards, I joked as I entered the locker room. As I began changing, I couldn't help but hear mumbling and a loud thud. When I finished changing into my workout gear, I noticed him clutching his knee and laying on the ground. What happened? I asked, kneeling beside him. I was flipping my shirt, then I lost balance, then I hit my knee, and now I'm here. He said quickly, massaging his knee. I sighed. You know, for someone with such incredible speed and power, you are quite clumsy, I said as I assisted him up. He staggered, but eventually stood up. Soon, the workout began, progressing from a few simple exercises to a quick spar. After we were finished, I draped a towel over my shoulders to absorb the rolling beads of sweat on my neck. You're improving your combat abilities even without that quirk of yours. Good work, I commented. So are you, you're churning those staffs and weapons at breakneck speed, I would hate to face you in the fighting tournament. He went on. Well, we would have to make it to the fighting tournament, but the feeling is mutual. It was me. I'm confident we'll be fine, he said, giving me a thumbs up. I smiled at his upbeat demeanor and looked at my watch. It's 7:30, shouldn't you be heading home? I asked. Oh, right, sorry, see you tomorrow, he yelled as he grabbed his belongings and walked out. I smiled as I watched the doors slowly close. He certainly is a handful. Midoriya's point of view asterisk. It was sports festival day, and everyone was lining up for the first event, a race. The route is straightforward because the main challenge is to A. Overcome the obstacles and B. Finish in a good enough position to advance to the sports festival. It didn't help that the other classes were out for blood, specifically Class 1A blood. The race began in a few minutes as everyone stretched and warmed up. Then Present Mike announced that the race would begin in 1 minute, and we all stood up and prepared to run. There were only 5 seconds left, and I only just realized what our first obstacle was. The door. Go. Present Mike stated that as everyone ran, the ones in front had it easy. It was the guys and girls in the middle who got snagged, and as a result, the people in the back were set back. Todoroki was up front, and he was obviously playing to win, which made sense given what he told me in the Class 1A locker room. You've got All Might in your corner helping you out, he said as I looked up at him in shock. I'm not going to pry into what's going on between you two. But just know that I will win, he said. During the battle, he declared war on me, demonstrating that he will not back down. Once he was out of the tunnel, he sent a wave of ice at us, attempting to stop us in our tracks. Everyone in Class 1A noticed and avoided his trap, including Mineta. Many of the others, however, were not so lucky. But we got past the first obstacle only to encounter another. A group of robots from the entrance exam came to stop us. Todoroki, wanting to keep his lead, froze them all, creating a path between his legs for him to run through. Many of the other competitors saw it and ran towards it, but the robots broke through the ice and fell on top of each other, blocking his path for the time being. Everyone was stuck, with no choice but to attack. At the very least, most had no choice but to attack. Some of the aerial quirks, such as Bakugo, Shiro, and Tokiyami, climbed over the robots with no regard for them. Smart strategy. The rest of us were forced to fight them off. I wasn't too focused on fighting. I couldn't let Todoroki and Kachan beat me. I dodged past one of the smaller robots, noticing a shard of its armor from Todoroki's attack. I quickly grabbed it and cut one of the smaller robots in half. I ran away from the carnage, clutching the armor to my side, only to have the remaining large robots lock onto me. I gripped my shard and prepared to fight, only for a series of explosions to strike each of them. I turned to see Yaoyorozu holding a cannon beside her. Don't stand there, run, she yelled as she abandoned her cannon and ran. I took the hint and ran with my armor shard. It slowed me down, but it might be useful later, if there is a laser field or something. I'm starting to regret my decision after seeing the next obstacle. It was a canyon that looked extremely deep. One of the support department students blasted her way over with her gadgets, Suyu crawled her way across, and Iida, well, he sped his way with his quirk. With my limited options, I slowly crawled across, with this shard weighing me down, thinking what a waste of time this was. Then we got to the final obstacle, which was a minefield. Todoroki and Bakugo were fighting up front, while everyone else moved slowly forward. I was last, and I needed to turn things around right now, but how? Wait, minefield, I've got it. I used the shard to dig in the ground. Jiro and a few others walked past me, thinking I was wasting my time, but I'll show them. I was digging up some of the mines to create a concentrated blast that would propel me to first. It was a risk, but what other options do I have? Once a few mines were arranged in a clump, I held the shard close to my body, prayed that I would go the right way, and jumped onto the bombs. The sheer force of the bombs drew everyone's attention, and I was blasted forward with enough G-force to rip apart my skin. I was launched ahead of Todoroki and Kacchan, and they immediately stopped attempting to catch me. Bakugo launched himself into the air to take me down, while Todoroki carved an ice path to get over the mines. While they were gaining on me, I was losing speed, and I didn't think ahead enough to devise a strategy beyond this point. I had one chance. I had to eliminate the remaining competitors. I had to seize my opportunity to move ahead. I grabbed the rope, slid my feet onto their backs, and slammed the shard to the ground as a cluster of bombs exploded, propelling me far into first past the minefield. I was running as if my life depended on it, because it did, with an angry Bakugo and a determined Todoroki right behind me, doing everything they could to catch up and take first place. The sounds of Kacchan's explosions, Todoroki's ice, and my rapid footsteps echoed through the dark entrance. Their sounds became increasingly audible as the bright light grew in size. It was a close race, closer than I expected, but I finished first. And the winner is Midoriya. Present Mike yelled, as many spectators and viewers applauded my victory. I looked around, amazed by the sights and sounds, from their cheers to All Might's smiling face, to Bakugo's angry growls. Tears welled up in my eyes, but I wiped them away because the situation was far from over. All of the other contestants were coming in and placing. All of Class 1A advanced to the second round, though we nearly lost to Aoyama, who finished 42nd. We were given a quick break, which I really needed. Kacchan sulked angrily, and Todoroki walked away with his usual stoic expression. Yaoyorozu commented, "Midoriya, that was brilliant." I muttered, "Gee thanks." Deku, Uraraka yelled, walking up to us both, "That was so cool. You were like Wham, and the mines were all like Push, and you were flying through the air, and Bakugo was just like Gur." She said, recreating the entire scene with sounds, hand movements, and facial expressions that were absolutely hilarious. Iida adjusted his glasses, saying, "I must admit that was quite ingenuitive, Midoriya." "Thanks, guys," I replied. Round 1 is over, and it's time for round 2 of the prelims. Midoriya's point of view *. The competitors reconvened at center stage to begin the next event. After being introduced, Midnight, the rated R hero, entered the stage. 42 of you qualified for the next round, she said, brandishing her whip. Gird your loins and prepare for the next test, she said, pointing to the rapidly spinning roulette on the screen. It landed on cavalry battle. A cavalry battle. Those at the top will suffer the most. Of course, this is something you'll hear over and over at UA. Show us what plus ultra means, she yelled as she pointed her whip at me. Izuku Midoriya finished first in the qualifier. He'll be worth 10 million, she said. I must be seeing things, but when everyone looked at me, their eyes turned red. I am scared. Things have changed dramatically since junior high, but one thing has remained constant. I am still a target. I finished first due to some good luck, but it didn't seem to matter. As fear ravaged my body, Midnight explained the rules. The match will last 15 minutes, with each team divided into groups of 2 to 4. The group's total points on their headbands will be used, and the 4 teams with the most points will win. Of course, it won't matter which team I'm on, I'll be a target regardless of who I choose. The goal of the game is to swipe other teams' headbands for more points. The only rule is that if you swipe someone's headband, you must wear it, so the more you have, the more difficult it is to manage them all. If you lose all of your headbands, you still have time to get them back and take more. Alright, time to think. Regardless, I'll have one or more teammates. I can't be alone, that would be extremely unfair. The problem is that no one in their right mind would want to join my team. Unless, some people want to join my team solely for the purpose of standing out, which makes sense given the number of people vying for your position. It'd be an excellent opportunity to showcase your unique qualities and abilities. Midnight warned, make a team fall and I will slap you with a red card. So we can't make anyone fall, or we'll be disqualified. You have 15 minutes to set up your team. I suggest you get moving, she said, flicking her whip. Okay, it doesn't matter how many points we have because I already have so many. I just need to choose the right people. Okay, I know who I want. It's a matter of whether they want to join my team. Everyone seems to stick to people in their homeroom, which makes sense given that they know each other, their quirks, and their uses. It is preferable to collaborating with people you do not know. I need to find my own team, and quickly. But no one will want to work with me because I'm so expensive. Hey, Yaoyorozu, I said, and she looked at me neutrally. I am sorry, but I will not be teaming up with you. Before you say anything, it's not because of your headband, she said. I apologize. But now we're enemies in this competition, she said as she approached Todoroki's group. Oh, hello, what's up, Ojiro? I asked, sounding pitiful. Sorry, he said, walking away. Some friends I have. Not that I blame them. Everyone is so concerned about their standings that no one would risk partnering with me. And because I haven't used my quirk at all, I'm the biggest wild card in the game. Hi, Deku, a familiar voice rang. I slowly and nervously turned around. Let's team up, she yelled. Uraraka, are you certain? I asked as tears streamed down my cheeks. Everyone will be after me in my stupid 10 million point headband. Tell me you aren't kidding. I yelled, tears still falling. If we ran away the entire time, we'd win, right? She asked. You are either overestimating me, or underestimating everyone else here, I said, stopping to cry. Phooey, she said, anyway, it's best to collaborate with people you trust. She yelled. Ah, my heart, are you alright? She commented, you have this ugly face on. I quickly shook my head. Actually, I wanted to team up with you as well. Many thanks, I said. But we need someone else, to fit Uraraka's quirk. I know who. I looked around to see if I could find him, and there he was. As we ran towards him, I said, Iida. He turned to us, and we gave him hopeful smiles. I explained my plan, and how, thanks to Uraraka's quirk and maneuverability, we can easily evade the competition. However, Iida had different plans. It's a good strategy, but I'm sorry. His reply was, Uraraka and I said in unison. I'm afraid I'll have to decline your offer. He said, as he adjusted his glasses. I've been losing to you since this all started. Please do not take this as an insult. Bakugo and Todoroki have already challenged you, but they aren't the only ones who see you as a rival, he said as he began walking towards Todoroki and his group. Midoriya, I'll do my best to defeat you, he said standing in the middle of them. Whoa, Iida, Uraraka exclaimed, looking around in panic. So it has begun. Everyone is already an enemy, including my closest friends, with the exception of Uraraka. I'm at the top, and they'll be gunning for my position. I cannot rely on anyone at this time. Then I heard the revving of engines. He. Oh, perfect, you're still alone. A voice approached us, and you're the star. The same voice paused in front of me, team up with me first place. A girl in goggles and pink hair yelled. Whoa, so close. Who are you? I asked. She chuckled and adjusted her goggles. I'm a student in the support course. My name is Mei Hatsume. She yelled. Oh, you're the weirdo from the previous race, Uraraka said. We haven't met, but I would like to use your current fame to my personal advantage. She went on. She's quite blunt. If I team up with you, I will be in the spotlight. That means that my super cute little babies will inevitably be seen by big company CEOs who are tuning into the sports festival, she yelled, zooming closer, and following that line of reasoning. This is the best way for me and my marvelous gadgets to get recruited. She yelled, moving an inch away from my face, and I fell. Uraraka said something, but I was too busy dealing with Hatsume. After speaking at breakneck speed, she pulled out a case full of gadgets, one of which caught my eye the most. She picked it up and explained, I modeled this after a certain hero's backpack. Of course, I added my own twist, she explained, holding it up for me to see. Wait, I recognize that, I said, pointing at the gadget. Air Jet, the Buster hero has one of those. She laughed when I realized who it was from. I love that guy. Isn't he awesome? His agency's close by, so I got to go on a tour one time. Then it struck me, not being able to team up with Iida was a significant setback. I have Hatsume and Uraraka now. But I still need one more. It appears that almost everyone has already formed a team. But it's fine. I know exactly what power my team lacks. I checked the area to see if anyone was alone right now. Wait, there he is. I walked towards him with a small prayer in my head, hoping he didn't already have a team. I grabbed his shoulder and said, "Join me." Tokiyami turned to face me and said, "We'll discuss strategy over there," pointing to a far wall that separated us from the other teams. "So what I want you to do is devote yourself to defense. I'm hoping you won't have to attack at all, is that okay?" I inquired as Hatsume outfitted me with the jetpack and Uraraka put on her hover boots. Interesting, he said as we all looked at him. My quirk's offensive ability increases when I'm in darkness, but that makes Dark Shadow more aggressive and difficult to control. He said, on the other hand, the beast is easy to handle in the sunlight, but that comes at the expense of its attack power. He said as he looked at me. You couldn't have known this, and yet you've chosen the correct role for me. Your proposal seems like a good one under the circumstances. He laughed. Very well, I'll follow your lead, he laughed. When he finished his statement, time was officially up. All we could do now was get into position, with me as the 10 million point bearer at the top. Are you ready? I asked. Yeah, Uraraka exclaimed. Hatsume? I inquired. She giggled and nodded. Tokiyami? I asked. Yes, he replied as Dark Shadow appeared right next to him. Let's do this, I exclaimed as the match began. As expected, everyone ran towards me. They're not even giving us a chance, huh? Such is the fate of the pursued, Tokiyami said as Dark Shadow took up attack position. Make your choice, Midoriya, Tokiyami said, standing ready. That's easy, we're running away, I told them. Don't think so, exclaimed one of the 1B students. Tetsu. Anyway, their front runner unleashed his quirk, softening the ground and causing us to sink. What's happening? Uraraka inquired. I said, we're sinking. I can't get out. Uraraka exclaimed. Now it's time to put it to use. Hatsume, Uraraka, watch your faces, I yelled, as they hid their faces. I pushed the button, launching us into the air. The students in Class 1B yelled something, most likely telling his team to take us out of the sky. Then I noticed Jiro's headphone jack earlobes flying toward us. Tokiyami intervened, sending Dark Shadow to bat away her jacks. Good work, he responded. Please continue to watch over our blind spots, Dark Shadow. He concluded. Dark Shadow said, got it. Wow, that's seriously cool, your shadow is just what we needed. It'll take care of our omnidirectional mid-range defenses. Tokiyami, you're amazing, I gave you praise. He said, you are the one who chose me. We're landing, Uraraka announced as her hover boots activated, resulting in a smooth landing. Her quirk is amazing, she is floating everything except herself and the equipment. We landed and kept running. So, what did you think of my babies? Hatsume inquired with a bright and proud smile on her face. Aren't they just precious? Cuteness can be manufactured, you know. Excellent mobility. Your babies are amazing, Hatsume. I gave you praise. Ah, thanks, she exclaimed. Ah ha ha. A loud laugh echoed behind us. We turned to see Shoji running towards us. It's Shoji. Is he all by himself? Where's his team? I inquired. Tokiyami surveyed the field, seeing another team charging towards us. What we need is breathing room, we can't get trapped between multiple opponents. Tokiyami exclaimed. Uraraka attempted to move, but could not. No, she exclaimed. What happened? Is something wrong? I requested an explanation. Yeah, I'm stuck, she yelled, attempting to get free. It's Minetta's ball, but where did it come from? I inquired, looking around. Right over here, he said, and I turned around to see him looming within Shoji's self-created seal. Is that even allowed? I inquired. Midnight yelled, judges say yes. Well, that answers that question. Then, a long tongue emerged from the small crevice. I ducked, and it struck the group in front of us. Asui commented, HMPH, impressive moves as usual. Oh, man, you've got Asui in there, too. I responded with confusion. I told you to call me, Sue, she said as she and Minetta ducked back into Shoji's barrier, and her tongue and Minetta's purple balls emerged from the small hole created. Look, it's really difficult to make that not sound bad. I apologize in advance. I was dodging everything, including the balls and Asui's tongue. Tokiyami yelled, quickly, we must move. I dodged a few more balls and pressed the button. We got up from the ground, at the expense of Hatsume's hoverboot. My baby's ruined, she sobbed. Sorry, but at least we got away from them. I was screaming. If there was proof of the existence of jinxing, then that's it. Kachan dispatched his team to retrieve my headband. Don't think for a second that you're safe, he said as he reached out. I've got you, Tokiyami, I yelled, and Dark Shadow moved to block Kachan's blast. What the hell was that? He asked, as Zero pulled him back to avoid disqualification. We landed back on the ground. Nicely done, Uraraka, I praised. It's hard to control where we're going with just one foot, she went on. I understand, I said. With that busted boot, our mobility is now limited. We can't risk going back up into the sky. This means we'll have to rely on Tokiyami's Dark Shadow and Uraraka's Zero Gravity for mobility. I heard a shout and an explosion, and when I looked at the scoreboard for a split second, I noticed that Kachan had 0 points. Ouch. At the very least, he'll be one less team to worry about. He wants to win, but he holds grudges and is targeting the team that stole their bands. Once I returned my gaze to the battlefield, I saw the enemy, Todoroki's team. I'll take that now, Todoroki said with a cold tone. I didn't think this confrontation would happen until later in the contest. Tokiyami responded. He seems to have it out for you, Midoriya. The game's only halfway over, we can't stop now. It was my response. Now Iida forward, Todoroki exclaimed, as Iida revved his calf pistons and accelerated towards us. Yaoyorozu, be ready to protect us, Todoroki exclaimed. On it, she yelled, appearing to conjure up something. Kaminari, Todoroki called, but was cut off by Kaminari. Oh, I know what I need to do, he said with a smug smile. Watch our surroundings, it's not just Todoroki, everyone is after us, I said, looking around to see every team pursuing us. Hope you made something strong, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari yelled as Todoroki draped something over him. Yaoyorozu created a spike that was drilled into the ground. Indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts. He yelled as electricity erupted all over the place. I jumped in fear as Dark Shadow took the lead in the blast. He yelped in pain but lived. Everyone else, on the other hand, was unlucky enough to be hit by his full 1.3 million volt attack. Todoroki said as he prepared his ice attack, less than 6 minutes left. Time to make a move, he exclaimed as he touched the spike Yaoyorozu had created, completely encasing it in ice. As a result, a path was frozen, trapping everyone who had been stunned by Kaminari's shock. Todoroki added insult to injury by doing a lap around the students and stealing some of their headbands. As his group resumed their advances on us, he said, I might as well take these. Todoroki created an ice wall. I had no choice but to use the Jot Pack. I pushed the button, but it shorted out. Damn, Kaminari's attack shorted out the jetpack. Baby, guess it needs some upgrades, Hatsume remarked. They're too fast, Uraraka exclaimed. Take care of them, Tokiyami said, as Dark Shadow approached Todoroki's group. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki yelled, creating a stone slab to deflect Dark Shadow's attack. She's too good at her creation quirk, we have to be careful. I grumbled. No, Kaminari is the one to fear. Tokiyami sighed. If there was any more sunlight, Kaminari's attack would have completely destroyed Dark Shadow. We were backing away from their advances. I understand. His lightning is our biggest problem, I replied. As long as he keeps using his quirk, it will be very difficult for me to attack, because Dark Shadow is too shy in the light, Tokiyami said as Dark Shadow whimpered. We were backed up against the boundary. We have nowhere left to go. Your attack power is low, but they don't know that's the case, right? I requested. I don't think so. The only person I've mentioned this weakens to is Kota back at USJ, and he's a man of very few words. Tokiyami responded. Okay, good deal, we could use that. This'll work out. All we have to do is hang on to the 10 million points we have no matter what. I commented. He has definitely courted us. But there is one major issue. Todoroki does not attack from the left side. So if we stay far to the left, he can't use his ice abilities without endangering Iida. Wait, Iida shifted position. Is he trying to make a mad dash for 10 million points? But, what about Dark Shadow? Before I could respond to all of those questions, Iida boosted himself towards us. Watch the, I said, shocked by Iida's speed. Reciproburst, he yelled as Todoroki grabbed the headband. Iida, what was that? Todoroki inquired. I forced my torque and RPM into overdrive, which gives me explosive power. Unfortunately, the recoil stalls my engines for a while. It's a secret move I've been saving, no one in the class knew about it. He went on. I didn't say anything because I was shocked by the sheer speed. I told you, Midoriya, that I'd do my best to beat you, he said, proudly. Don't let them go, I exclaimed. Kaminari's still a problem for us. It'll be smarter for us to try for other points now. Tokiyami made the announcement. We can't, I responded. We don't know who's got the other headbands. This is our only chance. I completed the sentence. Then let's go, Uraraka exclaimed, sprinting towards them. We'll get the points back, I promise. She was determined. I am not alone in this. All three of them placed their trust in me. This is my responsibility. One for all was coursing through my right arm. We all have reasons to win this, and I refuse to disappoint the others. This is the first time I've used this power against another person. This will be fine. I will not actually hit him. I'm just slicing through the air, taking out my opponent's defenses. I quickly moved my arm backward, and the sheer force pushed Todoroki's hand away. Here's my chance. My hand hurts, but it isn't broken. He turned the bands around to hide their point values, but he put the 10 million one on last, correct? So it must be on top. I got it, I said, clutching the 10 million point headband. That's it, I did it, I said. Oh wait a minute, please tell me I've got something wrong with my eyes. Hatsume exclaimed. I looked at the headband. It has 70 points. They tricked us, I yelled. We mixed up the headbands, Yaoyorozu explained. There's no way we'd leave the prize on top, you underestimate us. Todoroki was clutching his left side when Iida said, Todoroki, you better watch yourself. That was too close. The clock was ticking down to the last 10 seconds, so there was no time for self-pity. Tokiyami, Kaminari, Deku, Bakugo. Quote. Huh, Uraraka, let's go, Yaoyorozu. Who's got the points? Todoroki grabbed a pole that Yaoyorozu had created. I reached out and grabbed anything. Kacchan smashed through the ice wall to claim the 10 million points. Damn it, icy hot. It was a two-way race for the points, and it was right in my grasp. Time's up, Present Mike yelled as Bakugo fell to the court. I arrived, but I pulled back. The game was over. Bakugo, Zero exclaimed. Are you okay, man? He did not respond, instead pounding the ground in anger. Todoroki muttered under his breath, damn it. Present Mike introduced the 4 teams. Not that it mattered to me. In first place, Team Todoroki. Yaoyorozu sighed and said, we finished first, but it was too close for comfort. Iida clutched his fist, I'm sorry. I let everyone down, didn't I? He inquired. That's not true. You're the reason we won. Thank goodness for that special move of yours. She interrupted. That is correct. If he hadn't surprised us with his recipro boost, we would have stalled out the time. At least until Bakugo joined the fray. In second place, Team Bakugo. We were so close to first place, Ashido admitted. Meh, sure, but we're moving on, so everything's fine, Zero said, as Kirishima chuckled. I don't think our leader would agree with you. He responded. Like, at all. Bakugo screamed, frustrated. At the very least, he advanced. In third place is Team Testut. Wait, what? It's Team Shinszo. When did they come back from the dead? Guys, I'm really sorry. I said solemnly. They said together. Hatsume and Uraraka both pointed at Tokiyami as they worked on her jetpack. I must apologize. When Todoroki was shaken by your first attack, I tried to grab the 10 million point headband, but things didn't go as planned. Still, I got one. It was around his head where his guard was the weakest. Midoriya, you're the one who created the opening for me, and ensured our advancement, he replied. And in fourth place is Team Midoriya. Suddenly, all of my emotions escaped my eyes. I cried, as the sheer force of my tears and emotions left small craters around my knees. We were moving forward. We are now moving on to the final event. Yaoyorozu's point of view *. Was Midoriya crying? Not that I blame him. He almost got kicked out of the sports festival because of that one mistake. But, has anyone ever cried with such force? Tears flowed like a hose, and he left tiny craters as a result. I have no words. Present Mike announced that it was time for lunch before the afternoon festivities began, followed by the fighting tournament. We soon all went to get some food. I walked past Iida and Uraraka, who were talking about Iida's secret move. Wait, where is Midoriya? I would have guessed he was with them. Perhaps he went to the restroom somewhere. It didn't stop me from feeling hungry. Lunch was uneventful, and the food was mediocre. I wish I had Midoriya's cooking, but starving girls don't get to choose. After eating my meal, I returned to the sports festival. I took a shortcut and crossed a patch of trees. Hey, wait, a voice said, and I turned to face Midoriya and Todoroki. I'm only here because others have helped me. I've been extremely fortunate, he said, looking at his hand. In fact, I've had even more help since I came to UA, he said, staring at his hand, likely reflecting on his time at UA. All Might is constantly saving people with a fearless smile. He's the greatest hero, and I want to be just like him. In order to do that, I have to be strong enough to be number one. I know my motivation might seem stupid compared to yours. But, still I can't lose this, either. He said, I owe it to everyone who's supported me to try my best. He said, looking up to lock eyes with Todoroki, you declared war on me earlier. He said, well, right back at you. I am going. Todoroki walked away, leaving Midoriya standing there watching him go. Yaoyorozu, are you there? He asked. Knowing the jig was up, I walked out of the trees. How long have you known? I inquired. A while. I could have called you out, but I wanted you to hear that too. He said, turning to me with a determined smile, I may have declared war on Todoroki, but it's wait, what is that? He asked, pointing to the uniforms I made. Oh, uniforms, we're supposed to wear them for the cheer battle later. I muttered. He raised an eyebrow. Cheer battle, he inquired. Yeah, Mr. Aizawa told Mineta, and he told us. I said, anyway, I gotta go see ya. I walked away. Wait, he yelled, but I ignored him. Lunch was almost finished, and I didn't want to irritate Aizawa-sensei. Back at the sports festival stadium, I handed each of the girls their uniforms. They are tacky, but if it is necessary, I will grin and bear it. Oh, what a mistake this was. Mineta and Kaminari had planned to see us all dressed in cheerleading uniforms. After yelling at them and crouching in embarrassment, I considered taking them off to preserve my remaining dignity. At the least, until Hagakure decided to go with it because she thought the uniforms were adorable. I sighed, at least I could use the tournament to prove that I'm more than just a pretty face. We were to draw lots to determine who we would fight. Everything was running smoothly, until, excuse me, was it Ojiro? Sorry, but I'm withdrawing. Everyone was taken by surprise. This includes me. Midoriya said, Ojiro, no way. But this is a rare chance for you to be scouted. He replied. Sorry, it just wouldn't be right. Ojiro said, putting his hand down. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until the very end of it. He said, glancing at a purple-haired student. I recall him being in the general study department. I think it was that guy's quirk, he said as Midoriya looked at him. I know this is a great opportunity. I wish I could take advantage of it, but my conscience won't let me. Midoriya tried to reason with Ojiro, saying, just think about this, okay? Okay. His response was, everyone gave their all in round 2, but I was just someone's puppet. No way, I don't want to advance if I don't even know how I got here. He clenched his fist. It wouldn't be fair. You're making way too much of this. Just kill it in the finals and prove you should be here. Hagakure was shouting. Yeah, what she said. I didn't do much in the battle, either. Mina said as Ojiro placed a hand on his face. That's not it. I'm talking about my pride here, and I refuse to give it up. He said as Midoriya and Iida sighed. Also, why are all the girls dressed like cheerleaders? He inquired. We all groaned with embarrassment. A part of me wished that damned Grape had made it to the tournament so I could beat him to a pulp. One of the students in Class 1B stepped forward to opt out for the same reason as Ojiro. All that remained was Midnight's ruling. This sort of talk is incredibly naive, my boys. That turns me on. Shuda, Ojiro, you're withdrawn, Midnight exclaimed with a crack of her whip. Wait, what? Did she say it turns her on? All the students inquired. Aoyama placed a hand on Ojiro's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I'll win it for you." What a nice gesture, but I'm not convinced he'll keep his promise. Midnight now required 2 students from the 5th place team to step forward. One of the students from Class 1B, Kendo, was it. She didn't want to be in this because their team was stuck the entire time, so she pointed to Tetsu's team, who were fighting the entire time. Following a brief exchange, Tetsu and Shizuki were substituted for Ojiro and Shota, a student from Class 1B. It was now time to draw lots to determine who we would be facing. Midoriya was facing the purple-haired guy from before Shinszo. Next was Todoroki versus Shiro. Then Kaminari versus Shizuki. Afterwards, Hatsume versus Iida. Aoyama will face Mina next. Tokiyami versus myself. Hiroshima versus Tetsu. Strange how fitting this battle is. Finally, Bakugo faces Uraraka. Following that, the pre-tournament games were played. As expected, everyone was completely engrossed in them. The only one who didn't seem interested in them was that annoying guy from Class 1B, until Kendo carried him away. Uraraka jumped around and cheered, probably to settle her nerves before her battle. I just shook lazily and watched her. Before I knew it, the finals had begun. Smintos completed the battle stage, and Midoriya and Shinszo faced off in the first bout. The 2 fighters moved to center stage. Present Mike informed them that Recovery Girl was here to treat injuries, so they could go nuts. Midoriya's quirk is unstable, but he has gradually been able to harness its power without breaking his limbs. But can he recreate it? The Shinszo guy, according to Ojiro, is it a quirk that causes people to lose control? Is this mind control? If that is the case, what causes it? I hope Midoriya develops a strategy. I want to face him after dealing with Tokiyami. No, I'm getting ahead of myself. I shouldn't underestimate Tokiyami, especially given the Dark Shadow. Ready, Present Mike exclaimed. Begin. He yelled. Midoriya wasted no time in approaching him. He abruptly came to a halt. What happened? I asked, looking at Ojiro. Damn it, I told him not to say anything. He grumbled. What do you mean? I inquired as everyone looked at him. His quirk is mind control, I'm sure of it. As for how he does it, I lost control after I responded to him, whether it'd be a question or a statement. Ojiro went on. I remained concerned as I watched. Once you're under his control, he can make you do anything, Ojiro said as we watched Midoriya walk aimlessly out of bounds. What can he do? I asked, my voice trailing off with concern. I don't know. What snapped me out of it was physical contact. Ojiro laughed. But in a one-on-one, no one would touch him, Uraraka explained. Midoriya was getting closer to the edge. Then a wave of pressure erupted around him, and he shook his head quickly. Did he wake up? Uraraka inquired. Why yeah, but how? Ojiro inquired. I noticed for a split second that his ring and index fingers were bright pink. To break out of his trance, he injured himself. When he regained consciousness, he charged back to Shinszo. I couldn't hear what was going on, but I was certain Shinszo was attempting to get Midoriya to react again, but it didn't seem to work, as Midoriya pushed Shinszo out of bounds. Shinszo delivered a punch to Midoriya's face, causing blood to leak from his nose, but Midoriya continued to push. When they got close to the edge, Shinszo pivoted and shoved Midoriya over, but Midoriya saw this and grabbed his arm, flipping him onto the ground. Shinszo is out of bounds. Midnight exclaimed, flicking her whip at Midoriya. Midoriya is the winner. Shinszo stood up and walked away from the battle, only to pause and listen to the audience applaud him for his quirks. He turned back to Midoriya and said something, most likely congratulatory. Midoriya did not gain mind control once, but he was mind controlled twice. He left the stadium shortly after returning control to Midoriya. I sighed. What a relief. I said, yeah, I was scared for a second. Ojiro said, leaning back in his seat. I would be lying if I said I didn't think he'd win there, but I'm glad it worked out. He left the stage, most likely to get his fingers healed by Recovery Girl. The only thing left to do is watch the remaining matches. The next match pitted Todoroki against Shiro. It was rough. Todoroki didn't bother waiting. He simply froze Shiro with a mountain of ice, rendering him immobile. Midnight gave Todoroki the match after he admitted to being unable to move. Add insult to injury, although unintentionally, the crowd began chanting, nice try. Yes, that will hurt his pride. Not that the subsequent match was any better. To be fair, Kaminari unleashed his 1.3 million volt attack, which Shiozaki blocked with vines that grew from her hair. When he unleashed his attack, she simply grabbed him with more vines and rendered him immobile, effectively ending the match. Before I could say anything, that guy in Class 1B. What's his name again? Anyway, he was discussing how he was defeated in a second and how he thought Class 1A was superior to Class 1B in every way. Fortunately, Kendo came up and knocked him out in one blow. Sorry, she replied simply. I will never understand him. The next match was Iida versus Hatsume. It's not really a match, but rather a demonstration of Hatsume's gadgets. Midoriya used a jetpack, a net, and, for some reason, a long pole. When she was satisfied with her demonstration, she declared a prophet, and Iida moved on. His pride was wounded by the fact that he was used in her demonstration, but I'm confident he'll recover. Aoyama and Mina were up next, but I went downstairs to a resting area for the fighters before my match. However, I ran into Midoriya. Oh, Yaoyorozu, he greeted. How are your fingers, Midoriya? I asked, gesturing to his two bandaged fingers. Oh, this is nothing. Recovery Girl did a lot for my fingers so I can battle my next opponent. Who is it, by the way? He was confused. I said, it's Todoroki. His eyes widened for a split second, and he said, oh cool. With a mix of excitement and fear. As he nodded, I said, you seem excited. Well, he declared war on me earlier, and if I beat him, I'll be able to face you later, he said, giving me a shaky thumbs up. I chuckled and walked past him, saying, I don't plan to. Mina and Aoyama's match ended quickly, with Mina defeating him by dodging his naval blasts. When the announcement for my battle with Tokiyami was made, I moved to the center of the stage. So don't lose, okay? I do not want to let him down. So I have to devise a strategy. Tokiyami. His dark shadow is effective at long, medium, and short range. From what I've seen during the cavalry battle, he doesn't have many weaknesses. Aside from the shadow becoming timid when he was in front of Kaminari's blasts, which were at 1.3 million volts. There must be something I am missing. Dark shadows. Dark shadows. Wait, could it be? Is it lightweight? No, that would be too obvious, considering, dark shadows, weakness is light. Still, it's all I've got for now, aside from forming a shield and blocking him to create an opening. I need to go for it. I made it to the stage, and Tokiyami stood in front of me. Midnight asked if we were both prepared, which we were, and Present Might counted down. Ready, go, he exclaimed. I immediately created a pole as my weapon, as well as two flashbang grenades behind me. He sent his dark shadow at me with blinding speed, and when he got close, I pulled the trigger and threw one of the Griand, which emitted blinding light. It worked. His shadow moved away. Here's my chance. I ran towards Tokiyami, swung my pole, and landed a direct hit. He clutched his arm and said, so you figured out my weakness. I thought long and hard about it on my way over here. The minute I said dark shadow in my head, it hit me. I recalled. He said, looking at my waist. I surrender. Wait, what? I asked, surprised. My dark shadow is evasive and powerful, though the more light it is exposed to the weaker it gets. There is a point where dark shadow will be out of commission once it gets hit with too much light. He explained, if my dark shadow was removed from the equation, I was at a serious disadvantage, ignoring my strength or lack thereof when I'm facing opponents in hand-to-hand combat, but you had many weapons at your arsenal, it was only a matter of time before you would have. As I stood there perplexed, Midnight announced, the winner is Yaoyorozu. I won, but I barely did anything. I threw one grenade and hit him once. Whatever, there is no point in worrying about the past, and Kirishima's match was next. I went back to the Class 1A spectator seat. Mina yelled, Yaoyorozu, you did it. I nodded. Indeed, she did well. Tokiyami responded, at least he was gracious in his loss. Well, had I not figured his weakness out, he probably would have overpowered me. That was my reply. Well, it appears that you and I will be fighting next, Mina said, leaning in closer. And know this, I am playing to win. I laughed and said, I wouldn't have it any other way. Midoriya said, good job, Yaoyorozu. You declared war on me, didn't you? I asked with a determined smile. If I lost right after you said that, that would be pathetic. Man, Midoriya, everyone wants to beat you. Asui said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. I don't know how I feel about that, he interrupted. I chuckled to myself as I returned my attention to the battle. If there was any way to describe a stalemate battle, this is it. Both of their quirks are similar, to the point where they could improve their defense by hardening their skin. It had gotten so bad that Midnight declared the battle a tie for the time being. Midoriya asked me, what do you think the tiebreaker would be? Probably something involving their strength, like an arm wrestle or something. I joked. I could see that happening, or a judo-style wrestling match. He went on. What he said wasn't necessarily funny, but the image of those two attempting to pin each other down made me laugh. What's so funny? He asked, turning a light pink. Oh, nothing, I said, looking at the drink on the chair next to him. So Uraraka's next, I inquired. Oh right, I should see how she's feeling, see you soon, he exclaimed as he dashed to the waiting rooms. I returned my focus to Smintos restoring the stage. Let's hope she does well. Midoriya's point of view asterisk. I made it down the steps and into the first waiting room, where Uraraka was waiting. However, Uraraka exited the room and approached center stage. Uraraka, I exclaimed, as she turned to face me. Oh, Deku, she said, smiling. I walked up to her. So you're facing Kacchan, I said, and she nodded. Yup, it'll be tough, she said as I rummaged through my bag for my notebook. Well, be careful, Kacchan isn't someone who would take it easy, in fact I have a plan if you want it, I said as she shook her head. Thank you, Deku, but I don't want it, she said as I slowly pulled my notebook away. If you're sure, I said, putting away my notebook. It's not that I'm saying your plan probably won't work, if anything, I'm certain your plan will succeed, that's why I don't want it. She started. Ever since the cavalry battle, I've been thinking that I've been relying on you too much, she said as she looked at her hand. Iida, Todoroki, and even Yaoyorozu have declared war on you in hopes of getting stronger, she said as she looked up to me. You're a great student, and an even greater friend, but I watched her descend the steps and return to the Class 1A spectator seats. Oh, Midoriya, you're back, Yaoyorozu said as I sat beside her. How's the battle going? I inquired as an explosion was heard. She's trying to touch him, probably to make him float and easy for her to eliminate him through the out-of-bounds rule, she went on. Another explosion, and she was knocked back a few meters. But is that her entire plan? I inquired as she looked at me. He obviously expects that, which is why he's knocking her back with his explosions, I added. So there must be more to this plan that we don't know about, she inquired, as I nodded. Yes, why else would she act so recklessly? That was my response. I was watching the fight, until Yaoyorozu nudged me. There, she said, nudging up in the sky. I looked up and saw a bunch of floating debris. That's her plan, I said quietly as she nodded. She said, yes, it has to be. The spectators didn't seem to notice what we did because they were booing Bakugo for brutally attacking Uraraka. Then Mr. Aizawa stepped in. Where's the man who started this uproar? Are you a pro? He said as the crowd quieted down instantly, because if you're being serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. I'd suggest looking into another career, he stated. Bakugo's fierceness is an acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He knows she deserves to have made it this far, so he's making sure he does whatever it takes to keep her at bay and come out on top, Aizawa said as the dust settled. She shakily brought her hands together. Release, she yelled as the debris rained down on the stage. While Kacchan looked at the falling debris, Uraraka dashed towards him, intending to touch him with her quirk. He didn't seem fazed, aiming his hand above his head, and when she got close enough, he unleashed a massive blast, destroying her plan and knocking her back. He destroyed it with one blast, I exclaimed, scared and shocked. That's Bakugo for you, Yaoyorozu said without taking her gaze away from the match. She struggled to get up, but succeeded, much to Kacchan's surprise. All right, then, it's time for us to get serious, Uraraka, he yelled as he charged towards the shaken Uraraka. She turned around and ran towards him, mustering all of her remaining determination. But what about her body? I couldn't handle it. She collapsed on the ground, exhausted, as he stood back. While her body couldn't take it, she refused to give up. With all of her strength, she clawed her way over to him, attempting to stand up. Then, she paused. Midnight approached her to see if she could still fight. She passed out. Bakugo is the winner, she declared. We were stunned by both the blast from earlier, Uraraka's determination to keep going. Medical robots carried her to Recovery Girl as Kachan walked through the tunnel. I got up. Where are you going? Yaoyorozu inquired. As I turned away, I said, I'm going to see Uraraka. Are you sure that's a good idea? She might not be in the mood to see anyone right now. He replied. But, I said, and Iida stood up. I'll accompany you, Midoriya. Iida responded. It's my duty as class rep to see to the well-being to my classmates. He went on. Iida, I said as Yaoyorozu got up. Well, based on that logic, I should go too as the class deputy. She said. That's such a stupid name, she muttered under her breath. I stifled a laugh as we walked down to waiting room 1. It also worked because my fight was next, after Kirishima and Tetsu finished theirs. While we were walking, I ran into Kachan. Hey Kachan, I yelled as Yaoyorozu and Iida came to a halt just before the stairwell, hoping to avoid being seen. What the hell are you doing here? He demanded angrily. Oh, well I'm up next, so you know. I was gonna hang in the waiting room. You also congrats on winning your match. I said as I slowly moved out of the way, see you around. It was your idea, wasn't it? That stupid, desperate plan of hers. You would come up with something that annoying. If we end up, he expressed his opinion but I interrupted him. You're wrong, I said as he stopped talking. That plan, Uraraka came up with it all on her own, I didn't know anything about it. If that battle was harder than you thought it'd be, then it's because of her strategy, not mine. I said as I walked back to the waiting room. It didn't take a mouse's ears to hear him growl, what the hell are you two looking at? He snapped, walking past Yaoyorozu and Iida, who had caught up to me. Is he always that angry? Iida inquired. Only if something is difficult. I replied. We made it to waiting room 1, where Uraraka was bandaged up. Man, I lost. Too bad, she said carelessly as usual. Oh hey Iida and Yaoyorozu. She greeted them, waving. Guess I got a little carried away at the end thinking I had it in the bag. Dang it. You seem fine, but how are your injuries? Iida inquired. She pointed to her injuries and said, oh yeah, Recovery Girl took care of me. She was really careful not to drain my stamina and all that. So I've still got a few scratches and scrapes but nothing too major. She continued until she got frustrated. Geez, I didn't realize how powerful Bakugo was. He wiped the ring with me. Now I realize how much more training I have to do. She broke down. We all looked at her, dumbfounded. It's incredible that Recovery Girl is still going at full speed after the stamina required for her healing. Uraraka, are you sure you're okay? Yaoyorozu inquired. Oh, yeah, totally. I'm better than I expected, she said as her phone vibrated. Even if you lost, you always keep looking ahead to what's next. Deku, you guys look ahead to the future too. This just means that I have to work harder now to catch up, she said clutching the phone close to her chest. Before I could speak, Preset Mike yelled into the intercom. He was commenting on the intense arm wrestling match between Kirishima and Tetsu. Hey, you were right, Yaoyorozu, I said as she rolled her eyes and smiled. Made sense anyway, ignore defense and focus on who's stronger. She went on. You're also intelligent. I need to study more, Uraraka said, adding to her mental list of improvements. Present Mike yelled into the intercom that Kirishima had advanced, and we now had our round 2 bracket. The first match was between Todoroki and me. I suppose I'm up. Later, I said as Uraraka stood up. Oh, I'm sorry, Deku. You weren't able to prepare since I was here. She yelled, concerned, but I ignored her. Nah, having all 3 of you here is all the motivation I needed to win, I said as I opened the door. I'll be watching, good luck out there, she said, waving goodbye to me. I smiled as I exited the waiting room and walked down to the central stage. I heard another opening and closing of the waiting room door, most likely from Iida and Yaoyorozu. She has to be very upset. I hope the 3 of us could help her in some way. But, I did not do anything for her. If anything, she motivated me by cheering me on. She has my and everyone else's backs. What did I do to deserve such an amazing friend? Before I could respond to that rhetorical question, a bright orange glow filled my vision. It's as if I'm face to face with the devil. The number 2 hero, Endeavor is Todoroki's father. Endeavor, I exclaimed as he looked down at me. Ah, I was looking for you, he said. That can't be good, and it most likely involves Todoroki. "Oh, hello," I said nervously. "So, what are you doing back here?" I asked, taking a step back as he took a step forward. "I watched your match against that brainwashing guy. Your power is pretty impressive. To create so much wind pressure just by flicking your fingers. It reminds me of another quirk," he commented. "Crude. He is going to compare me to All Might, isn't he?" "You seem to have a lot in common with All Might," he said, his glare more intense than usual. I guess I never thought of it that way," I said, attempting to deflect the assertion. "Sorry, but I should be going," I said, walking past him. "Does he know about One for All?" "No, he would have mentioned the name during the conversation. He's someone I shouldn't tell about All Might's secret, One for All, or anything like that. It's my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might as the #1 hero," he said as I stopped dead in my tracks. "And his match with you will be a good testing ground for how much training he has left," he said as the tension in the room changed, so hit him hard. "Don't disgrace yourself or him by holding back." I recalled Todoroki's words and his determination to never use his fire quirk. "That was all I wanted to say, and I apologize for bothering you," he said as he began to walk away. "Endeavor," I said as he turned around to face me. "I'm not All Might." What are you talking about?" he inquired. "And the same goes for Todoroki," I said, turning back to face him. "He may be your son, but he isn't you." His glare became more intense. I walked away from him and continued towards the center of the stage. "I'm going to give him everything I have, and hopefully he'll give me everything he has." Yaoyorozu's point of view ***. Iida and I returned to our seats in the Class 1A spectator booth. Uraraka returned shortly after we did, with pink eyes. Was she crying? I should not pry right now. Furthermore, Iida is better suited for this than I was. All I'm concerned about is Midoriya's fight. This was the entire point of Todoroki's declaration of war, and now they must face each other. Midoriya declared war during the lunch break, so he won't be taking it easy on him either. But that isn't my main concern, it's Midoriya's quirk. He still doesn't have a full grasp on it, even if he can direct the energy into his fingers, as he did during our quirk assessment with Aizawa-sensei, he'll only have 10 fingers. Not only that, but 2 of his fingers remain injured from his first fight. So he has 8 fingers, as well as his arms and legs, and I doubt he can use it with his toes. While Todoroki can use ice at will, we've only seen a glimpse of his fire side once, and that was accidentally during the cavalry battle. So, throughout our time at UA, Todoroki has only used half of his power. Which of these rivals will make it to the next round? Present Mike rhetorically asked. "Begin." He yelled to begin the match. As expected, Todoroki wants to end this quickly, sending ice at Midoriya, who countered with 1 finger. Then another, and yet another. He's running out of non-broken fingers. What is he doing? Perhaps he's looking for a weak spot. Kirishima charged in before I could finish analyzing the battle. His friends exchanged congratulations, but what really stood out to me was what Bakugo was saying. "It's not as easy as you think, ya morons," he said as everyone looked at him confused. "If you overuse your muscles, you risk tearing them apart. If you sprint too much, you run out of breath. Our bodies have limitations in terms of how much they can tolerate the use of their quirks. Quirks are physical abilities, too. They can get worn out. You can't just use them non-stop," he explained. "It makes sense when you put it that way," Kirishima remarked, reflecting on the match. "I wonder if that's how Midoriya thinks he'll beat Todoroki. Todoroki does not want an endurance match if that is the case, so he sends another ice wave, which Midoriya blocks with his quirk. That's every finger on his right hand. What is his next move? Todoroki did not leave anything to chance. Once all of the fingers in his right hand were gone, he rushed Midoriya, carving an ice path for himself. Midoriya switched to his left fingers, flicking them to destroy Todoroki's ice path. But he jumped and aimed at Midoriya. Midoriya jumped out of the way, but Todoroki used more ice to trap him. Once the ice made contact with his foot, he prepared another finger. No, he prepared his entire arm. He unleashed the force, hoping that it would be enough to knock him out. Much to my surprise, it wasn't. Instead, he caught himself against another ice wall. When the dust settled, his entire left arm was bruised and, I assume, broken. All he had left were his legs and right arm. Midoriya is shaking, but Todoroki isn't looking so good either. Ice is forming on his arm. Is it showing a limit? As Bakugo mentioned, quirks are physical attacks, so he may have a limit. Perhaps his body can only handle so much ice at once and he must use fire to balance it. They were speaking. We couldn't hear anything, but I was certain they were discussing something. Anyway, it doesn't matter because Todoroki sent another wave of ice as the final move. Then, Midoriya, did you use the power again? Is this his fist? As Todoroki slid across the stage to the opposite side, I looked at Midoriya. His pointer finger is purple. Did he use power on an already broken finger? You think you can win with half your strength? Midoriya yelled. Look at me, Todoroki, you haven't managed to put a single scratch on me yet. He gripped his fist, so come at me with all you've got. He yelled, his face filled with determination. Todoroki, angry, charged towards Midoriya. Wait, are his movements slower? Is it because the frost on his body interferes with not only his quirk but also his physicality? Todoroki got close enough and jumped at Midoriya. He prepared his arm with the same zeal as before, and delivered a powerful punch to Todoroki. Todoroki flew across the stage, and Midoriya winced in pain. However, it wasn't enough to break his arm. Wait, his left arm is frozen. Did he hit Todoroki? Todoroki stood up and ran towards him, sending another ice wave in his direction. Midoriya evaded it as Todoroki engaged in close quarters combat. He dodged another ice wave, and Midoriya unleashed another wave of energy, resulting in the loss of another finger. Every time an ice wave strikes, he injures more of his fingers. Midoriya charged at Todoroki, his left arm frozen and his right arm wounded. As he approached, Todoroki sent another ice wave. With all of his fingers in critical condition, he charged up his thumb and flicked it against his lips. The force not only sent Todoroki back, but also Midoriya. I do not understand. Why does he put himself through this? Does he really want to win so badly? I want to live up to people's expectations, he said as he continued charging towards Todoroki. I want to be able to smile while doing something good for them. I want to be a pro. Whatever it takes to be a hero. He yelled. Todoroki must have been caught off guard when Midoriya delivered a headbutt to his chest. That's why I'll give it my all, just like how you should be. He lunged. Todoroki stood there for a few seconds before Midoriya delivered another blow. Todoroki muttered, I refuse to use my left side. But I overheard it. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. Midoriya exclaimed. Then Todoroki. He began steaming, and his entire left side was engulfed in flames. He tapped on his fire side. Midoriya stared in shock, and an excited smile spread across both of their faces. Endeavor walked down the steps, exclaiming words like, encouragement. In any case, Todoroki has abandoned everything and turned to both his fire and ice sides. Midoriya did the same, using his legs to prepare for one final attack. Then Smintos and Midnight were forced to intervene, with Smintos using his cement quirk and Midnight using her somnambulist quirk to deactivate them. Unfortunately, it was too late. Todoroki unleashed a massive wave of ice, far greater than anything we'd seen before. Midoriya used his quirk to leap over Todoroki's ice wave, costing him a leg. Todoroki then used his fire side to completely melt the ice before preparing his final attack, while Midoriya did the same with his right arm. Smintos summoned 5 walls, hoping to stop the attacks. However, the sheer power was too great, as the walls were destroyed and the force could be felt throughout the room. Holy CP balls! Mineta yelled, as Shoji held on to keep him from flying away. This is crazy, Kaminari exclaimed. What's going on? I asked, attempting to withstand the overwhelming force of their attack. The force soon dissipated, and the smoke began to clear. Once it was completely cleared, I searched the stage for any signs of Midoriya. He wasn't on stage, so that means Midoriya was on the far wall, gradually collapsing from pain and exhaustion. Midnight replied, Midoriya is out of bounds. Todoroki simply stared at the unconscious Midoriya, still processing what had occurred. When the round was over, the nurse robots transported Midoriya to the recovery room on a stretcher. Without thinking, I stood up and walked down to Recovery Girl's office. More footsteps were heard, but it didn't matter. I needed to know if Midoriya was okay. Uraraka, Iida, Asui, and Mineta barged into the nurse's office, startling the man with yellow hair. It took only one look at the kid to realize he was in bad shape. He's not ready for visitors, Recovery Girl said, as Midoriya slowly opened his eyes. Hey, Yaoyorozu, guys. He said, sounding tired and in pain. Shouldn't you be watching the matches? He inquired. The stage was far too damaged. They're taking a quick break to repair it. Iida laughed. That match was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. Midoriya, what pro is going to want a sidekick who hurts himself? Mineta asked, before Asui slapped him with her tongue. Thank you. Now you're just rubbing salt in his wounds. Asui responded. Probably not a good time. Hey, I'm just telling the truth, he insisted. I wanted to say something. I was too shocked to say anything. You're much too noisy. I know you're worried, but I've got to focus on surgery now. Recovery girl responded. Wait, surgery? We all asked. Go on. Get out of here, recovery girl exclaimed, kicking us all out of the office. I sighed deeply. I can't do much right now. All I can do is win the entire tournament. I started walking back towards the Class 1A booth. He tried his hardest not only to win, but also to persuade Todoroki to use his fire side. He's now out of commission and in need of surgery. Even during a battle for his future, he would meddle in someone's life and break down their barriers in order to unleash their full power. I have made up my mind. I'm going to win this whole damn tournament. Yaoyorozu's point of view asterisk. The stage was complete, and Iida was returning for his battle. Mineta and Asui raced ahead of us to witness the battle. Uraraka and I were the last to head back. So, what did you say? She inquired. What do you mean? I inquired. What you said to yourself, you looked pretty determined. She replied. Oh that, I said, that I was going to win this whole damn tournament, I said, determination and anger seething through my words. It took a second for her eyes to brighten. Oh, you want to win this, for Deku? She inquired. Huh, I inquired, as she began laughing. That's adorable, she exclaimed. It's not like that. I exclaimed back. Oh really? Then how come you didn't have this determination when you beat Tokiyami, and how come you suddenly feel determined after we just saw Deku in Recovery Girl's office and just heard he's getting surgery? She requested an explanation. That's because, Uraraka concluded, you have taken a liking to our little cinnamon roll. No, an cinnamon roll? I inquired. Yeah, he's sweet enough to be a cinnamon roll, do you not watch anime? She was interested. Yeah, when I was about 5. Anyway, not the point. You wanna win to avenge Deku, which makes sense because both Bakugo and Todoroki will be in your path. Uraraka went on. Even if what you're saying is true, which it isn't, how can we be certain that I will face those two during the tournament? I responded with, well, Bakugo will probably beat Kirishima. Don't tell him I said that, and it's between Todoroki and Iida in the finals. She interrupted. I said, but. No buts. You want to win, do you? Uraraka inquired. As she stomped her foot, I said, why yes. That's not loud enough. Say it with me, I'm gonna win. She began to shout. I'm gonna win. I yelled with a little more zeal. Louder, she yelled. I'm gonna win. I yelled louder. Once more from the pits of the neck. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I exclaimed as loudly as I could. Atta girl. Now go. Iida's match has ended, she said, roughly turning me around and pushing me to the center of the stage. After drinking some water from a nearby fountain and participating in an impromptu hype-up exercise, I made it to center stage to face Mina. Her acid will be a problem because she can not only use it as a projectile but also slide across the ground with it. I need to be careful. Wait, maybe I can use the projectile attack to my advantage. All I need to do is make a bunch of throwable objects to distract her or make her move back, and with one powerful hit, I'll knock her out of bounds. But what will suffice? Perhaps something threatening enough to make her step back. Begin, Present Mike exclaimed. I quickly made a flashbang grenade and threw it at her. She shot it out of the sky with her acid. Ha, that's the best you can do, she taunted before I hit her in the stomach with an up-close attack. No, I said, throwing a smoke grenade on the ground. I got plenty more, I added, enveloping us in smoke. Cheap trick, she exclaimed. Then watch this, I yelled, grabbing her shoulders and pushing her out of bounds. Present Mike yelled, Ashido's out of bounds. Ah dang it, she yelled, but stood back up. Oh well, I gave it my all, and at least I didn't come in last like someone. She yelled, eliciting a, hey, from what I assumed was Kaminari. 1 down, 2 more to go. I made it back to the spectators' seats and watched Bakugo pummel Kirishima, his quirk couldn't withstand the onslaught, and he was defeated. Following that, we were given a brief intermission to allow Smentos to reset the stage before the semifinals began. That gives me time to plan a strategy for Bakugo. With that dang quirk of his, he can physically beat me up. How does it work exactly? He sweats nitroglycerin. Wait, sweat. If I lower his temperature, I can temporarily weaken or stop his quirk. Maybe, but how will I give myself enough time to set it up? If I can somehow obstruct his vision. Smoke grenades. No, that would only be temporary, and his quirk allows him to blow the smoke away. Flash grenades. Better, but the effects would only last around 10 seconds. Could I cover myself with a tarp? No, the confusion would probably last about 2 seconds before Bakugo blasted me anyway. What if I threw sand into his eyes? Wait, that might work. If I throw sand or dirt into his eyes, he will be stunned and temporarily lose his vision. The problem is that despite his inability to see, he can hear me. Even if I make everything silently, he will notice when I use them. Perhaps I could make something that produces sound, such as a speaker. Okay, I think I have a half-decent plan. Phase 1. Block his eyesight. If his eyesight is blocked, I can create my secret weapon. Phase 2. Distract his hearing with his impaired vision, and his hearing will be enhanced. The crowd's cheers may be sufficient, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Phase 3. Weaken his quirk. If he sweats nitroglycerin, lowering his body temperature may weaken his quirk enough to push him out of bounds. Well, that's all I've got. Time to work out the kinks. Hey, Jiro, I said, as Jiro looked at me. Yes, she asked. I need some music, loud and obnoxious ones. I asked for it. Well, I've heard of this band called One Direction, will that suffice? She was puzzled. I said, anything will do. Alright, hand me your phone, she said, as I handed her mine. Alright, that should be enough. Why do you need these? She requested them. You'll see, I said as I stood up and went to the waiting area. Fortunately, I ate a lot during lunch, so I had plenty of lipids to spare. I'm also grateful that Jiro needed a speaker a few days ago for practice. I made one and tried to figure out how to connect my phone to the speaker. Fortunately, it was simple. Present Mike announced over the intercom that Iida had been defeated by Todoroki, implying that once I defeat Bakugo, I will face Todoroki. I made my way down to the center stage, all the while working out the last kinks in my plan. Okay, with the secret weapon I'm thinking of and the handful of dirt I intend to throw at his face, I could only get 3. Should I make them now? No, I do not want to be convicted of cheating. I'll just have to make dirt as quickly as possible and then move on to phase 2. Bakugo and I soon took center stage, and he exudes determination. I should not leave anything to chance. Begin, Present Mike exclaimed. Bakugo wasted no time charging at me, preparing a blast aimed right at my face. Okay, I've prepared the dirt, and based on his previous battle with Midoriya, he'll most likely launch himself behind me. All I have to do is make him do that. I moved my ball up first forward, and as expected, he propelled himself over me. I pivoted quickly and tossed the dirt in his face. Ah, he yelled as he collapsed to the floor. He opened his eyes for a split second before closing them again. Cheap trick, but it's going to take more than that to defeat me. He said as he stood there, waiting for me to make a sound. Now is my chance. I moved slowly and quietly in circles. Luckily Present Mike knows when not to say anything during commentary. While walking, I built the 3 speakers I allowed myself to build and connected them all to my phone via Bluetooth. Where are you? Are you afraid I'll beat you? He mocked as he waited for me to slip up. Unbeknownst to him, I placed the 3 speakers a good distance away from him. The goal is not to keep him distracted throughout the match, but to destroy them so I can prepare the secret weapon ahead of time. After I set them down, I moved a few feet away and pressed play. The songs began playing, and Jiro was correct. This was loud and obnoxious. Ah, what is this garbage? He exclaimed as he began firing in the general direction of one of the 3 speakers. Hurry while he's distracted. I built 2 of the catapults I intend to use on him, and when I finished the second, he destroyed one of the speakers. 2 more speakers were destroyed. After the 3rd speaker was destroyed, I was able to angle them and load them with ammunition. Ha! What are you trying to do? He yelled in frustration. When he was done yelling, I launched one of the catapults. Ha! Ah! Snow! He yelled as one of my massive snowballs hit him in the face. Ingenious, she's planning to weaken Bakugo's quirk. Present Mike yelled into the microphone. I wasted no time in pelting him with more. They're aimed at his face, so his dirt will be removed, but if I keep hitting him, he'll cool down enough to be unable to use his quirk. Gah! Stop, he yelled, attempting to use his quirk. However, only a light spark emerged from his hands. You said it yourself, I yelled as I launched another one. Quirks are physical abilities, and yours is a special case, where your sweat is your quirk, so if I cool down your body temperature, your quirk will be weakened, am I right or am I right? I asked as I launched the last of the snowballs. He groaned with frustration. I had to knock him out quickly. If he gets frustrated, he will just heat up again. I wasted no time in approaching him and going for the kill. No you don't, he yelled, aiming his hand for one final blast. Quickly make a snowball. I made one last snowball with all of my remaining energy. His hand started to spark, but I pushed a snowball into his open hand. Huh, he exclaimed as I grabbed his shoulders and pushed him over the edge. He planted his feet, not giving up yet. But I didn't have time for that. Instead, I gripped his arm and flipped him out of bounds with every ounce of my strength. Ha! Ha! I breathed deeply. That required every ounce of strength I had left. Yaoyorozu is the winner, Midnight announced as Bakugo remained on the ground, trying to process what had happened. In all honesty, I considered walking over to him and helping him up. But, I have a feeling he would not only hate it, but he would also rip off my arm the moment I reached out to him. So, just walked away, hoping to get some kind of food before the next match. As I climbed the stairs, however, Yaoyorozu, a familiar voice yelled, Midoriya. Why are you here? I inquired with concern, knowing that Recovery Girl heals people quickly. But how and why is he walking? Oh, Recovery Girl deemed me free to walk around, but your fight was so cool. He exclaimed, his eyes full of excitement. I smiled as he recounted the events of my match with the enthusiasm of a young child. But I had priorities. Hey, Midoriya, do you know where the kitchen is? I inquired. Huh, oh that reminds me, he said, fumbling around in his bag. I made you another lunch, it may be a little cold though. When did you? I inquired. Oh, during the games before the tournament, All Might was nice enough to get me ingredients, so I made it before my match, hopefully it's 5 stars to your liking. He was beaming with delight. I felt my face warm and said, thanks to Midoriya, I needed the fats for my match with Todoroki. I hoisted it over my shoulder. Oh yeah, be careful with him, he's strong, and in my opinion a better opponent than Kachan. Midoriya went on. What did you say, Deku? A voice all too familiar growled. We turned to see Bakugo stomping up the stairs, enraged by both Midoriya's comment and his loss to me. Throwing dirt in my eyes was a dirty trick, he said, his tone full of venom. Hey, it was well within the realm of the rules, I'm surprised you didn't just violently attack. I told you so. He paused abruptly. Well, if I shot violently, I could have hit the spectators, and besides, all the noise I would have made would have helped you in your noise trap. He said as he moved past me. He turned around, probably wanting to say something, but turned and walked away. Out of my way, Deku. He snapped, making Midoriya move out of the way like a kicked puppy. Are you all right? I inquired. After recovering from his panic attack, he stood up and addressed me. He said, oh, yay, fine. I wasn't convinced, but I should not question him. Anyway, I'm glad that you didn't face the full front of Kachan's anger when you beat him. Midoriya responds. I feel like he couldn't do much. If he were to attack me within the walls of the stadium, he would have probably faced punishment. I offered an explanation. Makes sense, he said, smiling at me. Anyway, you should eat that. You're given a break before the finals to prepare mentally. Midoriya said, slowly walking away. As he left, I looked down at the bag Midoriya had given me. I can't wait to try his incredible cooking. Midoriya's point of view asterisk. After giving her the food, I slowly returned to the Class 1A spectator booth. Oh, Deku, you're back, Uraraka exclaimed. I sat down and said, yeah. Kachan gave me a huffy look. He's still upset about his loss, Kirishima teased. Shut up, bastard, he yelled, as Kirishima laughed at him. I was too focused on the upcoming battle to be concerned about them. She'll be fine, Deku, Uraraka said. What do you mean? I asked, my cheeks warming up. Oh, don't even try. I know that you're worried about Yaoyorozu. Well, if she could beat someone like Bakugo, Mr. Explode first asked questions later. She'll be fine. She replied in an attempt to calm me down. At the cost of Kachan cursing at her. But I'm still on edge. Not only that, but Yaoyorozu is up against one of our class's most powerful students, Todoroki. But I am concerned about Iida, and his brother. After learning that a villain had mortally wounded his brother and explaining why he was leaving, he immediately left to visit his brother in the hospital. Before I could think about it anymore, the torches in the four corners of the stage went off, signaling the end of the fight. After a brief exchange, Present Mic began the fight. Todoroki, as usual, begins with a wave of ice, but Yaoyorozu quickly counters with an obstacle race-style cannon. It was enough to destroy the majority of the ice. That's how the two fought. Todoroki sent ice, Yaoyorozu returned fire, and the battle was deadlocked at that point. Todoroki's right side, however, was beginning to ice up. Maybe she'll stall him out like I did. After two more trades, Yaoyorozu abandons the cannon and pursues him. Todoroki quickly froze the ground as she ran towards him, attempting to stop her movement. Using her quick thinking, she quickly constructed a pole and lifted herself up. "You're not going to get me that easy," she yelled, propelling herself forward and landing a direct hit on his stomach. However, that was the end of it. Todoroki gripped her wrist after landing the hit, and ice began to form on her arm and, eventually, her entire body. Todoroki began walking away, leaving her immobile. She yelled, "Don't walk away," as the ice began to melt. I have never seen the ice melt before. Then suddenly, fire began to shoot out of her back. After the ice had melted, she stood there holding something silver. No way, a flamethrower. I studied this during the intermission. Seemed useful, didn't it? She asked, tossing it to the side. Before he could comprehend what had happened, she delivered another punch to Todoroki. "I'm winning this thing," she yelled, gripping his shoulders and pushing him to the out-of-bounds line. When they reached the edge, Todoroki grabbed her wrist with one hand and her calf with the other. Her arm and calf were frozen, so she couldn't move. He broke free from her grasp and pushed her out of bounds with one final attack. Midnight announced, "Yaoyorozu is out of bounds, Todoroki is the winner." Loud cheers erupted as Present Mic went off. And a little sad at the end. Everything was soon cleaned up, and 3 podiums were built for the top finishers. All that remained was the reward ceremony, which was presented by none other than the symbol of peace, All Might. He presented the medals and said a few words before turning to face the crowd. "Here they are, the winners of this year's sports festival," he yelled as the crowd started cheering. "But listen closely, any of you first years could have been standing on these podiums. Think about what you've done today. You've challenged each other, learned, and climbed even closer to your goals to be pros. I think the next generation of heroes is going to be our most promising one yet." He yelled, pointing to the sky, "So I have one more thing to say. I want to. Thanks everyone for your hard work," All Might exclaimed. "Plus Ultra," the audience exclaimed. A chorus of boos followed, as everyone expressed their disappointment that All Might did not say, "Plus Ultra." Well, yeah, I guess, but everyone did such a good job," he said, attempting to salvage the missed opportunity. "Following that fiasco, we were all allowed to return. But first, I needed to talk to someone." Yaoyorozu's point of view. "Yaoyorozu," Midoriya yelled, limping towards me. "Midoriya, tone it down, okay? You're still hurt," I said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Oh yeah, sorry," he said. I sighed. "Anyway, sorry I didn't win. I was disappointed. I thought I had him, but he had me." "Are you kidding? That was amazing," he exclaimed. Really?" I asked, my face warming up. "Yeah, you were so cool. Todoroki was like Fwoosh with the ice. And you were like Boom with the cannons. And it was like that for a few minutes, then you ran to him like Zoom. And then he was like Fwoosh again with the ice. But you were like Nope. As you used a pole to launch yourself over it to hit him. But he froze you and I thought the match was over, but you came in with a flipping flamethrower and melted that ice like it was summer, then you tossed it aside. There appears to be a running theme here." In any case, listening to him ramble was a welcome break from the battles. We returned to Class 1A after he finished telling his own excited story about my match. Aizawa congratulated us on our performance at the sports festival and informed us that we had 2 days off to recover. Then classes ended for the day, and I was on my way home until Midoriya approached me and said, "Hey Yaoyorozu. Hey Midoriya, I assume you aren't coming in today. I responded with confusion. Oh, yeah, sorry about that, he said. It's fine, just be careful, and work on your quirk, okay? I asked, glancing at his hand. Your hand looks bad after the effects of it. I added, however, it could have been a bad idea. Yeah, sorry, he replied. Why are you apologizing? I inquired. Because, you said to only use it as a last resort, but I used it with reckless abandon. He went on. I sighed again. Yeah, but you were going against Todoroki, and besides, Present Mike did say to go all out. That's true, he said. Anyway, you should go home. I'm sure your mother is worried sick after your battle with Todoroki, I said as he stared at me wide-eyed. Why you did call her after you recovered, right? I responded with curiosity. No, I'm sorry, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? He yelled as he dashed away. Slow down, you're still hurt, I yelled. And he's gone, I told myself. You two seem to get along. A condescending voice behind me said, all too familiarly. Jiro, what are you doing here? I asked him. At school, because class ended literally a minute ago. She inquired. Oh right, I yelled, attempting to change the subject. But don't try to change the subject, I saw how Midoriya was excited when you two were talking about your match. She replied with a giggle. So, he's an analytical mind, it was my response. I also heard Uraraka and you talking about you wanting to win for Midoriya, and her yelling exercise about you winning. She went on. Why you heard that? I asked, feeling my face warm up. My quirk lets me hear through concrete, genius. She exclaimed, laughing. So, I inquired. In this argument, I'm at a loss for words. As she walked home, she said, nothing. I sighed audibly as I packed my belongings and headed home. I could use, after all of this stress, I need a good long bath. Yaoyorozu's point of view asterisk. Our 2-day break was over, and school resumed. Midoriya, understandably, was unable to make it due to his arm. However, his arm had recovered enough that he no longer needed the brace. Anyway, we were going to decide on codenames and hero identities for the upcoming draft. Normally, first-year students like us would not have to worry about it, but now that they have been extended to include first-year students, we do. It was also mentioned that, while they are now interested in us, we must continue to work hard to maintain their interest. As for who received offers, Aizawa-sensei displayed them on the board. Todoroki received 4,123. I got 4,100. Bakugo received 3,556. Tokiyami received 360. Ida received 301, and the list goes on. But what surprised me the most was that Midoriya received 0. Thinking logically, the spectators noticed that the more he used his quirk, the more it tore his body apart. But still no one. I would have expected him to have at least one due to his tenacity and intelligence. Reactions were mixed, with some upset about the large gap between offers, others excited that they even received offers, and some disappointed that they did not. Back to the assignment at hand. We were tasked with selecting code names, and who better to judge them than Midnight. Soon after the assignment was explained, students began to walk up and present their names. Some were bizarre, some were excellent, some were appropriate, and one was rejected. I went up. I thought Kriti was a good name for me, as did Midnight. Many of the students used their own names, including Iida, Tokiyami, and Todoroki. Bakugo's name was taken down. Apparently, King Explosion Murder was not good enough for some reason. All that remained was Midoriya's name, and whenever Bakugo thought of a good one. Midoriya rose from his seat and moved to the front of the classroom, turning his board to show us. Everyone looked up in shock. Are you really okay with that? Kaminari inquired. You might be called that forever, you know. Kirishima added. Yeah, I didn't like this name until now. Midoriya said, but a good friend of mine changed the meaning of it, and now I really like it. It made me who I am. This is my hero name. He announced as Deku was written across the board. I couldn't help but smile seeing that. Lord Explosion Murder, Bakugo exclaimed. And that feeling is gone. That assignment was quickly completed, and we were tasked with selecting our offers by the end of the weekend. Now I have to admit that I am interested in Uwabami's agency. I've heard her quirk is snake hair, and snakes have heightened senses, so perhaps I'll learn something from this. Few days later, I regret every decision I've made until this point. It turns out that Uwabami wanted not only me, but also kendo for the sole reason. Were we cute? And you wanted to use our cuteness to make a commercial? Flattered, sure, but I wanted to gain new skills and experience on the field. Not appearing in a commercial. I'm not even getting paid for this. Not that I. Really. We need the money, but the principle remains. I guess I have to grin and bear it. A few days later. Oh, this is hell. We were subjected to a variety of activities, including photoshoots and interviews that yielded nothing productive. Kendo and I were sitting right next to her while she was talking to a late-night show host. Then I felt my phone vibrate. Was it from Midoriya? There was no context, only his current location. This is unlike him. He usually adds context to his texts. He never just sends his location. Unless, is this a distress signal? Excuse me, is there a bathroom around here? I requested one. Oh, down the hall to the left. His response was, great, sorry for interrupting, I said, bowing as I dashed to the bathroom, when in reality I needed to get to Midoriya's location. Is he in Hosu? Wait, that sounds familiar. Hero killer. My pace quickened as I ran as quickly as I could to the specified location. If Midoriya is indeed dealing with the hero killer, then I have no time to waste. As I approached the specified location, I could hear fire cracking and ice forming. Todoroki, I inquired as I entered the alleyway. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki yelled as I surveyed the area. Iida, Midoriya, and the pro-hero native were all on the ground. What happened? I asked as I fashioned a pole to serve as a weapon. Hero killer, did you get Midoriya's text? He asked, sending more ice his way. Yeah, I ran here as fast as I could, I said, turning to face Iida and Midoriya. What happened? Could you guys move? I requested an answer. Midoriya muttered, and no, I can't move a muscle. Is it his quirk? I inquired. Most likely, he yelled, sending another wave of ice his way. Can you get us some artillery? Todoroki inquired. Got it, I said as I turned around to make them, only to have a knife lodged in my arm. Ah, I yelled in pain. Todoroki yelled, Yaoyorozu, as the hero killer charged at him. After forcibly prying the knife from my arm, I picked up the pole, ready to strike the hero killer, when a green blur knocked him away. Midoriya, I inquired. I'm fine, I'm no longer paralyzed. He asked, not knowing what had happened. So, it has a time limit? Todoroki inquired. Native muttered, no, then he should have been the last one to be free. I still can't move, Iida stated. I was the last one paralyzed but the first one freed. I have 3 guesses why. He explained as we focused on him. The first is that the amount of people paralyzed could determine how long the paralysis state lasts. The amount of blood ingested could have a play in it, or it could be determined based on the person's blood type. Midoriya went on. Native said, if it's the last one, my blood type is B. Iida muttered, my blood type is A. He said, so you figured it out. Bravo. His voice sent chills down my spine, and his quirk makes him even more terrifying. Midoriya, what's your blood type? I wanted to know. Oh. He whispered. Todoroki responded, mine's O as well. I'm A, I replied. Midoriya concluded, so, if I was the first one freed, then O must have the shortest time limit. That has to be, but we don't know how long Iida still has. It was my reply. Even with the 3 of us, it'd be hard to carry them away. Todoroki agreed. He's fast, he could dodge my ice and fire, and Midoriya can only attack with close combat. Todoroki made it clear. I could make a flash bang. I suggested. Will that even work? Midoriya inquired. No, I don't think so. Even with the temporary stun, I assume that would give us 10 seconds at the least, 30 seconds at the most. All that would do is get us out of this alleyway, and give him more room to work with. He replied. I see, I said. Then what's the plan? Listen, you 2 have lost more blood than I have, and you both have the ability to use ranged attacks. I'll distract him while you 2 support me from behind. Does that sound like a plan? He asked, manifesting his quirk to envelop himself in green lightning. Okay, that is new. You want us to take a big risk? Okay, Todoroki said as he and Midoriya prepared. We can protect them. While those 2 were getting ready, I prepared a cannon as a last resort. It's destructive and could likely destroy a portion of a building if I'm not careful, but better safe than sorry. Wait, I've got it. I can use a projectile, a bow and arrow, or something to keep him from leaving Midoriya. I can't use Midoriya's jumps or attack from a long distance without destroying the buildings, so this is all I could do. I quickly pulled a bow and arrows from my stomach. Why, you know how to use that thing? Native inquired. I practiced a little while ago. When I was bored, I replied, pulling back the bowstring to load an arrow. With Midoriya's speed, Todoroki's ice and fire, and my arrows, he cannot escape. Not that he wants to flee, he's after Iida and Native, intending to kill them for whatever they did. It doesn't matter, he's a deranged lunatic who will do anything to justify his actions. The battle raged on. While delivering a blow to the hero killer, Midoriya was paralyzed due to a minor cut. Midoriya was on the ground as the hero killer turned his attention to us. He charged at us. Watch your right. Midoriya yelled as Todoroki fired a stream of fire to his right. As he dodged, I released another arrow. I only have about 6 shots left. When the hero killer was on the ground, he ran toward Todoroki. Todoroki unleashed an ice wave followed by a fire blast. Ice and fire, the hero killer said as he dodged both. As he ran, I shot an arrow that he blocked with his sword. Hasn't anyone ever told you that you rely on your quirk too much? He yelled as I fired another arrow at him. He dodged and hurled a knife at my shoulder. It was simply too fast to react. Makes you a careless fighter, he exclaimed as he drew his sword. I pried the knife from my shoulder, wincing in pain for a split second before reaching back to draw another arrow, but the hero killer was only an inch away from his arm. Todoroki, Midoriya exclaimed. Recipro burst. Iida charged at the hero killer and broke his sword with his knee. After landing, he delivered another kick to the hero killer himself. Iida, Midoriya exclaimed. I smiled with relief. His paralysis had passed, implying that Native was not far behind. You're free, too. Guess his quirk isn't as great as I thought it was, Todoroki said. Todoroki, Midoriya, and Yaoyorozu, this has nothing to do with you three. I apologize, he went on. Come on, not this again, Midoriya said, wondering if he wanted to take the hero killer alone. Wait, his brother was on the news discussing the hero killer. So that is why. I'm fine, he said, standing up straight. I won't let you three spill any more blood for me, he exclaimed, determination burning in his eyes. It's no use trying to pretend you're a hero now. The hero killer responded by throwing his broken weapon away. A person's true nature doesn't change in just a few minutes. You'll never be anything but a fraud who prioritizes his own desires. You're the sickness that's infected society and ruined the name, hero. You're a fundamentalist lunatic, Todoroki responded. Iida, don't listen to this murderer's nonsense. No, Iida said, he's completely right. I have no right to call myself a hero, at all. He said as blood rolled down his armor and dripped off his fist, but still. There's no way I can back down. If I give up now, the name, Ingenium, will die. Iida yelled. The hero killer gritted his teeth and yelled, pathetic. As he charged at Iida, Todoroki pushed him away and blasted him with fire. Idiots, the native yelled. The hero killer is only after me and that kid in the white armor. Stop fighting back, just get out of here. I don't think we could run even if we wanted to, I said as I shot off an arrow. The hero killer jumped off of the sword's hilt. Something has changed in him just now. He seems psychotic with his approach, I said as Todoroki nodded. He sent a wave of ice at the hero killer. The hero killer jumped off the ice shards and dashed towards us. I'm down to 3 arrows and don't have the fats from Uwabami's stupid forced diet. Even if I did have the fats, he won't let me make any more. Todoroki fired a wave of fire at the hero killer as he approached, but he jumped out of the way at the last second. Iida attempted to rush towards him, but his muffler was not working properly. Hey Todoroki, can you regulate your temperatures? He was interested. Todoroki continued to use his fire, saying, not well with my left, but yes, I can. You gotta freeze my leg for me, without plugging my exhaust. He demanded. You're in the way, Stain yelled, throwing another knife that Iida deflected with his arm. No, Iida, Midoriya yelled. Get away. I yelled as I fired another arrow, but he dodged with only 2 remaining. Why won't you stay down? He yelled, throwing another knife, which again lodged in Iida's arm. I shot him again, but he destroyed it with his knife. I'm down to my last arrow. Iida, just do it, hurry, Iida exclaimed. I noticed Midoriya standing up and tapping into his quirk. Todoroki was continuously applying ice to Iida's calf. It's done, Todoroki exclaimed, firing more shots at the hero killer. Iida gripped the knives with his teeth and pried them away. I took aim. This was my last shot, and I needed to make it count. Iida stood up and used his Reserpo burst again, while Midoriya ran up an icy slope. I saw blood from his ankle on the ice, but it didn't stop him. They were both approaching the hero killer at breakneck speed from different directions. He was perplexed by the two people approaching him, so much so that he couldn't defend them both. Iida kicked his sides, and Midoriya punched him in the face. A split second later, Midoriya gripped his arm. Was the aftermath finally sinking in? Todoroki planned his fire attack, but the hero killer was not finished. He quickly grabbed his sword and slashed Iida's shoulder. He groaned in agony. "I'll defeat you, Stain," he yelled, "because you are a criminal. Don't let him get away." Todoroki yelled, firing a fire blast. Iida contorted his body to deliver one more kick, "And I am a hero," he exclaimed. Todoroki landed his fire blast after delivering the kick. Iida and Midoriya were falling, but Todoroki caught them on an ice slope. "Stand up. Keep fighting," he exclaimed, before staring at Stain's body. "He seems to be unconscious. He's gotta be knocked out, right?" Midoriya inquired. I holstered my bow over my shoulders and said, "I hope so." "Then let's restrain him, and get him to the street." Todoroki offered an idea. "Maybe we can find some rope." Midoriya suggested. "Yeah, and we should probably take his weapons." Todoroki said, "Good idea." Fortunately, someone threw away some rope as Midoriya removed all of the weapons on his body. He had his broken sword, his sheath, 4 serrated knives, a dagger, and 4 throwing knives. Native got up after the battle. Midoriya was shaky, so Native carried him on his back. When the 5 of us were on the street, an elderly man in a yellow costume appeared. In an instant, he went from across the street to kicking Midoriya in the face. Midoriya introduced him as his intern, Gran Torino. After defeating him, the pro-hero reinforcements arrived to assist us. They called the police to apprehend Stain and an ambulance for us. For once, throughout the day, I felt at ease. Until it was quickly stomped out of fear and shock. Was it one of those monsters, similar to the Nomu? From USJ, grabbed Midoriya and attempted to fly away. "Midoriya," I yelled, pulling out my bow and taking aim. "One shot is all I need." I shot the arrow at Nomu's side, and it shook with pain as it let go of Midoriya. Despite the pain in my body, I ran as fast as I could to catch him before he hit the ground. I made it just in time, and he landed in my arms before he could be hurt, while I kept an eye on the flying Nomu in case it came around for another lap. Then it stopped moving and began to fall to the ground, and Stain jumped onto the Nomu, driving a knife into its brain. Didn't we tie him up and take his weapons? I set Midoriya down and, with the last of my energy, built a pole to repel him. All the while, the other pro-heroes prepared to fight as well. "Why are you all standing around like fools?" a deep voice asked. "The villain must have flown this way, right?" As a flaming man entered the street. "Wait, Endeavor, what is he doing here?" "Gah, no matter, I must protect Midoriya." "Hold on," he said, staring at Stain. "Don't tell me that man is." Stain looked at Endeavor, who was visibly angry. "Endeavor," he growled, standing up. His mask fell off as Endeavor prepared a fire spear, hero killer. He yelled, ready to strike. "Wait, Todoroki," Gran Torino yelled, causing Endeavor to stop for a split second. Stain got up and began walking towards us. I gripped my pole, ready to fight. "You are a false hero," he yelled. "The air feels like, is it part of his quirk?" "I'll make this right," he said. I cannot move. These streets must run with the blood of hypocrites," he yelled, getting closer. "Hero, I will reclaim that word," he yelled, taking another step forward. "Come on, try and stop me, you fakes." No one moved. Are they also affected by this? "There's only one man I'll let kill me. He's a true hero," he concluded. "All Might is worthy." As we were all paralyzed and unable to move a single muscle, he expelled a black and red mist. Clang. The paralysis had ended, and Stain stood motionless. Endeavor said, "I think he's out cold." Everyone fell back, reeling from the effects. "Midoriya, are you okay?" I asked. He looked at me and blinked. "Oh, I'm fine, thanks for saving me." His response was. I let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's all over. Yaoyorozu's point of view *. A raspy groan could be heard. "Oh, you're awake," I said, looking at Midoriya, who was clutching his head. "Where are we?" he inquired. "The hospital. After the incident with Stain, we were transported here. You were out like a light once we were laid down," I went on. "Oh," he exclaimed, standing up. He winced and stood up. I said, "You shouldn't be standing." "It's fine. It only stung for a second," he told me. "But still, anyway, I never got to thanks you," he went on. "For what?" I inquired. "For coming when I texted everyone, for shooting that Nomu thing, for throwing yourself in harm's way when Stain got out." Midoriya gave several examples. "But he didn't do anything after all," I corrected myself. "So, that doesn't change the fact that you weren't trying to protect me." He smiled, and that shot was pretty cool. I couldn't help smiling. Before I could reply, Gran Troino and another guy, I presume he is Iida's mentor. Midoriya greeted. "Ah, Gran Torino," Iida added, "and Manuel too." "Idiot, I could yell at you for hours right now," he said, walking towards Midoriya. "Before I do, you have a visitor." "Wait, the chief of police in Hosu. So you're the UA students, who brought down the hero killer huh?" He was curious. "We are," Todoroki explained. "This could go either way. Either we're in trouble for meddling in pro-hero affairs and endangering our lives, or he'll praise us. And I believe I know which one it is." Stain had some serious injuries, severe burns and several broken bones. He went on. "Right now he's in the hospital under strict guard." We all looked at him, confused and shocked. Here's a lesson you should have already learned. When quirks became the norm, the police force sought to maintain the status quo. It decided we wouldn't use quirks as weapons. That's when heroes came in. They could do whatever we couldn't, if they were licensed of course. He told you. Okay, I see where this is going. It would be impossible for the police to condone the use of deadly quirks. After all, we're here to stop such harm from being done. The only reason pros can use their powers now is because of the strict code of ethics that the early heroes chose to abide by. That's why it's against the law for uncertified people to use their quirks to cause injury. Whether you were up against the hero killer or not, none of you had the authority to harm the villain. That means the four of you. So, after everything we've done, including apprehending a serial killer, we're going to get in trouble. Now wait a minute, Todoroki responded. If Iida had not stepped in, Native would have been murdered. And if not for Midoriya or Yaoyorozu, both of them would have been dead. Iida muttered, "Todoroki, no one else even realized that the hero killer was in Hosu. Are you saying we shouldn't have just stood by and watched people die?" He sought clarification. "See calm do, so it's okay to break the law as long as it goes your way?" Suragame inquired. Todoroki paused in surprise, "But, sir, isn't it a hero's job to save people?" He closed his eyes and gazed downward. "This is why you're not a full-fledged pro yet," he grumbled. "It's obvious UA and Endeavor haven't been teaching you near enough." "What a shame." Todoroki gritted his teeth as he walked towards Suragame. "You damned mutt." Todoroki. "Listen, he's right," Iida exclaimed. "Stop there, kid," Gran Torino told him, standing in his way. "You'll want to hear him out until the end. What I've said is the official stance of the police department," he said, "but any punishment would only be necessary if this went public." He added, "If it did, you'd probably be applauded by citizens everywhere, but there's no way you could escape from being reprimanded. On the other hand, we could say Endeavor saved the day. Stain's burns would support this story completely, and we could pretend you weren't involved." Fortunately, there were very few witnesses. We all looked at him, still processing what he had said. "The choice is yours. Personally, I know where I stand," he said, giving us a thumbs up. "I don't want to ruin any promising young careers, not for a mistake like this," he concluded. "Either way, we'll need to take responsibility for being negligent as supervisors." Manuel responded. Iida came up to him and bowed. "I'm sorry, I should have listened," he replied. Manuel cut his head. "Yeah, you caused us a lot of trouble." He scowled. "Remember that, and don't do it again." "Sir," Iida replied. Midoriya bowed his head and said, "And I apologize as well." "I apologize as well," I added, bowing. "Me, too. We'll leave it to you," Todoroki said, also bowing. "I know it's not fair," Suragame said, "you won't get any of the fame and praise you would have gotten otherwise." He also bowed, "But at least, allow me, as the chief of police, to thank you." Todoroki made a face and turned away. You know. You could have started with that. He muttered. Suragame and our supervisors soon left the room to give us time to recover. Iida had just gotten his test results back. My left hand. Iida responded. Might have damage that's permanent. What, permanent? Midoriya inquired. Both my arms were pretty torn up. Iida commented. But the injury to my left arm was especially severe. There was damage to my brachial plexus. Which just means, I'll have trouble moving my fingers. And my hand might have some numbness. Apparently, there's a chance it could be healed with nerve transplant surgery. He went on. It fascinates me, how he can express his problems with a smile, as if they are not a big deal. When I came across the hero killer, I stopped thinking rationally. The first thing I should have done was call Manuel. But I got lost in my own anger. He commented. I hate him so much, but I can't deny he spoke the truth. That's why, until I'm able to call myself a real hero, I'll leave my left hand as it is. Todoroki turned towards him and asked, Are you sure? Midoriya looked at him in surprise, then extended his hand to Iida, saying, Iida, I feel the same way. He added, Let's get stronger. Together. Iida nodded silently, indicating her determination. Todoroki looked at Midoriya's hand with wide eyes and muttered, I feel kind of bad. We all looked at him. About what? Midoriya inquired. Whenever I'm involved, someone's hand gets all messed up. He responded. Is something wrong with me? Wait, what? Am I cursed? He inquired. We all stared at him with wide eyes as he made his statement. I tried not to chuckle as Midoriya and Iida burst out laughing. Todoroki, I didn't know you had a sense of humor. Midoriya exclaimed between laughs. This isn't a joke, Todoroki explained. I'm like, the hand crusher, or something. Alright, that got me. I burst out laughing as Midoriya and Iida cackled. I understand he's being serious. And that is the best part. The hand crusher. Iida and Midoriya yelled, laughing. Haha, oh no, I'm next then. I exclaimed, feigning horror, which made Iida and Midoriya laugh hysterically. After the jokes were told and the laughter subsided, Midoriya went out to tell Uraraka what had happened. Leaving me alone with Iida and Todoroki. So, you and Midoriya? Todoroki inquired. Huh, I asked. It's not hard to figure out, you know. He stated as Iida gazed at him confused but curious. You yelling you'll win after Midoriya losing. You rushing in an alleyway at the middle of the night due to Midoriya's distress signal. You fighting the hero killer off. And to top it all off, you firing off an arrow at that brain villain. Rushing to save Midoriya, and standing tall against Stain with nothing but a pole. Todoroki went on. That's because we're good friends, I explained. Iida responded, really, I've never seen you two hang out all that often. Darn it, Iida, Todoroki said stoically, just admit you have feelings. Feelings, Midoriya, I yelled. Yes, I do have feelings, Iida blurted out. Oh, with who, Iida? Midoriya inquired. Oh, there's nothing to worry about, he said, shifting his gaze to me. Thanks, Iida. Oh, okay, Midoriya said, dropping the subject. I was tempted to ask Todoroki. But now that I think about it, I don't think he would have won right now. I stayed quiet because he would most likely throw me under the moving bus. Soon, a nurse came in and told us we could return to our internships. After we left the hospital, we all said our goodbyes and returned to our internships. My life is boring. Boring internship. Several boring days later. Thank goodness this is over. Aside from the hair product demo commercial, we dodged Kendo's questions and completed a patrol that included an autograph session. We returned home to Ua after a light scolding from Uabami for my actions in getting her a pay cut. My first day back was interesting. Kaminari and Kirishima laughed at Bakugo's hairstyle. Not that I blamed them, it was pretty funny. When class began, we were given a short training exercise to get back in shape. A training session is an excellent way to get back into the groove. All Might took us to another training area called Ground Gamma. It was a massive factory-style labyrinth with pipes and buildings everywhere, the ideal setting for a race. The goal is to be the first to reach All Might, and you can use your quirks at your leisure. The first group included Shiro, Ashido, Ojiro, Iida, and Midoriya. Kirishima said, Man, everyone in this group has really good mobility. I don't know, Midoriya isn't really a run and jump kind of guy. Juro laughed. As everyone stared at me, I said, I wouldn't say that. I looked up and saw Midoriya stretching. It's not like Midoriya was simply waiting around during his internship, I said, smiling as I stared at the screen. Okay, clearly you know something we don't, Kirishima said, and I chuckled. Just watch, you'll see the progress he's made. My response was, is everyone ready? All Might asked. Begin, he yelled. Everyone took off. Zero used his tape to swing across the bars, Ashido used her acid to slide, Iida used his natural speed, and Ojiro used his tail. Look at, I am go. Kirishima exclaimed. Huh, I don't see Midoriya anywhere. Kaminari muttered, seems you bet on the wrong horse. Yeah, it's like this course was designed with him in mind, Kirishima stated. So that means Zero has an advantage, Shoji said, using one of his dupli mouths. Then a green blur zoomed past Zero, indicating that he had tapped into that power again. Midoriya was jumping from pipe to pipe, taking everyone except me by surprise. Whoa, Midoriya, Kirishima and Mineta exclaimed. Since when could he do that? Kaminari inquired. It appears you bet on the wrong horse. I commented. The way he propels himself through the air, though, it looks a lot like Bakugo's technique, impressive. He's speeding towards All Might, he could win. Until, he slipped from a pipe. Because of that error, he finished last, while Zero took first place. I am sure Kaminari said something. But I paid him no attention. After Group 1 was finished, Group 2 began, consisting of Kaminari, Jiro, Bakugo, Shoji, and Tokiyami. Midoriya sat down to watch the match. As I sat next to him, I said, hey. Oh, hello, he said with a smile. Did you see me? He inquired. Yeah, you were impressive, had you stuck your footing you would have beaten Zero. That was my reply. Yeah, he replied, looking down. Disappointed? I asked, and he nodded. Yeah, I was so close. He yelled, frustrated. Oh well, at least I know what to improve on, this is a new technique after all. Wow, it is, I remember, I said, leaning in closer, in the stain fight. That you used it with ease. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, I couldn't really afford to mess up there, could I? He was curious. No, and I'm glad you didn't. That was my reply. The match was over, and Bakugo narrowly defeated Tokiyami with a blast to his dark shadow. Well, I guess I'm up. I stood up. Good luck, not that you need it. He interrupted. I smiled as I approached my group. My group was made up of Mineta, Todoroki, Sato, Kota, and myself. Ready? All Might inquired. Hey, you better not go easy. I told Todoroki. As mist emitted from his hand, he said, I don't plan to. Go. Midoriya's point of view asterisk. All Might yelled go as everyone made their way towards them. Todoroki cut through with an ice path, while Yaoyorozu used a grappling hook, making for an interesting play. Someone seems engrossed. Oh Uraraka, hey, I said, returning my gaze to the screen. So, Yaoyorozu, she explained. What about her? I whispered. Oh nothing, just how she keeps up with Todoroki, she said calmly. Oh, yeah, she's doing well. It was my response. What did you think I was going to say? She asked. And nothing. I asked, uncertain. She teasingly said, you sounded pretty shocked over nothing. It's nothing, I said, feeling heat rise to my face. Hey, it's amazing how obvious you are. Oh, Todoroki won, she said, looking up at the screen. I quickly looked at the screen, and Todoroki was given the, thank you, sash. Group 3 quickly returned, while Group 4 proceeded to the starting area. Hey, did you see me? She inquired. Yeah, I responded as she raised an eyebrow. She said flatly, you're lying to me. Darn, why am I so obvious? Sorry, Uraraka was talking to me about stuff, I said, feeling the familiar heat on my face return. She asked, are you okay? You're turning red. I'm fine, just warm out here. It was my reply. It's rather cold outside, she replied. It's my body warming up to counter the cold. That was my response. Thankfully, she dropped the subject after Aoyama, of all people, won the match. Though, he looked like he was in pain. Once class was over and Mineta was confident his eye would recover from the locker room incident, I had to go see All Might, who wanted to discuss the origins of One for All. I packed my belongings and headed out, until Yaoyorozu said, hey, Midoriya. Oh, hey, I said. Are you coming to work? She whispered. Yeah, in a little bit, Just have to talk to All Might about something, I said as I walked away. I made it into All Might's office. We sat down, he brewed me some tea, and he proceeded to explain everything I needed to know about One for All and its origins. One for All is essentially a modified version of All for One. All for One is a quirk used by the leader of the villains who took over Japan near the start of quirks. I heard those were rumors, but I never believed they were true. Anyway, All for One was pleased with his quirk and wanted to show it off to everyone. He passed down other people's quirks and altered abilities in order to gain their trust and obedience. Some, such as Nomu's, were unable to cope with the quirks and acted as All Might instructed. Some could deal with the quirks assigned to them. One of them was his quirkless younger brother, who was small and ill. However, he had a strong sense of justice, so he continued to oppose All for One. But All for One gave his younger brother a quirk that would allow him to accumulate power. It's unclear whether he gave him that quirk as a gift or forced him to submit. While everyone, including himself, thought he lacked a quirk, he, too, had one. He had a useless quirk that only allowed him to pass down quirks, but when combined with All for One's quirk, it manifested as One for All. I asked what the point of telling me about All for One was, given that he should have died by now. However, All Might informed me that he had come into contact with a quirk that prevented the symbol of evil from aging, making it appear immortal. With the way the world was in his power, he appeared to be unbeatable. So the younger brother decided to pass on his quirk to future generations, hoping to gain more power and defeat All for One. It was All Might's turn, and he defeated All for One. At the very least, he thought. He survived the battle and is now back in action, continuing his legacy as the mastermind behind the League of Villains that we've encountered in USJ. So, now you know. The entire purpose of One for All is to defeat All for One. As its holder, you may one day have to fight against this great evil yourself. Because I have failed, he responded as he turned his gaze toward me. I know you didn't expect this, but I'll do my best, I yelled as he turned to face me completely. I'll do whatever you ask, no matter what it takes. As long as you're with me, I can do anything. I know you'll have my back, I said. He just stared at me, hand covering his mouth. It was as if he had something to say. All Might said, "Thank you." I stared at him, but I didn't ask. He probably had a good reason for not saying what he wanted to say. I packed my belongings and made my way home. While I was processing the new information, I walked home to get my suit. I still had a job to complete. Midoriya's point of view asterisk. I walked up to the main gate and pressed the button. Oh Midoriya, come in. It was Yaoyorozu. Were her parents out again? Well, the gates opened in the grandiose manner that I'll never get used to. Once inside, I hung my bag on the rack and went inside. As she looked over her books, she said, "Welcome. Studying for final exams?" I inquired, pulling up another seat. "Yes, and you should too," she replied. "Well, if it's just stuff we learned then it shouldn't be too tough. It's the practical I'm worried about." I admit it. She looked up from her books. "Yeah, I wonder what it would be." She said. "Well, I don't know. It could be those robots from before, it could be something entirely new." That was my response. "Yeah, and if we fail, we won't be able to go to training camp." He replied. "Oh, yeah, I forgot about that," I said, realizing. "I'm not worried about us, but I'm worried about Kaminari and Ishido." She made it clear. "Yeah, they got the lowest scores in the midterms," I told them. Then I heard her stomach rumbling. As her face lit up with embarrassment, I simply laughed. "Want anything in particular?" I inquired. "No. Your Katsudon will be more than enough," she said, returning to her normal color. I nodded and made my way into the kitchen. I quickly brought her out a bowl. "Aren't you going to have some?" she inquired as I shook my head. "No, I ate a little while ago when I went home." That was my reply. "Oh, that reminds me, how's your mother?" she inquired as she bit into a piece of pork. "Oh, she's doing very well. She's trying to do stuff around the house no matter how many times I said not to and take it easy." I replied. "Gosh, I have no idea what I did to deserve a mother like her." I responded with, "Well, what did she do to deserve a son like you?" She inquired as I felt my face warm up. I asked. "It's true. How many sons would take a loan from the symbol of peace, and juggle Ua and become a servant for their mothers?" She requested an estimate. "Well, I didn't mean to be a servant," I replied. "Oh, my mistake. You intentionally took the loan to save your mother, but you didn't mean to be given the highest paying job you could have gotten. She chuckled as she scarfed down some rice. Well, I stuttered, attempting to think of a counter. Look, you're a good kid, and do a lot for the sake of others. Off the top of my head, you saved Uraraka from a giant robot during the entrance exams, managed to get Todoroki to use his full power, and to top it all off saved Iida from stain. She went on. Why, you helped, I responded. Who sent the distress text? She said, setting aside her empty bowl. But what about? I asked, and she burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? I inquired, as my face became even hotter. Nothing. Just funny how you're trying to find any bad things you did, and failing. She said, laughing. Well, what about you? I asked, hoping to salvage this somehow. What about me? She asked. As she raised an eyebrow, I said, you're a better person than me. No, I believe you are a better person than me, Yaoyorozu responded. This conversation lasted for 30 minutes. No one's point of view asterisk. Dear, we're ho, Mrs. Yaoyorozu exclaimed, only to be interrupted by loud voices. Well, what about that time where you made me lunch, out of the kindness of your heart? Yaoyorozu interrupted. Well, I wasn't the one who was more determined to win after having surgery. Midoriya replied. How did you even know about that? She asked. And, of course, we were at war. She added. Should we leave them alone? Mr. Yaoyorozu inquired. Yes, they'll settle, whatever dispute this is. Mrs. Yaoyorozu asked as they walked up to their bedroom. Just admit that you're a better person than me. Midoriya yelled. I'm not. Yaoyorozu replied. Fine, we're both equally good people. Midoriya exclaimed. Fine. Yaoyorozu yelled back as they turned away from one another. It only took a second of silence for the two of them to realize what they were fighting over, and burst out laughing. Did we just? Yaoyorozu asked, cackling at the situation. Why yeah, Midoriya responded, laughing just as hard. Soon, their laughter faded, leaving only smiles on their faces. But seriously, Yaoyorozu said as Midoriya looked at her, you're still the better person. She smirked. You really want to do round 2? Midoriya inquired. Nope, Yaoyorozu exclaimed as she looked at her watch. Anyway, it's 7:30, you should be heading home. Oh, yeah, I should, see you tomorrow. Midoriya exclaimed as he rushed out the door, only to return inside to grab his belongings. Yaoyorozu sighed. How can anyone be so nice? She asked herself as she resumed her studies. Midoriya's point of view asterisk. Classes had ended, and Aizawa-sensei informed them that the final exams would be held the following week. Kaminari and Ashido both freaked out and laughed. Ashido, Kaminari, we've still got time to study. I responded. That way, we'll all get to go to the training camp together. Yes, as class rep, I have high hopes that we'll all make UA proud. He responded. It's pretty hard to fail if you just pay attention in class, isn't it? Todoroki asked in a cold tone. Why you gotta cut me down like that? Kaminari said, clutching his chest in mock agony. Hey, don't worry about it, you two, I can catch you up to speed on the important topics, if you want. Yaoyorozu responded. You're the best, Yao Momo. Ashido and Kaminari exclaimed. I've been studying, but, could you help me out, too? Jiro said, taking out her notebook. I'm having some trouble understanding quadratic functions. Really? She inquired. Tutor, please. Classical Japanese is killing me. Shiro exclaimed. Is there room for one more? I'm afraid I'm falling behind a little. Ojiro interrupted. Pretty please. They said together. Yaoyorozu suddenly beams with excitement. This is wonderful. Yes, let's do it. She yelled, jumping out of her seat. All right, they exclaimed. Okay, then, we can hold a study session at my residence over the weekend, declared Yaoyorozu. Seriously, I can't wait to see your fancy digs. Ashido exclaimed, her excitement matching Yaoyorozu's. Then she went on an excited ramble about what tea everyone likes, etc. It's bizarre. I've never seen her so excited before. After that adorable episode of Yaoyorozu, the rest of us went to the cafeteria for lunch. It was a quiet lunch break, at least, for just 15 seconds. Then there was that one guy from class 1B. Was his name Momona? Anyway, he hit the back of my head with his tray, then said I had a big head and insulted class 1A, as he always does. Fortunately, Kendo, the big sister of Class 1B, stepped in and knocked him out with a quick whack to the back of his neck. She apologized and informed us that the practical portion of the final exam was against the robots from the entrance exam. Of course, Momona complained, only to receive another whack to the back of the neck and be dragged away, most likely to the Class 1B table. After lunch, I shared the information with my classmates. All right, Kaminari and Ishido said. This will be super easy if it's just robots, Kaminari said. Great news, Ishido exclaimed. Why do you sound so happy? Ojiro replied, you both have a hard time controlling your quirks. Yeah, but I can let loose with robots, Kaminari replied. And melting them will be a cinch for me, Ishido exclaimed. They both sound overly confident. Are these really robots? Now you just need Yaoyorozu to help you study and you'll be all set for finals. Shiro agreed. We will definitely be able to go to the training camp now. They exclaimed confidently. Then I remembered what All Might told me. About how I might have to fight All for one on my own. I need to make everything count from now on. It shouldn't matter if it's robots or real people, Kachan said. Why are you morons so excited? Who are you calling a moron? Kaminari yelled. Shut up, you need to learn to control your quirk. You get it, Kachan yelled, then turned his attention towards me. Hey, Deku, he growled. The entire room seemed to freeze as Kachan glared at me. I don't know what's going on with you and your power, but I saw the way you're using it now, and I want you to know it's seriously pissing me off. He gave a growl. Uraraka and the others were muttering in the background, most likely about how I was jumping around during the ground gamma races. I won't have another half-assed performance like during the festival, he stated. We'll be getting individual scores in the upcoming finals, new rankings. So we'll all know exactly where we stand. He yelled, pointing an angry finger at me. I'll show you how much better I am. Then he turned to Yaoyorozu and asked, and Yaoyorozu, I'll show you the difference in our strengths. Don't let that fluke of a match deceive you. He growled as he slammed the door and exited the room. Everyone commented on Kachan's outburst, but I went over to Yaoyorozu. Hey, are you okay? I asked. Yeah, why shouldn't I be? She asked. Because he. Never mind, I said, sulking. Don't let him get under your skin. Most of his words were talk and select few of them were action. She was beaming with laughter. Yeah, and the ones where he won't give a half-A asterisk ed performance wasn't only talk. That was my response. Well, why don't you do your best, too? She asked. I just looked at her blankly. You plan to do your best, right? She asked. Oh, of course I was. I yelled, rolling her eyes. Then you have absolutely nothing to worry about, she said as she slinked her backpack over her shoulders. Anyway, class is over, so I'm going to head on home, she said as she exited the classroom. In all honesty, I considered going to work or studying for finals. Money, or grades? This is a question that everyone asks themselves at some point in their lives. Fearing the scowls of my mother and Yaoyorozu, as well as the physical scowl of All Might, I decided to take a day off and study. Furthermore, tomorrow is Saturday, and Yaoyorozu will most likely be studying all day. What's the worst that could occur? Yaoyorozu's point of view asterisk. Check. What about small snack pastries? Check. Study guides tailored to everyone's needs, which I just created last night. Check, and check. All right, everything appears to be in order, all that remains is to ding, dong, allow everyone in. I've been waiting for each of you. Come on in, I exclaimed as I opened the gate. As soon as everyone entered my home, I led them to the grand hall and prepared their tea and snacks. Everything went swimmingly until, ding, dong. Yaoyorozu, were you expecting anyone else? Jiro asked. Don't tell me, Midoriya. If they find out he is my servant, I am not sure what they will do, but it will most likely be bad. Oh, just the delivery man, please stay seated, I'll be right out. I yelled as I pressed the button to allow him in. Hey, ya MMPH, he said as I placed my hand over his mouth. Listen to me, Jiro, Ojiro, Kaminari, Shiro, and Ishido have arrived, I said, as he stared at me with wide eyes. How could you forget? Did I say it aloud? I asked, as he shrugged. I felt sorry for myself. Listen, under no circumstances you should come out to the grand hall. The last thing I want is for everyone to know you're my servant. I told him with a nod. Good, now there's a back entrance to the kitchen, it's always unlocked, so you should be able to get in easily. I'll make up a cover story, okay? I explained, and he nodded. As I removed my hand from his mouth, I said, good. So, what do I do? He asked quietly, what if they need to go into the kitchen at any time? I paused for a moment, I'll handle it, don't worry. I said, now go. He nodded and hurried away. Phew, now I just need to keep them entertained until they go home for the day. I grabbed the handle and tried to imitate my excited demeanor that I can't help but have when I'm hanging out with classmates. With so much at stake, it's impossible to be excited or bouncy, as my mother used to describe it. So far, everything was going well. Everyone was asking simple questions that were easy to answer and did not require much compliance. Then Kaminari had to say something. He whined, I'm hungry. As if the word, hungry, were enough to cause a chain reaction of hunger among the 5 tutors. Yeah, I can go for something, too. Where's the kitchen? Jiro inquired. The least I could do is whip something up. She replied. No, that's fine. In fact, I recently hired a new chef who makes fantastic katsudon, which you must try. I exclaimed, sounding a little forced for my tastes. Of course, Jiro was almost on me, until Kaminari accidentally saved the entire operation. I am down, he yelled excitedly, and Ashido agreed. Alright, we'll wait here, Jiro said, taking his seat back down. Cool, I'll go tell him that, I said as I turned to walk into the kitchen. I breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, head chef, I need 5 bowls of katsudon, I said, noticing 5 steaming bowls on the counter. Thankfully these walls are super thin. I heard the whole conversation and whipped them up the minute I heard katsudon. Midoriya explained. But that happened 30 seconds ago. I asked. So what about it? He asked. Nothing. Nothing at all, I said, placing the bowls on a rolling tray and bringing them out. Man, he is good, Ashido said, staring at her steaming bowl. They prepared their chopsticks and took a bite of pork. Their critiques were identical. They all said simultaneously. This is so good, Ashido said this as she began scarfing down the entire bowl. Hey, if this whole pro-hero thing doesn't work out, Midoriya might open his own restaurant. They finished in just a few seconds. Thank you for the food, they yelled. You're welcome. My eyes popped open when I heard something in the kitchen hit the floor. What was that? Ojiro asked. Oh, this is just the head chef responding to your praise. Yes, the walls are rather thin, so what he says can be heard, and vice versa. I explained. Oh, in that case, Ashido said, can I have more? She yelled. Coming right up, he said, trying to deepen his voice. If this wasn't a dire situation, I'd think that attempt to cloud his voice was rather cute. Thank you, she yelled. Hey, can I have more too? Kaminari asked. Me too, Ojiro asked, coming a hem up. Midoriya explained as he started cooking. Man, I wish I had a chef like that, Kaminari said, returning his attention to his book. With a sigh of relief, I returned the cart to the kitchen. Once inside, I noticed 5 bowls of steaming hot katsudon. How are you turning these out so quickly? I asked as I loaded the bowls into the cart. Months of practice, he said, without giving me any more information. I just shrugged and sent out the food. I hope you guys are studying during the brief intervals of which I went into the kitchen. I informed you. Oh, of course, Ojiro said, returning his attention to the packets. Fortunately, they did not request any additional food, and 6 p.m. arrived. For once, I am glad my classmates are leaving. Phew, I feel exhausted. Thank you for tutoring us, Yaoyorozu, Shiro said as I waved him off with a smile. It was nothing, I said, trying not to force them out lest suspicions arise. They packed their belongings and walked towards the door. See you tomorrow, Yaoyorozu. Ashido waved. Almost. Just head out the front. But, of course, things are never so simple. Oh, that reminds me, Jiro said as the group came to a halt an inch from the door. She didn't say anything else as she walked slowly toward the kitchen door. Jiro said, Hey, Midoriya. ... Dang, it was so close. Midoriya exited the kitchen, aware that the jig was up. How do you know? He inquired, as everyone else looked dumbfounded. Hello, she said, flicking her headphone jack earlobes, I can listen through any wall. Quote ... Dang, Midoriya exclaimed. Enough of that. Why are you here? And, more importantly, why are you wearing a suit? Jiro asked. Well, Midoriya fumbled. You are what? Jiro probed. He's my servant, I said as everyone stared at me, including Midoriya. Jiro said, I did not expect that part. Has he lost a bet or something? Kaminari asked. I sighed and asked, do you want to tell them why? I asked. He appeared to be slightly uncomfortable. Fine, take a seat, he said. Midoriya explained everything, including his mother's illness and All Might's check. Wait, I thought he was the symbol of peace, why would he owe you money? Ashido asked. Well, it was kind of my fault. He would have given me the money right away, but I didn't want to accept that large sum of money with no questions asked, so he landed me this job to pay him back, Midoriya explained. Oh, Jiro replied. Wait a minute, Ashido yelled. What? Midoriya inquired. Are you, who made the delicious katsudon? She asked. Oh, it wasn't very good, he admitted modestly. It was like heaven in fried pork form, she exclaimed, literally salivating at the thought of it. Okay, so what will it take to buy your silence? I said. Oh, easy, Ashido said. More of that food, she yelled. Ojiro said, that's enough for me. Same here, that was amazing. Shiro said. I agree, Kaminari exclaimed. It appears we set our terms, Jiro said. But, oh, fine, Midoriya replied. Jiro teased as the group exited the building back home. You better be here tomorrow, Mr. Head Chef. Well, I simply said, that went well. Yeah, thank goodness it was hot in there. Midoriya complained. Oh, be quiet, and go home, you haven't studied all day. I said as he nodded. Midoriya said, okay. Oh, that reminds me, I said as he froze in his tracks. Now that they know of you, you're joining us for tomorrow's session, I need help answering their questions. I answered them. But I thought I was the cook. He complained. No, you're my servant, and as such you'll assist me with tutoring our classmates. I told you so. Why yes, ma'am, he replied timidly. I'm just kidding, Midoriya. But some assistance would be appreciated, I said. Oh, well, I plan to help anyway, he said. Good, I said as I opened the door for him. Now, go home and study, you have a lot of ground to make up for the final. I motioned him out the door. When he left, I went straight to my room and collapsed onto my bed exhausted. Who knew keeping a secret that was eventually revealed would be so exhausting? At least I won't have to keep it hidden until tomorrow. I should make Midoriya's study guide, but he doesn't really need it. Oh, wait, darn it, I forgot to ask Midoriya to make me some katsudon. Yaoyorozu's point of view asterisk. It's day 2 of our weekend study session. Things improved after it was revealed that Midoriya was my servant. Everyone was focused, until they became hungry. Midoriya, I am hungry, could you make us something? Ashido asked. Sure, what do you want? He asked. Curry, Ashido suggested. That, actually sounds good, Jiro voted. Yes, I'm up for some curry, Ojiro said. Kaminari commented. I'm outvoted, so curry it is. Alright, Midoriya stood up, I'll be out in a second. He said as he entered the kitchen. This actually took about 10 minutes. Alright, I'm not very knowledgeable about curry, so I apologize if this is bad. He said, rubbing the back of his head, a habit I noticed when he was nervous. He distributed the curry and handed one to me, saying, here, you seemed hungry. My face felt slightly warm as I grabbed the bowl of curry. We each took one bite, and it was delicious, Ashido exclaimed. Exactly, delicious. Jiro was eating her curry when she said, man Yaoyorozu, you struck gold with him. Well, that's not. Is it that good? Midoriya asked, reverting to his timid nature. No, it's much better, and you claimed you had no idea what you were doing. Ojiro asked. Midoriya muttered, well, not really. Well, then you're incredibly talented to make something this good on a whim. Shiro applauded. Midoriya looked at me, as if I could stop the praise. What? They're correct, it's delicious, I said, eating more. But, he stuttered. Midoriya, it's delicious, end of story. I said sternly. Dang Yaoyorozu, keep him in line, Jiro teased, setting her bowl aside. I looked away and said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Sure you don't, Jiro replied. Anyway, back to studying, I'm sure as heck not going to miss the camping trip. She appeared to have inspired everyone, as they finished their bowls and returned to work. The rest of the study session went off without a hitch, with the exception of a brief break during which everyone nagged Midoriya for food, which came infrequently. When 7 a.m. arrived, I knew they were prepared for the final exam, at least for the written part. The practical is entirely dependent on their ability. Man, I'm exhausted. Thanks for the study session, Yao Momo, Ishido said. Yeah, I don't think I'd pass if I hadn't asked, Kaminari replied. Yaoyorozu brushed off their compliments, saying, it was a pleasure helping classmates. They smiled at my statement and slowly left my home, leaving only Midoriya and me. Sorry you couldn't get much studying in, I said as he waved his hands. Oh, everything's fine, Midoriya said that the studying he had done should be sufficient. He was trying to reassure me. It's amazing how kind one person can be. Well, if you say so, anyway it's 7 o'clock, you should be getting home. Some last-minute studying or training would do you good for the final. Then I replied. Right, thanks Yaoyorozu, he said as he rushed out the door. I smiled and went up to my room. I always practice what I preach. Midoriya's point of view asterisk. After the written exams, Kaminari and Ishido approached Yaoyorozu to express their gratitude for the additional study time. Now all that is left is the practical. We were led out of our classroom into buses and driven to the battlegrounds. The UA teachers greeted us as we wore our costumes. Kaminari and Ishido sounded confident about fighting robots. Then reality brought them back down. It turns out that we are fighting the teachers and faculty. It's a 2v1 match, with 2 students competing against a teacher. The pairings are determined based on strengths, weaknesses, and personal relationships. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki are paired up against Aizawa-sensei. Sato and Kirishima are paired up against Smentos. Asui and Tokiyami are paired up against Ectoplasm. Iida and Ojiro are paired up against Power Loader. Uraraka and Aoyama are paired up against 13. Ishido and Kaminari are paired up against Principal Nezu. Jiro and Koda are paired up against Present Mike. Shoji and Hagakuri are paired up against Snipe. Siro and Mineta are paired up against Midnight. Bakugo and I were paired. He glared at me and our opponent. As All Might. After the debrief, we were given 10 minutes before the first match, which was Kirishima and Sato's against Smentos. During those 10 minutes, groups can either strategize with their partners or go into the monitor room to watch. Kachan refused to strategize with me, so I went into the monitor room. Uraraka appears to have had the same problem, as Aoyama is in the back posing in front of a conveniently placed mirror. While we were waiting, Uraraka decided to start a conversation. So, how is Yaoyorozu doing? She asked. What do you mean? I inquired as my face heated up. Why is my face heating up? Don't play dumb Deku. I saw how you two were hanging out more often. Uraraka interrupted. But, and how she knew about your new abilities, and was involved with the hero killer fiasco that you were also involved with. Uraraka went on. That's just coincidence. To top it all off, she was confident in your ability to win, while you were racing. She said with a smirk, probably taking note of my burning face. She had a rather strong fondness for you. She teased. No, she doesn't, I yelled. Behind me, an elderly voice said, Ah, young love. Our recovery, girl, I asked, shocked. I am here, so if knuckleheads like you get hurt while using your powers, I will help you recover, she said, sitting comfortably in her seat. I sighed. There was no way to win here. You seem to have a fondness with her. Off the top of my head, you made her lunch when you absolutely didn't have to, and you were watching her while she was racing, not even focusing on Todoroki. She brought this up. Hey, Kirishima and Sato's match is starting. I exclaimed, hoping to change the subject. Hey, okay, I'll drop the subject. For the time being, she said, her gaze shifting to the screen. Thank goodness. I may regain normal body temperature before my match. Smentos's quirk to create cement walls with no known limit, combined with Sato's quirk to give him a boost of strength for 3 minutes before becoming extremely tired and burned out, quickly drained him, leaving Kirishima with slowly drained stamina. They lost the battle in just a few minutes. Tokiyami and Asui were up next. He could use ectoplasm to make clones to fight Tokiyami and Asui. His limit is 36 if he's feeling good, as he likes to put it. So I assume he could only create 36 clones. He can make his clones appear anywhere, and Tokiyami isn't a good fighter in close combat. However, she can wrap her tongue around Asui and lift him away from the clones. They made it to the end, where the actual ectoplasm is. Ectoplasm created a giant clone in a last-ditch effort to capture Asui and Tokiyami. Tokiyami used his shadow to fight ectoplasm, and the two reached an impasse. Tokiyami called Dark Shadow back, and Asui handed him something, I assumed the handcuffs. When Dark Shadow approached ectoplasm and ectoplasm landed a kick, Dark Shadow took advantage of the opportunity to handcuff him. Next came Iida and Ojiro. The battlefield was created by Power Loader, who also placed numerous pitfalls and mines throughout the field. Their solution was to have Ojiro hop onto Iida's shoulders and sprint through the carnage. It worked. With Iida's speed and Ojiro's tail for a more powerful jump, they made it through the exit with a passing score. This next match is going to be interesting. And not that the previous matches weren't interesting, it was just Yaoyorozu and Todoroki versus our homeroom teacher. Needless to say, I'm interested in seeing what brilliant strategies they come up with. Yaoyorozu's point of view asterisk. Okay, calm down. It's Aizawa-sensei, so expect one of the most difficult fights you've ever experienced. Aside from Hero Killer, nothing at this point has been more difficult. Anyway, Todoroki and I were sneaking through an alleyway. Todoroki said, "Alright, I have a plan. I have one too, but let's hear yours first." It was my turn. Okay, to start, you'll constantly make small items, anything that won't take up much energy, and once you're done making things, we'll know if he's near, and stopped your quirk. He went on. Okay, what happens next? I asked. Simple, I'll draw him off and you'll run to the exit. He told me. Okay, I have many concerns. First and foremost, what will you do if you are captured by his scarf? I will be left alone to deal with him, and you are our main attack force, as much as I hate to admit it. I said. Alright, Todoroki said, looking out of the alleyway where we were stationed. You said you had a plan, right? What is it? He asked. Okay, here's what we do, I explained as I began making small dolls. What are those? He asked. Little Russian dolls, matryoshkas to be precise, inside there are flashbang grenades. I informed them. How will this help? He asked. Simple, his quirk relies on eyesight, if he blinks the effects end. I replied as I grabbed a few. These will buy us some time. Now, he will most likely if not guaranteed to cancel your quirk first due to you being our main attack force, but after the USJ event, his quirk was weakened due to his injuries. The second your quirk comes back I need you to make a massive ice wall like how you used during the sports festival. I said while he smiled in his small form. Interesting. What happens next? He asked. I was about to respond when I heard the sound of tiles. I will explain later. He's nearby, I said. Alright, let's move, he said. While we were running, I was still making dolls. Though, I like the idea of using our quirks to find out if Aizawa has found us. That's what I said. Then my doll production was halted. I said, Aizawa is close. Close is an understatement, Aizawa said, and I looked up to see him above us. Todoroki. I yelled as I gripped the dolls I pocketed, run. I yelled as I tossed them in the air and ran away. He slashed one, which unplugged the pin and blinded him. We ran away, giving us some good distance from Aizawa-sensei. Alright, he should be coming after us, be ready, when you feel your power return, create the ice wall. I repeated while he gave a nod. I heard Aizawa run along the building, now all that remains is timing. As I requested, Todoroki used his ice half to create a massive ice wall that separated us from Aizawa. Alright, what's next? He asked. I was caught making a secret weapon to answer his question. Is this Aizawa's scarf? He asked. To some extent, I'm not sure what material it's made of, but it's a knockoff that will win us the match, I said as I fashioned a catapult, a large black cloak, and 2 stick dummies with the last of my creation ability. Alright, phase 2, we're gonna put this over us, to make him think we're slipping away in disguise. In reality it's me, the catapult, and the dummies. Once I launched it you hit him with your fire. Then I replied. So what will the scarf do? He asked. It'll take a long time to explain, and we don't have time, so you'll just have to trust me here, I said as I loaded the scarf bundle onto the catapult. He looked skeptical, and I don't blame him. Alright, I trust you, he said. It took me by surprise. I expected him to resist, but I'm glad he didn't. I wrapped the cloak around us, along with the catapult and dummy, and we began to walk. Aizawa-sensei took the bait, wrapped his scarf around the dummies, and removed the cloak, revealing me and the catapult. Okay. I need to pull the trigger. Damn, I missed it. Wait. He jumped back. It could still work. I pulled the lever, launching the scarf. Todoroki now. I yelled. He removed his cloak and opened fire. The fire triggered a chain reaction that caused the scarf to harden and wrap around him. He was apprehended, and we passed. What was with the scarf? Todoroki asked. It's mixed with a special alloy. When heated it hardens and reforms into its previous form. It's basically a memory alloy, so when it was in a giant clump. I told you so. Todoroki concluded, then he would be trapped. Correct, I said. We were led out of the area and back towards the main area. Now that our exam was finished, I decided to go to the monitor room and watch. Oh, Yaoyorozu, congratulations on your match, Iaya exclaimed. Congratulations on yours as well, a reckless but effective strategy. I responded. Indeed, as much as I would have preferred a more precise strategy, that was the only one that came to mind. Iida quipped. As we entered the monitor room, I said, well, it worked, so all is well. Oh Yaoyorozu, Iida, Midoriya greeted, and Asui was also present. Congrats on your matches, you two were amazing. He said. Asui nodded. Iida said, thank you. Yeah, I didn't imagine you would up with a plan as reckless as that Iida. Asui responded with bluntness. Iida defended himself. Well, it was all I could think of. But Yaoyorozu's plan was brilliant. She capitalized on Aizawa's disadvantage to win, even making a scarf that wrapped around him. How did you do that? He asked, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Why is he so cute? Wait, cute? Oh, who am I kidding? He's adorable, and no one would deny it. I'll explain later, after the final exams. Okay, I inquired, as he nodded enthusiastically. Uraraka and Aoyama are gripping a bar, while 13 tries to entice them with their quirk. Aoyama turned to Uraraka and said something. Whatever it was shocking enough to cause Uraraka to let go of the bar, prompting her to grab 13's arm and be handcuffed. Wow, turns out Aoyama is more than just a beautiful teen, I'm actually impressed. The next match pitted Ashido and Kaminari against Principal Nezu. I don't know much about Principal Nezu, so this should be interesting. They were making their way around the Gamma grounds when the entire screen shook. Principal Nezu was in a crane, wreaking havoc and destruction. It wasn't reckless destruction, he was blocking the exit, keeping them on their toes. When they reached the newly created dead end, Ashido melted a hole through the concrete, allowing them to escape the chaos. But it wasn't enough. Principal Nezu demolished the building around them, causing a cave-in and ultimately losing the match. Jiro and Kota then faced off against Present Mic. With its loud quirk, it will drown out Jiro's earphone jack and Kota's anavoice. All they could do was avoid conflict with Present Mic, which was impossible because he was standing in front of the exit. He occasionally yelled something to shake them up, and Jiro looked down to the ground, as if she had a plan. She asked Kota a question, and when he nodded, she inserted one of her jacks into the rock and destroyed it, revealing a swarm of bugs. Even at the sight of it, Kota fled. Is he afraid of insects? Jiro was saying something, probably words of encouragement, when Kota rushed back and began talking to the bugs. Wait, he can talk. We turned our attention to Present Mic as some bugs emerged from the ground and swarmed his leg. He freaked out at the sight of them and passed out from fear. Kota carried Jiro through the gates, passing the test. HMPH, he let a few bugs get the best of him. Recovery Girl added. That wasn't just a few bugs, it was all over his leg. Regardless, they passed. Shoji and Hagakure took on Snipe next. With his homing quirk, he has more detection, allowing him to easily shoot Hagakure's invisibility, making stealth difficult. She tried it anyway, leaving Shoji to distract Snipe. Snipe also threw down a smoke grenade to make himself harder to find. He found Shoji and forced him to hide behind a column for protection. Hagakure placed handcuffs around Snipe's wrist while he was shooting. Wow, her stealth abilities have really improved. The second to last battle was upon us. Mineta and Zero face off against Midnight. This is a bad matchup for several reasons. One is that Mineta is the most perverted person I've ever seen. Second, her quirk can put anyone to sleep when they inhale the fumes. To make matters worse, Zero was taken by surprise and knocked out by her quirk, leaving Mineta alone. He hid behind a rock, while Midnight stood in front of the exit, Zero in her lap. Mineta glared at the pair, possibly out of determination or jealousy. All I know is that he has to do something if he wants to pass. And something he did. He covered his mouth and nose with Shiro's tape, preventing him from inhaling the fumes. Midnight, impressed by his ingenuity, cracked her whip, prompting Mineta to respond with sticky balls on his scalp. They covered the whip, which became stuck to the ground. With that, Mineta escaped. He died. I don't believe it. Granted, Shiro was knocked out and did not pass, but still. I'm really impressed. However, it was the final match. In my opinion, the most mismatched match, as was their intention. Bakugo and Midoriya are facing off against All Might. I placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Good luck." He nodded and told me, "I'll pass." I smiled at his determination. "I know you will," I said. He smiled back and walked out the door. I exhaled. He will be fine. I'm certain of it. Midoriya's point of view asterisk. Okay, calm down. You've just been paired up with Kacchan to fight All Might, and all that matters is whether or not you get to attend training camp. Okay, I'm freaking out. No, I should remain calm. Yaoyorozu will be. I would be very disappointed if I did not pass due to nervous breakdowns. It's time to analyze the situation and calm my nerves. All Might is weaker, and he has slowed down with those weights. Despite this, he remains powerful. Even with full cowl, I have to worry about All Might's natural speed. I also have to be wary of Kacchan, as he is unlikely to care about escaping and will most likely seek to defeat All Might. This will not only hurt him but also lead to his failure. When we entered the battlefield, the doors behind us closed. We're here until we either escape, handcuff All Might, or fail. I looked at Kacchan. He appeared angry. Well, angrier than usual. He grunted and strode forward. I didn't want him to go alone, so I followed him. He was walking straight. We'll run into All Might at this rate. Kacchan, for this ECAM, the teacher is the villain, and we're the heroes, so we need to keep in D the villain's combat ability and choose to either fight or run. I responded, but he continued to walk. Stop following me, he demanded. I paused for a split second before catching up. If we keep going straight, All Might will probably be waiting for us. I added, we should take a detour. Why should we run away? He demanded. We should avoid combat at all costs. I yelled, hoping to get him to listen to reason. We'll toy with him until it's almost over, and then once he's tired out, I'll beat him up. Kacchan laughed. It's like speaking to a brick wall. Who do you think All Might is? I yelled, sprinting towards him. Even with the handicap, you can't win against him. He turned and knocked me down with a backhand. Don't say another word. He said with full rage, just because things are going better for you doesn't mean you should talk. It's pissing me off. Listen, Kacchan, I exclaimed. I told you, your power isn't needed to pass. That's why we can never have a real conversation. Then a massive cloud of dust rushed towards us. The shockwave was so powerful that it destroyed the majority of the buildings in its path, sending us back a few hundred meters. Once the dust had settled, we looked ahead. If you think of this as an exam, you'll be sorry. The mighty replied, come at me with everything you've got. All Might charged toward us, but Kacchan took a similar approach. Even if you didn't say anything, I was going to do that. He continued until All Might grabbed his face with one hand. Kacchan unleashed some small, concentrated blasts on All Might. Ow, 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 he exclaimed, but All Might slammed him to the ground. All Might zoomed behind me as I watched everything unfold. You're not off the hook either, young Midoriya, he responded. I reacted quickly and used my full cowl to get out of the way. Move, Kacchan yelled, slamming into me. We landed on the ground and had a slow recovery. Kacchan, I replied. Move, he growled as he walked past me. Shut up, I'll win. That's what it means to be a hero. Then it's even more important to avoid. Let go, and don't touch me, he yelled. For now, here's a present for the one who wants to run away. All Might exclaimed as he drove a metal fence over me, preventing my escape and leaving Kacchan alone to fight All Might. Kacchan spit up his lunch after taking a strong punch to the gut, but he remained standing. I know why you are so angry. It's because of young Midoriya's sudden improvement, right? The mighty one replied. Shut up, All Might. If I have to get help from that scum, then I'd rather lose. He was moaning. I looked at him, shocked and angry. I can't just stay stuck like this. I prepared my full cowl and charged towards Kacchan, punching him out of the way before All Might could finish him off. He rolled towards the sidewalk, and I took advantage of the opportunity to jump at him and flee. We were recovering in a back alley. Now is an appropriate time to vent. Don't say you're okay with losing, I yelled, letting out my rage. You're you because you never give up on winning, right? You've been saying that since we were kids, I said. He gritted his teeth and yelled. Kachan punched the wall beside me. Kachan, against that crazy speed, no matter how you run and hide, you won't be able to avoid fighting. Kachan went on. But we don't have a chance in a fight. Not against All Might. Shut up, bastard, I'll kill you, he said. I stared at him as he removed one of his gauntlets and handed it to me. As I put it on, we heard footsteps that gradually became louder. I'll run out and distract him. That gauntlet is full of nitroglycerin. When he faces him, pull the pin, Kachan explained, standing up straight. When the footsteps sounded like they were right next to us, Kachan sprung forward. So, where do you think you are? He exclaimed. As Kachan predicted, All Might turned to face him. Deku, he exclaimed. I jumped out, positioned myself behind him, and pulled the pin. The sheer force pushed me back, injuring my shoulder. Run, Kachan exclaimed. As I ran away from All Might, I said, all right. We ran a good distance away, until we reached the opposite end of the battlefield. Almost there, I said, almost at the escape gate. I added, casting a quick glance behind us, it doesn't look like All Might is chasing us. Don't tell me we knocked him out. The next time he catches up, it'll be my turn to blow him away with my gauntlet. Kachan gasped. Yes, and then, All Might asked, appearing right in between us. Kachan turned towards him and reached for his pin, only for All Might to break them both with a single hit. He's too quick, he chuckled. Now, die, heroes. He yelled as he landed a powerful knee on Kachan's chin, sending him flying into a nearby building. All Might then grabbed my wrist, and when Kachan shot back, he slammed me into him. He tossed me aside like a ruined doll. He said, it's over. Shut up, Kachan said, his anger burning brighter as he created sparks from his body, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed both himself and All Might. Ow, was all I heard Kachan say before he grabbed my costume and yelled, die. As he blasted me toward the exit. Are you serious, Kachan? New Hampshire smash, All Might yelled, punching so hard that he knocked himself into me. My back felt like it had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Come now, you're being naive, heroes. He yelled as he pushed me into the UA bus. Kachan suddenly zoomed towards All Might, unleashing a massive blast similar to the one at the sports festival. Go, Deku, hurry, Kachan exclaimed as he fell back to the ground. I attempted to get up, but my back was injured by All Might's psychics defying attack. Make yourself useful, damn scum, Kachan yelled, firing another blast as All Might charged towards him. I'll move forward, even if it hurts. While I was walking, Kachan was protecting me from All Might, but he was grabbed and slammed to the ground. Hurry up. Go, damn nerd. Kachan muttered as he stared at All Might. I break myself. I won't accept that I can't even beat you like that. Kachan. I went into full cowl, and I'm not leaving him behind. As I launched myself towards him, All Might said, whoops, I won't let you. I channeled one for All's energy into my right arm, yelling, smash. As a wave of energy kicked up dirt around us. Once the dust had settled, I grabbed Kachan and dashed to the nearest exit. He's unconscious. I could have left, but that is not who I am. We both made it out. We passed. Several hours later. I exclaimed, attempting to move but being stopped by the searing pain. You're in the infirmary. You'll be fine, son, Recovery Girl said. Thanks, Recovery Girl, I said as I lay there. All Might, you really don't know how to hold back, do you? Recovery Girl yelled as she walked towards Kachan. Bakugo probably won't wake up for a while. For now, you two should rest here. You don't need to tell me twice. I slowly closed my eyes. I'm hoping sleep will relieve the pain. Midoriya's point of view asterisk. It was the day after the final exam. The majority of us passed. But 5 didn't. That is understandable. They were very sad about it. Everyone. I'm looking forward to hearing all your stories of how fun camp was. Ashido began to cry. Maybe they'll let you go, I said, trying to lift their spirits. There could be a last-minute twist or something. Stop, Midoriya. Shiro said, placing a hand on my shoulder. You're only jinxing them by saying that out loud. They said whoever failed the exams would have to skip training camp and live in summer school hell. Kaminari reported, we didn't pass the practicals, so we're doomed. Don't you get it, Midoriya? He shouted. Or did All Might knock all the brains out of you? He was intrigued. As much as I wanted to respond, I was too busy crying from the sudden eye jab. Ease up, Kaminari, Shiro said as he slowly moved his fingers away from my eyes. I'm not sure I'll get to go, either. Our team only won because of Mineta. I got knocked out, and since we don't know how they're scoring stuff, I might have flunked. While I was screaming in pain, Kaminari spoke up. At least bring us back lots of camp souvenirs, please. He made an appeal. Then, I heard the door slam open. Once the bell rings, you should be in your seats, Aizawa-sensei instructed as everyone rushed to their seats. However, some people, including myself, struggled. Morning. Unfortunately, a few of you did not pass your final exams, Aizawa-sensei said as Kirishima, Sato, Ashido, Kaminari, and Shiro looked dejected. So, when it comes to the training camp in the woods. Everyone looked at him, knowing what he was going to say. Quote. Everyone is going, he exclaimed. Not, the non-passers exclaimed, it's a last-minute twist. We really get to go to camp? Kirishima inquired. Seriously, Ashido exclaimed, her voice full of excitement. Yeah, Aizawa-sensei said simply, the good news is that no one bombed the written exam, 5 failed the practical badly. He explained, 2 teams, of course, and Shiro also failed. Ah, CP, I knew it, Shiro said, pressing his hand against his face. Mineta made it to the gate, but I didn't get close enough to pass. Allow me to explain, Aizawa-sensei began. For the practical battles, the teachers made sure to leave a way for the students to win, otherwise, you would never have stood a chance. He explained, we were interested in observing how you all worked together and approached the task at hand. But didn't you say that the teachers wouldn't hold back? Ojiro asked. That was just to get you on edge. He explained, besides, the training camp will focus on building your strength. Those who have failed require these lessons the most. We were never going to separate you, he said with a big smile on his face. That was just a logical deception we used. A logical deception, the group of non-passers said, cheering, while Iida shook. He cheated us again. I should have expected it. He exclaimed as he suddenly stood up. Aizawa-sensei, this is the second time you've lied to us. Aren't you worried we'll lose faith in you? Iida inquired. Uraraka said, a little blunt there, Tenya. Wait, Tenya, that is a good point. I'll think about it, he said, looking at Iida, but I wasn't lying to you about everything. He added, glaring at the rest of the class, failure is failure. We've prepared extra lessons for the 5 of you, he said as the group, one of whom appeared excited, fell silent. Frankly, they'll be far more difficult than what you'd face at summer school. Soon, classes were over, and we gathered to discuss the training camp. I'm so glad we're all going together, Ojiro said, holding his camp's instructional pamphlet. Looks like we'll be at the training camp a full week. Iida was speaking. I need to find a bigger suitcase, I muttered. Yeah, I don't even have a bathing suit, Kaminari said, guess I need to get some stuff. Like night vision goggles, Mineta exclaimed. Why would he need them? I'll never understand him. Guys, since we're off tomorrow and have finally finished our exams, I have the best idea. Hagakure exclaimed, capturing the class's attention, why don't Class 1A go shopping together? She exclaimed excitedly, and while I can't see her, I'm pretty sure she's smiling. Hey, yes, Kaminari said, we've never hung out as a class before. Wait, really? No, we must have. Bakugo, I'll see you there, right? Kirishima asked as he walked away. I can't think of anything more annoying, he said as he exited the classroom. Are you coming, Todoroki? I asked. I visit my mother on my days off, he said. While I believe it would have helped him open up while hanging out with his classmates, I am glad he reconciled with his mother. You party poopers, Mineta yelled, don't you ever tire of being serious? He asked. After that, everyone went home. I, on the other hand, went home to grab my suit. Finals had ended, but I still had work to do. On the plus side, I'm finished with All Might's debt. In fact, today is my final day. However, I am somewhat disappointed. I liked hanging out with Yaoyorozu, even though I was only there to cook her food. Now that I think about it, I've only cleaned her room once. All the other times, my arms and legs are broken, and she tells me how reckless I was, which resulted in me breaking my arms and legs and feeding her. But it was fun, and I believe we bonded a lot. I pressed the button, and the gate opened. No response from Mr. or Mrs. Yaoyorozu. I shrugged it off and walked up the path to the manor. I entered the manor and saw Yaoyorozu sitting in the main hall. "Hey, Midoriya," she said. "Hello, Yaoyorozu," I said. "Please take a seat," she said. Confused, I approached her and took a seat across from her. "Now I have two things to talk about. The first is this," she said, placing a 5,000 yen check on the table and pushing it towards me. "Normally, my parents would give you this check, but they are out right now, so I'm tasked with it." I nodded and accepted the check. "As of right now, I am debt-free. I'm also here to express my gratitude for your service." "I didn't really want it at first," she stated bluntly. I scratched the back of my head. She was adamant about me being her servant. "Now, your match against All Might," she said, assuming a more serious expression. "Oh," she watched the entire thing. "I wanted to state where you went well. According to her, you and Bakugo, while not working together at first, showed that you can cooperate, especially so since he lent you his gauntlet. According to her, you also went back to get Bakugo, even though the villain, being All Might, was looming over him. According to her, while you put your life in danger, in the sense of the scenario, you still went back to save him and you both got out." She went on. "Thanks," I replied. "With all that in mind, the problem, at least after watching the replay, is that you two had contrasting ideas. Bakugo wanted to fight, while you wanted to run." She started. "While neither of them were bad ideas per se, in this scenario, and with an opponent like All Might, you need to be able to do both." She said, "Fight when you need to, all the while running when you get overwhelmed. That goes for every battle. If you feel that you can take on an opponent, then do." Any opponent, I repeated, scribbling what she said in my notebook. Her eyes widened for a split second. "Why am I still surprised by your thoroughness?" she asked herself. I just chuckled at her remark. "You understand, I'm gonna miss your cooking," she joked. "Well, I can make you something. After all, it is my last day," I said. "Really?" she asked. As I entered the kitchen, I said, "Of course." Yaoyorozu's point of view, he has been in there for an hour. What is taking him so long? The kitchen doors slammed open, and Midoriya said, "As it is my last day here, I made you all this." He brought out a cart full of food. I've never seen so much food in one location before. He laid them down in front of me and said, "Enjoy." "You don't need to tell me twice." I grabbed a bowl and dug in. I'm not sure what it is, but it was tasty. "That's tendon. I learned that from my mother a few days ago." Midoriya replied. "It's delicious," I said with a mouthful, embarrassedly covering my mouth and swallowing the food. "I didn't realize you liked my food so much," he said, turning bright pink. "Seriously, you can open up a restaurant chain if you so wanted." I responded. He muttered, It's not that good." "Midoriya, it's good," I replied. "Oh okay," he said, knowing he was defeated. I smiled and continued eating, eventually finishing the entire meal. I smiled and said, "Thank you, Midoriya." "You're welcome," he said, looking at his watch. "Well, it's 6:30, and I should be heading home," Midoriya said as he walked towards the door. "Wait," I yelled. He paused just before the door. "What is it?" he inquired in a concerned tone. "Hold on, I have a gift for you. I told you so." He turned to face me, and I turned around to create something special. I handed him my going-away gift and said, "Here, for you." It was a Matryoshka doll that looked like Midoriya. It's made with a special alloy, an alloy so strong, it can withstand a drop from any height. In case you knock it off a shelf it won't break. I went on. He stared at it, perplexed. Are you going to take it?" I asked, feeling my face warm up. He snapped out of his trance and shakily took the doll. Thank you, Yaoyorozu." He also turned red. "Why, you're welcome," I replied. He walked out of my house, his doll in hand. He had paid off his debt to All Might as of today. Yaoyorozu's point of view asterisk. Most of the class went to the mall to get supplies for the training camp. I lost track of Midoriya. Did he run away or something? I should look for him. "Oh, Yaoyorozu," said a cheerful voice behind me. "Hey, Uraraka, have you seen Midoriya anywhere?" I asked. No, he was with us a few minutes ago. She interrupted. Well, I'm worried he's gotten lost or something. Do you want to help me find him? I asked, and she nodded. Okay, let's find Deku. We walked through the mall, looking for a huge mess of green hair. Walking and more walking. How can he be so hard to find? His hair should stand out like a sore thumb. Wait, is that him? Uraraka asked, pointing in front of me. I looked to see Midoriya, with a cloaked figure. Deku, Uraraka inquired, gazing at Midoriya and the man. Wait, messy blue hair. It can't be. His eyes are full of fear and nervousness. It must be him. Wait, his hand is around his neck. I should be cautious because if all 5 fingers touch his neck. I don't even want to think about what will happen. Is that a friend? She asked. Her eyes widened. No, that can't be right. The cloaked man turned to face Uraraka, but I could clearly see his face. That confirms it. He is the man behind the USJ attack. Hello. Let go of him, Uraraka said, fear creeping into her tone. I can't do anything, especially since his finger is just a split second away from touching him. All I can do is let Uraraka speak. This is nothing. Everything is fine. Midoriya yelled, stay back. No closer. Then the cloaked man let go. Oh, you came here with a friend? He asked, faking a grin. I had no idea. Sorry for that. He stood up, tucked his hands into his cloak, and walked away. Uraraka and I dashed to Midoriya after he was a good distance away. Midoriya, are you okay? I inquired as he stopped coughing. Hey, Shigaraki, Midoriya growled. Shigaraki, Uraraka asked. I've got a question too. What happens after All for One? Midoriya inquired. All for One, is he the leader of the League of Villains? If so, how did he learn that name? Who knows, really, he said, but here's a little word of advice, friend. He said as he continued walking away, be careful. The next time we meet, I'll probably have to kill you. He left, and even if I wanted to chase him, I couldn't because he might kill some civilians before I could catch him. But, at least Midoriya is okay. Uraraka took the initiative to report the incident, and the mall was promptly closed for an investigation. The police and responding heroes conducted a massive sweep in the hopes of finding Shigaraki, but were unsuccessful. Midoriya was promptly taken to the police station for further questioning. I couldn't accompany him because I was less involved in the incident than Midoriya. I haven't heard from him since, but I'm sure he's fine. But it's the All for One that has me worried. Midoriya mentioned his name while speaking with Shigaraki, so they must be related. But how, as All for One the leader of the League of Villains? If that's the case, why is no one aware of him? Unless All for One went to great lengths to avoid the public eye and the news. If that's the case, we may be dealing with an unknown villain. Well, I shouldn't say that. Midoriya is aware of him, but I am confident it is on a need-to-know basis. Still, if he's connected to the League of Villains, particularly its leader, then he must be much more powerful than Shigaraki, capable of disintegrating people in seconds. To summarize, I should exercise caution. Knowing my luck, I'm pretty sure I'll run into this All for One. Anyway, there's no point in worrying about it right now. Midoriya, Uraraka, and everyone else were fine. Furthermore, Ashido said we could use the pool tomorrow. So that will be a fun time. The following day we changed into our school swimsuits and headed out. We planned to have fun and toss a ball around, but stretches were required to avoid cramps and drowning. As we stretched, the guys began to gather. Wait, were they also going to use the pool? I'm sure Mineta was looking at us, as he always does. In fact, he and Kaminari dashed out to the pool, appearing surprised to see them. At least Iida and Midoriya were present to keep them in line. Ashido said, Hey Yaoyorozu. Yeah, what is it? I inquired as I witnessed Iida carry Mineta and Kaminari away. Have you ever wondered, why are the guys in our class so muscular, including Midoriya? Ashido asked. I'll admit, I've cast a few glances at Midoriya. Well, they're heroes in training, and quirks are physical abilities, so it makes sense that they'd be muscular, I explained. Yeah, but Midoriya is a big surprise. Jiro teased, like look at him. She smirked. I know what she's trying to do, she's trying to get me upset. And it works. But look at Iida. He has more muscle definition than anyone else, Uraraka observed. That is correct. But he is literally the brother of a pro hero, of course he's built. Ashido interrupted. Anyway, let's get away from this, I said, stretching my back. Let's get in the water now. Alright, Ashido said, running back to jump into the water. Watch out foe, ow, the dividers, I said as she sank into the water. We all went swimming after she had recovered. We were all tossing the ball around while the guys did their training exercises. Soon, the guys were resting, while Mineta and Kaminari gasped for breath. Fortunately, Iida had brought a cooler full of orange-flavored sodas, otherwise, they might not have made it until 5 o'clock. Then, as if on cue, Bakugo entered and challenged Midoriya. Soon after, Iida began to ponder, and the figurative light bulb went off. He proposed that the boys race each other in the 50 meters to see who was the best. Bakugo was obviously interested in the idea, and I was curious about the outcome. So the girls and I went out and proposed that we help out with the race. The rules are simple. Get across the pool as quickly as possible, with quirks allowed because we are on school grounds. The competition soon began, and the first 2 matches were underwhelming. Bakugo simply flew over the pool with his quirk, while Todoroki skated across using his ice quirk. The third match was the only one that was particularly exciting, which happened to include Midoriya in the bracket. The remaining boys prepared to jump into the water. Once the race began, Midoriya simply swam, while Iida used his engine quirk to boost on the divide. But Midoriya was not one to give up. Instead, he activated his green lightning ability, which he had never told me the name of, and began swimming faster. Iida, seeing him catch up, activated his Recipro Burst, giving him one last burst of speed. It was a close race, but Midoriya won by a literal inch. Midoriya emerged from the pool, and Iida congratulated him with a handshake. Now it was time for the final match, between Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya. Who could have predicted this? All 3 got ready, with Midoriya preparing his quirk first, Bakugo preparing to soar to the finish, and Todoroki getting his ice ready. Iida shouted go, and the 3 jumped into the pool, only to fall face first into the water. Suddenly, Aizawa-sensei entered the pool and informed us that it was 5 p.m. and we needed to leave. After changing, we went home. Some, meaning Bakugo, was upset that the outcome was a tie. I'm not sure whether it would be better if he won or lost. If he won, he'd boast about it until he was defeated again. And if he loses, you know what will happen. Anyway, it's not important right now. I just remembered I needed to ask Midoriya about the all for one. Hey, Midoriya, I said as he came to a halt and looked at me. Ayo, Yaoyorozu, what do you need? He asked. I need to talk to you, is that okay with you? I asked. He returned his gaze to Uraraka and Iida, both of whom nodded for him to proceed. Midoriya said, alright, let's go. We headed in the opposite direction of our classmates and arrived at one of the training grounds, the Gamma grounds. When I was certain no one was present, I turned to face Midoriya. So, what did you need? He asked. Okay, I just have one question, I said. Who is this all for one, which you mentioned to Shigaraki yesterday? I asked. He looked at me wide-eyed. Oh. Excuse me for a moment, Midoriya said as he quickly walked away. Midoriya's point of view asterisk. All Might's number, here it is. All Might, I whispered and yelled. Midoriya, why are you calling? All Might inquired. Look, you already know about Shigaraki and the conversation we've had. Well, I asked Shigaraki about All for One and what his goals were. Anyway, Yaoyorozu was there when I asked S. So you're asking if I can share information about All for One? All Might finished. Why yeah, I replied. So long, you don't disclose, one for all, my current state, and the fact that you got the information from me, you can explain All for One and whom he is. It might be important for her to know as well, just in case All for One and the League of Villains go after you, and the other students. All Might concurred with my request to clarify for her exactly what had happened. Thanks, All Might, I said as I hung up the phone. I walked back to Yaoyorozu and said, listen, it's a long story, so I would recommend sitting down. I told her everything I could about All for One, including his origins, quirk, and how he ruled over Japan for a long time before quirks became popular. She, understandably, looked at me puzzled. Wait, how come I never heard of this in any textbook? She inquired. It's a dark moment of world history, so they etched it out entirely. I reacted, well almost, I found an online post talking all about All for One. I didn't believe it at first, but since Shigaraki was there, I confirmed my suspicions from there. I deceived her, and she appeared to have agreed. So, All for One is supposed to be the League of Villains leader? Yaoyorozu asked. Yes, at least I'm very certain. It makes too much sense, and since he can take quirks and make them his own, it would make sense for him to get a slow-aging quirk or something like that. It was my response. She stood up and said, "Ah, I see. That was all I needed to confirm. Thank you, Midoriya," she said, walking away. "Wait," I said as she paused, "can you keep this a secret between us? I don't want knowledge of this to leak." "Why?" she asked. It's difficult to explain, but you can. Please." I asked. "Okay, I'm sure you've got your reasons," she said as she began walking back home. I felt bad for lying about the fake post. However, it was necessary to keep All Might and One for All secret. However, knowing that someone like Yaoyorozu is aware of the situation makes me feel a little better. That way, if we happen to run into All for One himself, we'll at least have someone up to date. As much as I want to tell the others, I'm not sure how they'd react or whether they'd believe me. Nobody will believe me when I tell them about a spooky online post that magically disappeared. Still, I believe it is better that way. I got up and went back home. The camping trip is in a few days, and it was time to pack my belongings for the week-long camp.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.